Fortunes! Hello, welcome! Hyena, welcome in, congrats on first! Thank you for paying your taxes and enriching the Tanuki as your good deed of the day. 269, nice. Hell yeah, I think you're the only person who's allowed to, like, have that number. Since you're the only person, as far as I know, who got hit by that bug before I fixed it. Dave VHS, welcome in! How you doing? How's your trip? Are you having just the absolute best time? I hope so. Oh my goodness. I'm excited for you to come back, but I'm also excited for you to be having just an awesome time. Roll 4d20. Oh my goodness. I don't have dice. I'll find dice. I'll find dice for you. Hello, Kitty. Yes, it is stream treats time. Oh my goodness. Yes, it's so much fun. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Oh, I love that. So many pictures and stories. I can't wait to see them. I can't wait to see them. Oh, I wanted to adjust the way I'm doing stream stuff today. I'm gonna scooch myself a little so that I don't block Oblivion. But yeah, I'll be able to do some cool new stuff for special interest with a little less hassle. I still have a week left. Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I wish I was traveling right now, honestly. I did just book a trip to Mexico, but it's for work, so that doesn't really count. That's not fun. Like, I'm barely even gonna see anything. I'm just gonna be stuck in a conference room the entire time. So what's the point, even? I guess I'll get to see some nice weather, because it's gonna be in December. So I'll get out of the snow and into something a little nicer. But that's not gonna be like a vacation. Gotta do an eye drop. I gotta do an eye drop. My eye's really bothering me today, but when you gotta go live, you gotta go live. It doesn't matter. I have people counting on me. I'm excited to do more Warhammer today. I hope that I haven't forgotten everything that we talked about last time. I'm really worried that I might have. It was a lot to take in. It was a lot to take in. We probably won't go for 6 hours again today, but who knows? Who knows for sure? Rolled your dice for you. Came up 39. There you go. There you go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you never know. Sometimes the stream is like, yeah, I'm gonna be here for like 2 hours, and then like 7 hours later, you're like, fuck. Like some maze games that shall not be mentioned. Damn. I can't believe how long we went for that. Good Lord. But I'm so excited to talk to people. And I have, let's see, I have a test call with someone on Tuesday who's going to feature on Special Interest Sunday soon. I got a couple other people and waiting in the wings. Organizing things is a nightmare. It's so hard. Some people are just like outright ghosting me, and there's nothing I can do about that. I can send them all the messages in the world, but if they're gonna just ignore me, okay, fine. Look, I'll look for someone else. That's whatever. Which is a bummer though, because a couple of the people who I can't get a hold of are people that I was really excited for. But you can't win them all, so just take what you can get. But I am, like, a lot of the people that I have lined up are super cool people, a lot of like smaller streamers, so I'm really excited to be able to like give a spotlight to them and their platforms. Some people with really interesting topics, to someone who might be talking about a topic related to like a small business that they have, so that's cool. Fun little teasers. Hopefully those things actually manifest sooner than later, but we'll see. Unplugged, welcome in. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing good. My eye hurts today, but I'm really excited to get into the special interest yapping. So I hope you guys came prepared with lots of curiosity about Warhammer lore, because we're going to be learning a lot. Hopefully not relearning everything that I got taught last time. I really think I do remember most of it, but maybe not. I don't know. I have not looked at Warhammer anything since we last had Oblivion on, so who knows. How are you doing though? How is everyone? Are we having a good day or having a good weekend? I was almost super late to stream because I was watching someone else's stream and it was pretty riveting. And, you know, I started watching it and I was like, okay, I don't go live for like 3 hours. That's plenty of time. I can have like a great time in the stream and just not even have to worry about my schedule. And that was going great. And then I went to get some food. So I remembered to eat before stream. And I was like, okay, I go live in an hour. That's easy. Like, I got to go live at past. It's past now. It's easy. And then I like looked down at my phone and it was like 5:22 or 4:22. And I was like, fuck. I'm supposed to be live like now. So then I had to scramble and like find my water and get the stream set up and do all of it in super duper fast. You're not calling it Warcraft by accident, so we're already off to a great start. But I did that just the other day. Again. My brain is broken. I'm like not capable of understanding the difference, apparently. I don't know. Too smooth. Brain too smooth. Names just slide right off. My body and mind are trying to kill each other. Oh, understandable. Completely understandable. Oh my goodness. Good Lord. I've been sleeping in so bad lately. Like, I feel like I'm kind of like catching up on a lot of sleep, but also maybe I'm like not, because I've been going to bed even later than usual, which is really saying something. But there's a lot of days that I'm not even trying to go to bed until like after 2. Often not actually falling asleep until 4 or 5, but then I'm sleeping in until like noon on days that I don't have like early morning work meetings. So my sleep schedule has somehow become even more fucked than ever before. I don't know what to make of that. Absolutely hate withdrawals. Yeah, that's nasty stuff. Nasty stuff. It can be very dangerous. We are just waiting on Oblivion, by the way. He should be ready, honestly, pretty much any minute. But I wanted to get stream started a little early so that I can chit chat and yap with you guys before we dive right into the interview portion. Have just our little chill catch up hangout. And feed the fuck. Okay, so right now, the big cat is just like sitting under my desk, yowling and mewing for treats, even though I already gave her some. And the kitten is sprinting at fucking like Mach 11 in and out of my office. Just full sprint. Gotta dip out for dinner and drinks. Hope you have a fun stream. Remember, praise Nurgle. Praise Nurgle. We love Papa. Have a wonderful dinner and drinks time and a fantastic rest of your trip. I cannot wait to hear all about it. I'm so excited. Body maybe wanted me to take some K, fighting but feel like I'm losing. Honestly, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh my god, cat, stop. Stop. I should give some to my fucking cat so she chills out. Damn. Yeah? You want some cat Valium? It's always a good option. Shut him up for a sec. Stop it. Stop yelling at me. That was like 5 treats. Why are you still on this? Go chase your little sister. Go. I wish these cats would actually like play with each other. The kitten wants to play with Big Cat so bad. Frankly, the kitten wants to play with everyone and everything all the time. And Big Cat is just like, no. Won't do it. Won't even acknowledge you. I hate you. Earlier today, I could tell that Big Cat was like itching for a fight because the kitten was zooming once again, just like back and forth, Mach 10, doing kitten stuff. And Big Cat was like on the back of the couch, hanging out with me, just chilling, napping, having some pets. And she suddenly like stood up real tall and like glared over at the kitten and like stretched out her shoulders all. And I was like, oh man, she's about to go absolutely punk that thing. And that's exactly what she did. That's exactly what she did. And the kitten has no idea that she's in trouble. She's like, oh, my sister's playing with me. Yay. Hadn't taken any in over a year and a half. Don't know why I'm getting withdrawals again. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy stuff. Bodies are weird and brains are weird. Sometimes, I don't know, like some little circumstance or whatever happens in your life and like your whole brain just I don't know, spins out into like a place that you didn't think was still happening. Still need Snape names for your pets, right? What about Chitara, Panthro, and Snarf? Oh, that's amazing. That's actually kind of great. Snarf would be literally perfect for my dog. She's such a freak. Hydra, welcome in. Hello. Hello. We're just yapping a little bit, waiting for my guest for the day to get settled in and join us for the educational lesson. I don't know if you are interested in Warhammer, but honestly, I didn't think I was interested in Warhammer before I had this guest on Touch of Oblivion the first time. But he just knows so much about this topic and is super entertaining to talk with about it. Just a great educator, a great speaker. I think y'all are in for a treat. Anyone who was here for the first one with him knows this is just going to be a good time. And he's also late. That's okay. That's all right. We have all the time in the world. We get to just hang out. Hydra was doing a very fun stream earlier today, like mostly playing Fortnite with his buddies, but I got to join and hang out while we were just watching some silly memes while he ate. Y'all know I love to watch silly memes. Sometimes when I don't have enough energy to do a bigger stream, I just put on memes and we just hang out and have a little watch party together. And those are honestly some of my favorite streams. It's nice to be able to tune it, like turn on the stream, hang out with you guys, but not have to put a ton of effort into more energetic content if I'm just wiped out that day, which happens a lot. I know nothing about Warhammer, but I like hearing new things. Exactly. That's like a big part of why I wanted to start this series is just, I think that any topic becomes super interesting if you are hearing it from someone who's super passionate about it. And sometimes people have these like super intense passions for things that I don't know anything about, but are actually really interesting. Like stuff that I would be into if I had ever, explored them before. So it is really cool to get to see people share that passion and teach me new stuff and sort of open my eyes to parts of the world that I might be totally ignorant to, which there's a lot of. Like I know a lot of things, but there's a lot of things in the world. There's no way anyone can know about all of it. But more is better. Wait, are my Pokemon broken again? It says Litwick escaped, but that was not a Litwick. That was an Amara. My Pokemon are broken again. God damn it. I think my alerts are fixed, though. I think I fixed them before stream. And I also possibly slightly fixed some of my audio. Possibly? We'll see. I tested it and it seemed okay. But if anything's busted when we get into the call, then I don't know. We'll fix it. We'll fix it on the fly. Appreciated you being there. I appreciated being there. I tried to tune in yesterday because I saw the alert when I woke up, but I woke up way too late. You'd already finished, so I was sad. Unplugged, thank you for paying your taxes. Enriching the Tanuki is your good deed of the day. Hey, Touch of Oblivion made it home. You guys will never believe this, but he was at the Warhammer store before this stream where we're gonna talk about Warhammer lore. When I say he's an expert, I really mean it. Oh my goodness. Maybe someday I'll do my own. I'll feature myself on Special Interest Sunday. Just sit here, not even anyone to interview me. I'm just gonna sit here and yap nonstop about stuff that I think is interesting. That's good content, right? Right? Yeah? Probably. I mean, you guys already show up just to hear me fucking talk. Boy, can I talk. Prodigious yapper. Where's my 2TS Special Interest Sunday? I'm actually working on trying to get that set up. I have some folks in my circle who use 2TS to communicate, and I think that it would be really nice to just be able to have something in place that would let them participate in the way that they are comfortable with. Because we love adaptive communications in this family. Everyone deserves access in the way that feels right for them. Hydra, thank you for paying your taxes. Enriching the Tanuki is your good deed of the day. I want to know if he was playing in a tournament and what the format was. We will ask about it. We will ask about it. It looks like he just got home from the store, so we gotta wait for him to get settled in and cozy and ready to yap. I wonder who caught Kiku. Yeah, Kiku's definitely one of them, for sure. I would love to have Kiku on. I assume they're going to talk about, like, car stuff, which is, I don't know anything about cars, like, at all. But that means I'm an open book, right? Like, that could be really fun. Sometimes it's more fun the less I know. But there's other folks, too. I have somehow, like, fallen in with a lot of people who don't use speech as part of their content, which is probably just because I hang out with all the, like, autistic corners of the internet. I really think that's probably it. What if I also posted that I was live? Wouldn't that be crazy? Boom, I did it. Hey Jason, welcome in. How you doing? I hope you're feeling a little better. I'm trying to get better about using social media more reliably to, like, connect with people and talk about my projects, and maybe sometimes even make videos, so that I'm not, like, right now I just don't do any marketing at all. Like, my channel stays tiny because I just can't be bothered with advertising, man. I just go live and hope people show up. It's kind of working a little, but it's not gonna keep working well forever. So I gotta just start building the habit of approaching things a little differently, and hopefully in a sustainable way. It'd be crazy if you were super cool and funny. Wait, you already do that now? You're flattering me. You're flattering me. Touch of Oblivion has arrived. Everyone say hi. Our guest of honor. Oh my god. Oh no. Now my B and my V keys are going out? Jeez. Oh, that's so annoying. I wanna pin this. Can I pin this? I don't know how to pin stuff on this interface. Hello? Mods help. I'm helpless. I'm helpless. Let me pin it. Ugh, whatever. Whatever. I'll figure it out. That's fine. I think the OBS chat doc thing does not like... Oh, wait, no. I figured it out. I figured it out. I can do it. I can do it. I'm smart. Boom. Boom. Ha. Ha 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 ha. I know how streams work. I'm a great streamer. I understand all the technology that I use. Obviously. I haven't streamed since 2021. Well, we're just making sure that you're all set up if/when you come back to streaming. And don't forget to follow him over on, like, Blue Sky and Twitter and etc. He's got that stuff too. I'm gonna hype up the people on the show, and no one can stop me. Like, this is about you guys. Mate finally got his 1.0 update. Nice. Better AI now. Good job, Calamator. Yeah, I'm awesome. I'm amazing. The best streamer in the world. Do I have... Okay, yes. I have Fugi set up. I hopefully have my Discord audio functional and ready to go. I'm gonna probably leave the BGM going, but you guys let me know if it's like too loud or distracting or anything else. But I think the BGM can be a nice chill backdrop to a nice chill chat. But I'm ready whenever you are, Oblivion. Hopefully everything works. I changed a bunch of stuff based on learnings from previous episodes, so hopefully it's good. Was it 2022? Swear it was 21. Ha! Doesn't even know. He doesn't even know how long he's been gone. Hey, yo, Oblivion in the Discord. Let's go. Celebrity sighting. He should be a celebrity. Well-deserved amount of celebrity. I do hope that he's able to stream again, because even just from the chats that we've had, I'm 100% sure that he's an amazing streamer. Hop in voice chat or direct call, up to you. Either way. Yeah, voice channel should be good. Let's do a direct call just in case, because I didn't test my new setup with the like voice server. It should work the same, but I didn't test it.
Ahoy hoy.
Oh wait, do I have sound? Hang on, my headset might have turned off.
Okay. I'll wait.
Hello?
Hi.
What the fuck?
Maybe.
Let's go. Okay, I can hear. Chat, can we hear Oblivion? Can we hear me?
I see I'm lighting up, but obviously I have the volume down to 1% to avoid echo.
Yeah. And I had my headset all fucked up. Let's go. Hey, that's so much better than last time. It worked.
Yeah, I remember last time we had some like chat was like, "Hey, we can't hear."
I added some new tech to the party. So, looks like all better. I'm going to scooch you over so we can stand close together.
Okay.
Oblivion's a touch louder than me. Okay.
I see how it is. You don't like hearing?
Yeah. No, they just want to hear me ask questions and not hear you answer them at all.
That's valid.
I'm gonna. Where's my? Oh my god, sound is the bane of my existence. All right, I tweaked the gain on my mic a little bit, so hopefully we're a little better balanced now. We can
hope.
Jump in anywhere you want. I have some like vague topics, but I don't want to cut you off.
I mean, I remember there were some things that we had wanted to touch on for next time. I don't remember what those were. I remember that
I wrote them down somewhere.
Notes. Yeah, I remember you took some notes, so I thought if you wanted to start there, we can, or if there's certain things that you're like, I wish to know more about this first, we can start with that.
Holy crap, I took terrible notes.
What happened at the game store first?
Oh, that's right. Hyena wanted to know what was up with the Warhammer store.
I don't remember the context for that question. Like, what?
No, literally, like today.
Oh, I was actually at an independent store today, learning a new game. One of the people there was kind enough to offer to teach me a game called Dystopian Wars, which is in like an alternate, like late 1800s into like World War I, World War II timeline era. It's like alternate timeline where like it's very steampunky and like mixed with some sci-fi, and like the world power structure is different, but it's a naval combat game, so it's all like little ships and planes.
Oh.
But it's also mixed with things like, I would almost call it like steampunk or Victorian fantasy, because of the fact that like there's a faction called the Empire that basically represents like Japan, China, and some other Asian nations that have kind of all come under one banner, and they have like essentially what is a flying mecha dragon
Sick.
that has like heat lasers built into the claws on each of its hands, on top of like having the ability to belch out like a huge flamethrower breath thing.
That's
But then there's like,
ridiculous.
yeah, and like other factions are like the Latin Alliance, which is France, Spain, Portugal, and like some of South America.
Ooh.
And they are actually led by Napoleon Bonaparte, who is still alive at this point in time, and he is known as the Prince President of the Latin Alliance.
That's a dope title.
Right? And apparently I did ask out of curiosity, I'm like, because he says prince, like, is it a hereditary title? Like, if he has a son, would that son become the next prince president? And the answer was yes, apparently.
Huh. Neat. So it's like the trappings of a modern democratic title, but through a more traditionally hereditary line. I like that.
Yeah. They also have like the Commonwealth, which I won't say is the Soviet Union, but it is like Russia, what would have been known as the Eastern Bloc post World War II, and like
Soviet.
Mongolia and stuff like that. And their symbol is, you know how the Kremlin looks, right? Like it's got those towers with those that very weird like Slavic style like minaret at the top.
Yeah.
It's like 3 of those Kremlin style towers with a big star over it. That's their faction symbol. So like it's like Soviets, but it's not quite Soviets, because they're still led by a czar.
Oh, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Well, it sounds like Hyena is already an adherent of this game. It doesn't sound like my bag, but who knows?
I will say, in terms of how to grasp it, personally, I will also say this is in part due to the fact that I had a guy who was teaching me was very good at teaching me about the game, and like was very open to questions and stuff like that. Never seemed like he was frustrated if I had to like touch back on, be like, okay, so to do the math for this attack, I do this and this, yes? And like he was never like, no, you have to do it this way, idiot. Like he was just like, no, you want to do that, and this.
That's such a rare skill.
You know?
Being able to teach someone something is much different from just knowing it yourself.
Mm-hmm. I found out after the game that he is a journeyman electrician, so he does enjoy teaching, and also is someone who tends to teach apprentices.
Cool.
Yeah, and he also mentioned to me that he's looking to, with the union he's in, that if they're looking for a teacher for apprentice classes at some point, that he may be like, I'd be willing to do that part-time, as like instead of just the regular electrician work. I'd be happy to teach new people.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but like he even said, like, if he could just be a teacher, he would love doing it, but he knows the pay would be garbage.
That is true. Unfortunately, we are.
Yeah, which is like that's the one thing that keeps
in any industry.
Yeah. I mean, like he was even talking about like being like a school teacher, and like basically said like, I'd suffer a massive pay cut. I would love my job, but I would not be able to make my bills, especially because he has a relatively newborn child at home. So yeah, the baby's only a few months old. So
yeah, that's not a good time to be taking a pay cut.
No. But Hyena, if you want information about the game, you can feel free to DM me on Discord. Now that I'm in the server, you should just be able to, because I think I have my settings set to, like, if we don't share a mutual server, you can't talk to me.
I still have mine wide open, and I should probably reconsider that.
I would recommend it.
Yeah. I've just been really lucky with my community so far, but like the bigger it gets, the less likely that's gonna come. You 2 hydrates and a posture check. Thank you. Oh, unshrimped and a slurp and a slurp. All right, voice box all moistened up. So I I think that I think that we ended up covering a couple of the things that I had originally written down, and I've like half deleted them. The ones that seem partially intact are I took just absolutely the most dog shit notes. Lesson learned, I hope. I have Necrons parentheses Cybermen question mark plus AI
Okay.
question mark.
Mhm.
That's it. That's everything I wrote down for that one.
Okay.
And then I also
Okay.
wrote down the name, I assume name, Vashtor.
Okay, yeah, Vashtor is a character. Also a relatively new addition to 40k, to be honest. Vashtor is about a year old, a little more than,
Ooh.
in terms of how long he's existed in the lore.
That is quite new.
I guess I will touch on Vashtor first because the Necron thing will take longer to explain. Also, I guess I should also ask if chat has any other. Also, Jason is saying you owe 2 hydrates and a posture check.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay. If chat has any other questions while I am discussing Vashtor, like things that you've heard about or want to know about, or just like general, like, you know, like I heard about faction blah blah blah. What are they? Like, you can feel free.
I have a few of those of my own too. So if chat doesn't surface anything, we got to this.
Yeah.
But chat
absolutely.
first. Chat priority for sure. Anything you want to know, just let me know. Drop it in chat. I'll grab it and I'll paste it into the Discord so we don't lose it.
Yep. And you have your questions saved somewhere, just so we don't. Okay, good. All right. So Vashtor. Vashtor is known as Vashtor the Arcaphane. He is a demon of the warp, so he's a warp entity. Who his focus, unlike demons of Khorne, who are all about rage and murder and warfare, or demons of Slaanesh, who are about excess and pleasure and agony. His focus is on invention, creation, and scientific experimentation. He's essentially
he got the steampunk vibe.
Very much. His model actually is very steampunky. Yep, there you go. You already brought it up. He is very steampunky.
Is that a fucking raid? My Chrome is in the way.
Yeah, it is. Deckhand J.
Hey! Hello, Deckhand. Thank you so much for the raid and welcome in, raiders. Ahoy, shit ass yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Calamity Kami, Tanuki, VTuber, variety streamer, and Luck Spirit. I am here today with special guest Touch of Oblivion for Special Interest Sundays, which is a feature here on the channel where we invite guests on and I interview them about their special interests. So today, Oblivion is talking about Warhammer lore with us. And if you want to be featured on this, drop me a DM. I'm always looking for more people to chat with.
Hello. Also, the ahoy shit ass, that is a wonderful greeting, and I appreciate the fact that out of context people will be like, wow, that's rude, but clearly anyone with a little bit of thought in their brain could be like, okay, they're friends.
They're obviously friends, and this is just how Deckhand is.
Okay.
All right. We're talking about Vashtor the Arcaphane.
Yes. Yeah. So Vashtor the Arcaphane is a demon of technology, invention, creation. Like he is actually the demon who runs a place called the Forge of Souls. The Forge of Souls is basically when a demon appears in the material world through, say, perhaps, like a demonic legion attacks a planet or something like that. If that demon is killed, it doesn't really die. It's basically its material form is destroyed and it is banished back to the warp where the demons live. However, because the gods that control these demons basically like, oh, you went into combat in my name and you fucked up. You failed. Well, your punishment is now you're not allowed to go back into the mortal realm for a certain amount of time, commiserate with your punishment. Kind of, yeah. They basically get to suffer and wait and from what I have read in the lore, the typical punishment, regardless of what kind of demon and why they failed or whatever, the typical punishment is 1,000 years and a day.
That's a long fucking time.
Yeah. And like you might think to yourself, well, don't they run out of soldiers if every time a demon dies, it can never come back for 1,000 years? No, because those chaos gods, as long as they are still growing in power, can just make new demons because the demons are all little portions of themselves. So literally they can be like, oh, I lost like 2,000 of my demons and they're all banished for 1,000 years in a day. That's fine. I just made 5,000 more.
That's crazy.
So Vashtor basically controls a realm in the warp known as the Forge of Souls, where demons can go to Vashtor and be like, I will bargain with you to make me a new physical body to fight in the mortal realm. Because I want to go back and like basically avenge myself and not be shamed in my creator's eyes, etc. And when you bargain with that, Vashtor will make you a weird fusion of demonic and mechanical body. If you look up on the Warhammer website, Kami, if you look up what's called a soul grinder.
Whoa, that's just Urgot, but worse.
Mm-hmm. Having formerly played League, I know exactly what you mean. That kit can also build what's called a defiler.
What?
Yeah, so if you look up a defiler on there, Vashtor will make these demons bodies like this.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they're called demon engines. Basically, it's a machine that is powered and infused with a demon. So, like, instead of having an AI, it has the malicious consciousness of a demon controlling it. However, having this new body made for you carries a price in that when you say, please make me a body so I can go, avenge myself and make the mortals pay for what they did to me, Vashtor says, sure, but within a certain time frame, you need to harvest X amount of souls of mortals for me. And if you fail, I will take your body away and punish you.
Cool. So it's like a classic, like a demon making a deal with a demon.
Yes. And that can even include where, like, maybe the demon's like, oh, this opponent I'm about to face is very, very strong. I need more power. Vashtor, can you make me more powerful? Give me different weapons or make me stronger, make my body more resilient. Vashtor will be like, sure, but that's going to increase your soul cost.
So a basic Urgot body might cost 1,000 souls. But like if you want a big ass cannon strapped to your back, that's gonna be 2,000 souls.
Exactly. And that can also extend to like, hey, Vashtor, that body you made me got destroyed. I want another go at it. Please make me another one. And Vashtor will be like, all right, look, you harvested 800 of the 1,200 souls I asked for. I will give you a new body, but now instead of owing me 400 souls, you will owe me another 1,200. And Vashtor also has the aim of becoming the 5th Chaos God. He is very, very powerful in the warp. He is essentially almost at godhood. He is a very strong demon that the other Chaos Gods, they want to get rid of him because they're like, oh, he's going to end up on our level. That's not
a threat
good.
To our power.
However, they can't afford to get rid of him.
Because he's empowering their guys.
Not only is he empowering their demons via the things I went over, but he's also the one who does things like just makes a lot of their weaponry in general. Like, even if he's not making a soul pack, he's the guy who makes shit for them most of the time.
You don't want to fuck with the blacksmith.
Yeah, basically. It would be like if the town blacksmith was on the verge of becoming the town's mayor, and the mayor and council of elders decided, well, we can't let that happen. And then realized, but wait, if we get rid of him, who's going to shoe our horses? Who's going to make us knives? Who's going to sharpen our knives? Who's going to make our weaponry, armor? Oh, shit, we can't get rid of him. What do we do?
Yeah, this is why it's important to have practical skills, chat. Makes you indispensable.
Hyena, yes. Vashtor actually has a large amount of mortal followers of the Dark Mechanicum, which are because way back in the day, during the Great Crusade, the Adeptus Mechanicus was actually known as the Adeptus Mechanicum. They were just the cult. They were just the, yes, I know. They were just the cult of Mars. And when during the Civil War that was the Horus Heresy, when a good chunk of the Mechanicus, like half the Mechanicus, ended up turning traitor and siding with Horus, that sect of the Mechanicum just started to call themselves the Dark Mechanicum. Granted, some of them also refer to themselves as like the True Mechanicum because they believed that they were liberated from unnecessary restrictions in regards to technological progress, invention, and experimentation. The Loyal Mechanicum ended up changing their name to the Adeptus Mechanicus as a way to kind of, just via name alone, show that separation of, no, we are not the Mechanicum. Those psychos are the Mechanicum. We're the Mechanicus.
That is kind of silly.
It is.
Honestly, like, just pick a brand new name.
Yeah, I mean, they have multiple names. The Adeptus Mechanicus or the Adeptus Mechanicum were what is called High Gothic in Warhammer 40k. It's basically faux Latin. Hence why you end up with things like Space Marines are the Adeptus Astartes. The Imperial Guard, aka the Imperial Army, is the Astra Militarum. You know, it's kind of like Harry Potter, where you know, like Wingardium Leviosa means levitate. You know, it's like a fake Latin.
We do love faux Latin in this genre.
Yeah. So that's why, like the instant Trekkers. Yeah, honestly, Hyena, that's a good way to put it. AdMech and some Trekkers versus Trekkies shit. Yeah. That's exactly it.
I'm being directly called out as an adherent of Trekker versus Trekkie philosophy.
Which one are you?
I'm a Trekker.
I'm leaving. I honestly don't know the difference. I just know some people prefer to be called. Yeah, as far as I was aware, it's just a matter of like what
we're
people
gonna
prefer
separate
to be
ourselves
to.
from those weird fans kind of shit. But I used to buy into it a lot when I was a younger, stupider, worse person. But it's still kind of just in my brain, you know.
I mean, to be fair, all of us at some point were younger, stupider, worse people. Let's be honest.
Yeah. The whole point is to just grow up and be better.
Yes. Also, you know, something I forgot I wanted to do. Hold on. Let me.
I gotta drug my cat. She won't shut up.
Oh no.
Maybe she has a question about Warhammer, but she's not expressing herself very clearly. Maybe the drugs will help. I feel like drugs help you know more about Warhammer. I haven't tested this, but it just really seems like it fits.
I'm trying to find the exact quote because I remember last time I did like a little dramatic reading of the intro to Space Marine 2. And there is a very classic Warhammer 40k quote that I'm trying to find the exact quote of, but it's in a novel, so of course a lot of people are like, oh, my favorite part of the book was bapa bapa bapa.
There's got to be just about 1 billion novels in this universe, right?
Oh, there are many, 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 many novels. Like there are novels that are like 40k centric, and some of those, a lot of them center on the Imperium, whether that's Space Marines or like Imperial Guardsmen, like the generic Army Men, etc. Sisters of Battle, the general human factions. There are books that focus on chaos factions, like what I consider a phenomenal must read if you are interested in Chaos Marines at all.
Okay.
Is the Night Lords trilogy. Those books are phenomenal and give you such a beautiful insight into Chaos Marines, besides just the fact that, like, yep, they're traitors and they're warp tinted and they're all crazy and like super murderous. And it's like, no. Yes, there are some of them that are exactly like that, but a lot of them are not. Like, a lot of them are just traitors who turned against the Imperium, but are also like, dude, chaos is bullshit. It's just fuck the Imperium too.
Ooh.
Yeah, like the Night Lords Legion, for the most part, are more, I guess you would call them, pirates and raiders. Like, yes, there are some that follow chaos or are chaos tainted, but for the most part, they were just like, no, the Imperium's bullshit. But I've also seen what chaos does to those other legions. That's bullshit too. So we're just doing our own thing. Like, yes, we'll work with the other Chaos Marines sometimes, but for the most part, we're like, we don't want to be mutated psychopaths, but also fuck the Imperium.
That is an amount of nuance we love to see.
Yes. And even against in some of the books for some members of the traitor legions that are predominantly like mutated psychopaths, you do find in some of the novels characters that you're like, holy crap, I didn't realize how much depth there was here. I know last time I mentioned my favorite 40k character is Fabius Bile, and that was an experience for me, is reading the trilogy of novels that feature him. My initial impression of him was just, okay, he's a Chaos Marine mad scientist. Whoop-de-doo. Like, okay, he's psychotic and he makes weird gene-forged creatures and stuff. Whatever. I read those novels and suddenly I was like, oh my god, there's so much depth to him. This is amazing. I love him. I want more.
Oh, kitties! Oh, fuck. They both got high and now they're wrestling.
Oh, no.
You know what? One of them probably deserves to get their ass kicked. It's fine. But yeah, no, that is, especially, I think that, I didn't realize at all how much, like, nuance there is, or at least can be, in some of the lore until you started talking about it. Especially a lot of the other fans on more mainstream social media sites seem to be kind of bad.
Yeah. I will say this in regards to the 40k fan base. There is, I will say straight up, they are a minority, but there is a vocal minority within the fan base that are absolutely disgusting people. And they will be disgusting either because they will lean towards ideologies that maybe are very much favored by a certain short man with a little black mustache that we all know, or they will be very much vocally against anything to deal with what they call the quote-unquote woke liberal agenda.
It seems like some of Reddit has been tearing itself into a bit of a frenzy lately, about, like, talking about, I think it's the Imperium is, like, ethically right, and, like, everyone was like, haha, it's memes, and then it kind of turned into, like, wait, you were serious? Oh, this is a belief you, like, actually genuinely hold. It wasn't memes. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there are some people that are like that. I will also let folks know that if you ever see anything Warhammer related from a person named Grums on like any social media, pay no mind to it. Grums is a shit stain of a person. They're not even just this way in the Warhammer community. They love to find things people enjoy and either claim that it is being discriminatory and that it's the like typical woke liberal agenda or kind of things like that, or the gay agenda, whatever, or that like Games Workshop, the company that makes Warhammer.
Oh, I know Grums. Okay, apparently this man is like notorious.
He is notorious across many video games fandoms, whatever. He loves to stir shit.
Ugh. Get a hobby.
And
touch grass.
His hobby is to make people think that he knows what he's talking about.
Go to therapy.
He does need it, but yeah, there are people that are unfortunately like that. Okay, I cannot find the full quote, and that is making me upset.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. What I am going to do is
Don't mind the ad warning. I'll snooze them if we need to, and then we can take a quick break whenever you finish your current thought, and I'll just run a manual.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you instead, because this video is way more better voice acted than I could ever hope to do, especially with all the mood music and everything.
I don't know. You sell yourself short.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I could voice act this, and if people want me to after the video, I will. But the video, because of all the music and everything, is amazing. This was the cinematic trailer for the Horus Heresy miniatures game, which is basically 30K is the common term for it, because it takes place 10,000 years before the current Warhammer setting for 40K. It basically covers Horus's rebellion that caused the traitor marines to be born, essentially.
Cool. All right, let's go. How do I control my own stream? Like this.
Magic.
Like this. Oh, my.
Also, I'm glad that Hyena. Straight up bastard. That is correct. Anyway, I'll shut up during this trailer.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my legions. Together we banished the ignorance of old night. But you betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will! So let it be war.
I'm a big robot.
From the skies of terror to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once more. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
Edgy. Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Right, yeah. And the person who was narrating that trailer and the guy who had like the big clawed hand thing and the mace, that is actually Horus Lupercal, who was the leader of the traitors. Prior to turning traitor, he actually was like the Emperor's right hand. He was the second in command. If the Emperor was not around, Horus was the one who made decisions. Up to and including the point that he ended up, after a very grueling campaign against the orcs, was named War Master, basically meaning the Emperor was saying, like, to continue the Great Crusade, Horus is in charge. I have to go do other things back on Earth. Like, he trusted Horus, and Horus was so tactically skilled that basically, best battle leader, Horus.
Oh my god, I just realized that I also know Grums.
Oh no.
I didn't connect the dots. Yeah, that's an asshole. Don't listen to him.
What fandom do you know Grums from?
I know Grums from the fandom of thinking that video games should be better than they are instead of worse.
Oh, yeah, him. Yeah. He loves to complain about, if I was a game dev, I would have done blah blah blah. It's like, then become a game dev, bitch. Show me the game you're gonna make.
Go ahead.
Go get a job at a dev studio and show me what you can make. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people can't criticize devs.
Sure, you don't have to be an expert to have an opinion, but also shut the fuck up sometimes.
Right, like if you're just going to complain, you can shut the fuck up. If it's a matter of something like Cyberpunk 2077's release, okay, you know what? They released a half-finished product and
that
charged
shit
full
was
price
buggy and like in no state to be hitting consoles, and anyone with eyes can tell. Yeah,
especially with, frankly, with the fact that they had 10 years. Claimed they were not doing crunch time, but did do crunch time, and stole and lied to their investors, like up to and including the government of Poland, who because CDPR was such like a kind of a national treasure to Poland, like everyone's like, holy shit, this game dev's out of Poland. Look, what else is in Poland? The Polish government gave them money to help fund Cyberpunk 2077, and when asked like, hey, can we see some progress to know that our money's being spent well, they showed them bullshit to make it look like everything was honky-dory.
No. That's just...
And like that's not the fault.
Ethical.
Yeah, it's not ethical. And granted, like, that is not the fault of the art department or the coding department or the people who actually make the game. That is the fault of the people who are in charge of those people. Yeah, and those people should have been fired and or gone to jail.
Yeah, criticizing that stuff, sure.
Yeah, but back to Vashtor. So Vashtor, like I said, is trying to become the next Chaos God. He has plans in the works where he has done like a grand quest that I don't have all the information for, but basically he has assembled a thing called the I can't. It's not the World Engine. I can't remember what that's actually called. But basically, he took an entity that lived within the Rock, which was the Dark Angels' spacefaring fortress monastery, reassembled the ruined chunks of the Dark Angels' homeworld that blew up 10,000 years ago during the heresy, and called it Wormwood, WYRMWOOD.
Hell yeah.
And then, working with Abaddon the Despoiler, who is the basically grand leader of the forces of the Chaos Marines, they made a deal where Vashtor would help create him a vast fleet of like super powerful ships that he called the Arks of Omen, as well as bolster his forces and stuff like that. And he basically said, you need to help me find these three things and put them together. In exchange, I will give you these fleets. And he found them. And all we know is that he took them and fucked off into, I believe, either the Webway or the Warp with Wormwood and this entity and the key to unlock whatever it is he's trying to unlock. Because the entity and Wormwood together create the key.
Oh.
But we don't yet know what the fuck is he opening. We don't know.
Is still developing.
Yes.
That's hype. I want to know what that's a key for.
So do we.
Oh shit! I'm getting into Warhammer. No. You ruined me. Fuck! I gotta know.
Yeah. Hopefully, either December this year or 2025, because Games Workshop did release a like a roadmap of like part of 2025. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, open image in new tab. Okay, so in 2025, the first three armies that are getting their full army rulebooks, we don't know like when this is. We don't know if it's going to be like January, February, March, or if it's going to be like just a general like sometime over the first quarter of the year, like whatever. The Astra Militarum, which is the Imperial Army, the Eldari, which are essentially space elves, and the Imperial Knights, which are I guess you could call them the Imperium's version of Gundam. They
Oh.
don't look they don't look like Gundams. I guess you could maybe call them more mecha because it is a machine that has some level of sentience but still requires a human pilot within it, and they kind of fuse to become one person.
That's kind of
yeah,
cool.
Imperial Knights are cool. So those are the first 3 army books coming out, but it also says for the rest of 2025, more army books, big names, which I'm assuming means like named characters that are well established in the lore, and then quote unquote special chaos treats. We don't know what the special chaos treats is. I'm hoping some of that will be Vashtor lore advancing, because I do, even though Vashtor's rules in the game are kind of ass, he is a very interesting character, and I do want to see them do more with him.
That's pretty neat.
We also do know that in 2025, at some point, the Emperor's Children, one of the traitor legions, are getting a full army release, because there's 4 traitor legions that are each dedicated to one of the 4 chaos gods. The Thousand Sons were the first one to get this treatment, where they got their Demon Primarch, Magnus the Red, plus a full new range of models to field Thousand Sons as their own army rather than a subsect of Chaos Marines. And I remember that actually happened in a January where the Thousand Sons followed the god Tzeentch, and they said like, "Oh, look at this! You know, we're releasing the models in January because it's Zanuary."
That's terrible.
Yeah. The year after that, the Death Guard, which are the Chaos Marines who worship Nurgle, got their Demon Primarch Mortarion and a full army release.
I love you, Papa.
And then in near the end of 9th edition 40k, which was like a couple of years ago, was the end of 9th edition, the World Eaters, who worship Khorne, got their Demon Primarch Angron and a full army release. So now it seems in 2025, the Emperor's Children are getting an army release, which means they will get their Demon Primarch Fulgrim and a full army release as they worship Slanesh.
Hell,
so we're
God.
Quiet Nurgle lover. But yeah, so that's what I'm very excited for Emperor's Children because Slanesh is my boy, so I'm very excited for that.
Children need 2 parents. I can love them both.
That's fair. But yeah, so that covers Vashtor. I know someone asked a question in chat a little bit ago.
Yeah, I've got everything collected, so you don't need to scroll. If you don't mind, though, do you want to take a quick couple of minutes break? Let people do bio so they don't miss anything. Let the ads run.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Then we will be back in almost exactly 5 minutes, if that works for everybody. So go get your stretches. Think of any new questions. Get a snack. Get a drink. Pee on something. You know, do the body stuff.
Just don't pee on me. Don't pee on me. Please.
No peeing on your guest. I'll ban you.
Ooh. That's good. No.
Yes, I did. I forgot to unmute on stream.
Oh, on stream, I was about to be like, I heard you.
So no
huh?
one was talking. No one heard me say that it's okay to pee on deckhand. Oh no. I like triple muted. I muted everywhere just to be extra sure since I'm not used to this new setup yet. And then I forgore. But we're back. We're back. We've completed the tasks. And we're
We
ready.
did. We did. Okay.
So we had a couple of questions come in from chat while we were yapping. One of them,
I know one was from Hyena. I don't know if what else
I
came
think
through.
both were from Hyena. I think this one I'm going to actually save until a little later in the stream because it'll be a bit of a pivot. But we
Okay.
have one that says, last Warhammer Sunday, you mentioned that the different Warhammers happened in different universes, but the Chaos Gods were the same individuals existing in all realms. Has the Great Horned Rat made an appearance in the 40k universe now that I think he's ascended in the Age of Sigmar? That is a detailed question.
No, the Great Horned Rat does not, and to my knowledge, has not ever existed within the 40k universe, mostly because of the fact that the Skaven, the race of rat men that the Great Horned Rat is centralized around, do not exist in 40k.
Oh, wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Skaven are a Warhammer Fantasy and Age of Sigmar exclusive faction. They do not exist within 40k at all under any circumstance.
So that's the reason that I kill them only in Vermintide. But if I picked up Space Marine, I would not kill them there.
Yes, basically.
Nice. Tell me about this Great Horned Rat, though. I don't think I know this rat.
The Great Horned Rat is the god who, I can't remember if this is his lore in original old Warhammer, but in the Age of Sigmar, he is the creator of and divine patron of the Skaven, a race of sneaky rat men who are basically little steampunk monstrosities. Like they're a touch of steampunk technology if people made things that exploded but fully well made them knowing like, yep, this might explode, but it's gonna kill shit real good.
I mean, that'll work. Also,
Yeah.
this design is sick as hell.
Yes, that is a Vermin Lord, which is basically the greater demon of the Great Horned Rat. There are multiple kinds of Vermin Lords. There is a named one named Screech Vermin King, who is the Great Horned Rat's like right-hand guy. And then there are different Vermin Lords that are based on the various Skaven clans.
Wow.
Because the Skaven operate in different clans that are kind of like sects, where each sect kind of specializes in its own method of Skaven-y warfare and culture. They have the Verminus clan, who are the generic soldiery. They are the tactical leaders. They are the basic soldiery. They are the elite soldiery. There's Clan Molder, who are the ones who through mad science and magic craft all sorts of mutated horrors for them, such as rat ogres and brood terrors and hell pit abominations. There is Clan Scryer, who are kind of the like technomancer mad scientists. They're the ones who make a lot of shit that has the risk of blowing up every time you shoot it, or they will have rules for some of the Clan Scryer technology where like you can shoot it normally, or you can do like, depending on the weapon and how it functions, they will have a rule called more something, because Skaven have a habit of when they speak, sometimes they will do like the same word twice with a dash. Like if a Skaven is ordering his minions to kill someone, he will say go kill, and it will be kill-kill. or like, go kill the man things.
I love that.
Yeah. But
Kind of like how
yeah,
orcs can't spell.
yeah. But yeah, Clan Scryer are the technomancers. They're a mix of magic users and like crazy madness, like steampunk technology. And then there's Clan Eshin, who are essentially ninja rats.
Ninja rats!
Yeah, their Vermin Lord is called the Vermin Lord Deceiver, if you want to see what that one looks like. It's basically a giant ninja Vermin Lord.
Oh, that's fucking cool as hell. Look at that guy. Look at that.
Yeah, that's my favorite Vermin Lord.
Oh, that's sick. That's amazing. Okay, Skaven are cool.
Skaven are cool. I have a bunch of Skaven. But yeah, so the Great Horned Rat, basically when the original Warhammer Fantasy, like the old world Warhammer Fantasy, exploded at the end of that game's existence, when Games Workshop was like, okay, this game is no longer profitable. We need to do something with it, because while yes, the price point of entry to 40K is ridiculous, old Warhammer Fantasy was worse.
Oh no. It can
Yeah,
be worse?
Yes. So like, for example, say you were playing 40K and you chose to play Space Marines.
Uh-huh.
You could go buy a box of Space Marine Intercessors, their basic troops. And that box is either $60 or $65, and it's a full squad of dudes, 10 guys. That's the maximum size that squad can be. Comes with their weapon options, all that stuff. In old Warhammer Fantasy, like say you were playing Chaos Warriors, a box of your basic troops, the Chaos Warriors, came in a box of 16, and it was like $35. However, the standard size for a regiment for a non-horde army like Chaos Warriors was 30. That now means that you are buying 2 boxes to get 30 dudes with 2 left over. So now you have paid $70 for 1 basic unit, and maybe you need 3 or 4 more of those, plus you need war machines, leaders,
That's
heroes,
fucked up.
magic. Yeah. So that was the main downfall for Warhammer Fantasy, was that people looked at like, what does it cost for me to get an army, just a basic, simple sized army, not even a full army, just a basic, I can play the game and learn and have fun. And the answer was very frequently, do you feel like spending $900 to $1,000?
Just to start.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that is what killed Warhammer Fantasy. They have
That's
since
probably
brought
where like a lot of the sort of cultural awareness of Warhammer as ludicrously expensive gets
even
a lot of
40K,
its ammo.
Even 40K is very expensive, just not that expensive. But for example, they have brought back Warhammer Fantasy as Warhammer the Old World, but now they do things like they sell a box of Chaos Warriors, the same sculpts, as a unit of 32, like in one kit. And it's, I think it's like 70 or 80 bucks. But they sell it as like a full, like, this box will buy you a regiment. This is a regiment. You do not need to worry about having to buy 3 or 4 boxes of one basic infantry unit to get enough for a... You know what? I'm sorry. The Chaos Warriors came in boxes of 12. Which meant if you wanted a full unit of 30, you had to buy 2.5 boxes. So now you're looking
stupid.
at...
And you can't buy half a box?
No, so you're looking at $35 times 3 to get 1 box back in the day. So we're looking at $105 for 1 basic unit. And then on top of that, okay, you have half of 1 box left over. Well, now you still need to, if you want another regiment of them, you have to buy 2 more boxes to make use of that other half. So now you're looking at now $175 for 2 basic units, and that's not counting a hero, a monster, a war machine, anything like that. It was even more nightmarish for horde armies like orcs and goblins, where, of course, they are not well armored. They die in droves. So you want units of like, you want regiments of 30 to 40 dudes. Like a regiment of night goblins, you'd want 40 dudes. Well, guess what? Night goblins came in boxes of 16.
It's just like when like shitty free-to-play games sell you premium currency in quantities that specifically don't match the stuff you buy with it.
Yeah. It's exactly that. And granted, to some degree, Games Workshop has changed their tune on that kind of stuff, which is great. On the other hand, unfortunately, Games Workshop has been moving away from from basically, if we don't make a model for it, it doesn't exist. Games Workshop used to encourage people to do things like, hey, here's this hero for such and such faction. We don't make a model for him, but he has rules, so you know how he's supposed to work and what equipment he's supposed to have. Mm-hmm. If you have leftover parts from other kits to put him together and make your own unique version of him, that like it's a model that you uniquely made, use him in your games. They have stopped doing that. There are many heroes and just units in general. Like the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar, used to have a whole slew of different leaders of different sects that never had models. And as of the 8th edition of 40k, we're currently in 10th. As of the 8th edition of 40k, anything that they didn't make a model of, poof, gone, doesn't have rules anymore, doesn't exist.
I don't like that. That's a step backward.
Especially considering one of the models for the Drukhari they did that to was Asdrubal Vecht, who is the supreme overlord of all Drukhari. They used to make a model for him,
and now they just don't, so he doesn't exist.
They stopped producing that model. They stopped making that kit. Granted, the kit was very old and very dated. Like, it didn't look good compared to the newer stuff the Drukhari had gotten. But they just stopped producing it, so then eventually in one edition they were like, yep, you can't play Vecht anymore.
That's dumb. That's shooting yourself in the foot, I think. Oh my goodness. Wait, I swear I just fixed my alerts. It's just, what the fuck? You know what? Forget it. Fuck alerts. Who needs alerts? Thank you so much for subscribing, Worm. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very bad decision. Like, I think that one of the things that's really cool about Warhammer, especially people who are actually invested in playing the miniatures game, is that there's a ton of creativity to that. And just giving people sort of the rule set and letting them like flex those art muscles in the construction of the miniature is a cool thing that would have really like set the game apart.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, you can still do what's called kit bashing or converting. Kit bashing and converting is basically terms the community uses. Like, kit bashing is if I take kit A and I have leftover parts from kits like B, C, and D, and I use those leftover parts to take kit A and make it into something it's not, but that's like a different unit. I'm still allowed to do that. But Games Workshop used to actively promote that kind of stuff and would do articles in their monthly magazine called White Dwarf where they'd be like, hey, would you like to learn how to make some homemade terrain? Here's how we do it. And they would show you how to do it with like cheap, easy to get stuff like styrofoam spheres and like toothpicks and like green felt. Like you take some of this like pink foam and do a little carving on it, put some green felt over it. It's a hill.
Yeah.
You know, you take like a styrofoam ball, stab some toothpicks in it, you know, make the ball like black and the toothpicks red. You now have a piece of alien fauna. There was even an article way back in the day where there was a Space Marine unit called a Land Speeder. It's basically kind of a hovercraft. Think of a battle version of Luke Skywalker's little like hover jet thing that he uses in Star Wars A New Hope when he's like traveling to see Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mm-hmm. Think of that, except it floats a little higher and has big guns on it and is meant to have Space Marines in it. You just brought it up. Yeah, that's a land speeder. Imagine being taught by Games Workshop, here's how to make one of those on your own with some leftover parts and an old deodorant stick.
Oh, I could totally see how that could work.
Yeah, they used to do things like that, and they really don't anymore.
That's very sad.
It is because like the Space Marine kits, like a basic tactical squad, you can still get them, but they're moving more towards the newer kits, the Primaris Marines. The old school tactical kit used to do things where like, okay, here is a pair of legs. You now take 2 halves to make a torso, so you can combine your back and front halves in whatever combination you wish. You then take your helmet, your backpack, your gun arms, the gun they're holding, and you position them and make it look like maybe they're turning to their right, but the gun is held towards their left. Based on the way their legs are standing, it looks like maybe they're turning to get ready to shoot. Or you can do like, based on the way they're positioned, it looks like they're like raising their gun up to get ready to shoot, and they're looking to the left, or they're looking straight forward because they're kind of running straight forward. And they don't really do that with the new kits anymore. The new kits are like, okay, here's a squad of 10 intercessors. It makes 2 sets of the same 5 guys, except one of the guys you're making is going to be a sergeant, so he'll be a little bit different. And then maybe one of the guys will have like a special weapon or something, so he'll be a little bit different. But otherwise, it's 2 sets of the same 5 poses. It's just a matter of what weapons you put on them.
That's a lot less interesting.
Yeah, and like from an entry standpoint, like for a new hobbyist, it's a lot less complicated. It's a lot easier to build. So I kind of get that, like, it's newbie friendly, which is good. The problem is that they're stifling the creativity that used to be in the hobby. Like, the people who played orcs used to be actively encouraged to take all sorts of random mishmash bullshit and turn it into an orc vehicle. Like they used to be like, yes, we sell a kit for this, but you can also take all your leftover little orky bits, or like, little bits of like Space Marine or Imperial Guard vehicles or whatever, and smash some orc bits on it, and ta-da, now it's your new orc truck or your orc battle wagon. And like, yes, people can still do that, but GW no longer actively encourages it. They're like, no, this is the battle wagon kit. This is what you should use.
That's boring.
It is, because it means everyone's armies look the same, which is why I kind of pride myself on the fact that my Chaos Marine army has multiple heroes that I have kit bashed and converted to be unique. So like, yes, my basic troops look the same outside of paint schemes and stuff, but my heroes are all different.
Yeah, that would be... And there's lots of ways to make it newbie friendly, but still have a high ceiling for customization for like more experienced players, or just people who are more artistically inclined. I think that is most of the questions from chat, other than one that I'm saving. We'll probably try to grab that one toward the end. It's a little bit more meta. But I have a whole collection of topics that I have seen mentioned places that I want to know more about.
Okay.
We still have the Necrons as well left over from last time you were on.
Yes.
So let's start there.
Okay. We will go with the Necrons, because this will take a hot minute.
Yeah, this is probably going to take us at least through the next ad break. So.
Oh, absolutely. How long do we have till the next ad break? Do you know?
Should be just a little under an hour, probably about 40 to 50 minutes.
This is good. Yes.
All right. Necron time. We can roll through the... Well, I'll probably still pause for the ads, but we can continue going on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I just finished filling out my absentee ballot and I'm sealing it up in its envelope. I'm going to mail it out tomorrow.
Ugh, I need to do that too.
Hashtag vote, bitches.
Hashtag vote.
It's important.
If you live in the U.S., please vote. Please.
Yeah,
it means a lot to me.
I won't go into depth on politics because I don't know what you're feeling on politics in regards to your channel. But very important election to folks, even if you're not normally a voting person. Mm-hmm. This election could affect the lives of a lot of people you love. So please.
It affects the life of me.
Yes. If you know anyone who is femme presenting or trans or non-binary or
I am
gay
queer
or
and
lesbian.
transgender and disabled, and I'm scared, and please vote.
Yes, please vote to protect the people that you care about. And I'm not going to say that, the person who is not orange is a saint. They're not.
There's no
like
perfect
they have.
politicians.
Yeah,
But some of them
yeah,
are fascists.
yeah, and I will say that the person I am voting for is making some what I consider horrible decisions in regards to what's going on in Gaza and Palestine. However, I am hoping that maybe that will change once she is the one in charge and can make the decisions, because right now she is not.
Yeah. She still has to appeal to the majority.
Yep. She also still has a president she has to follow the commands of. But if I have to choose between that or someone who wants to deport millions of people, who wants to put people in camps, who wants to deny healthcare and body autonomy from people, as awful as what's going on in Israel and Gaza is, I have to pick that person.
Yep, exactly. Unfortunately, we are slightly preaching to the choir because I have access to my own Twitch analytics, and I know that almost none of my viewers are American.
I mean, and you know what? That's fair. When I used to stream, I would frequently stream late into the night or into the early morning hours. So like, I had a weird mix of like primetime US viewers, and then as the night went on, it would suddenly turn into like the Europeans who were waking up for the day and maybe watching me before going to work, and the Aussies where it was like 2 a.m. for them or something, but it was like 11 p.m. for me,
Yeah, I have I'm not going to name specific countries that might be identifying because I do know who some of those people are and I don't want to dox them, but like I'm picking up a lot of the Australian and European markets, and Canada, a lot of Canadians.
Yeah.
And South
I will
America,
say
a lot of Brazilians too.
No. Nice. I will say honestly, some of my favorite people were the European viewers, because they weren't like weird in a bad way. They just had a very different form of like humor and interaction that I very much enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I had a couple people who were from Norway. They were fucking hysterical.
I bet.
I didn't know until I met them that Norway has an amazing sense of humor. It's basically like British dry humor, but even more dry.
So much more dry. I have very similar, but I have like a lot of connections to the Netherlands who have that same like you wouldn't know it was a joke if you weren't prepared for the tone. But once you are interpreting as a joke, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, the Dutch are hysterical. I adore
funny.
them.
Oh my god, they're so savage. They'll rip you to shreds.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Fun fact for you. There was a tabletop role-playing game I used to play called Legend of the Five Rings.
Oh no, Hyena's about to lose her entire mind.
Okay. Legend of the Five Rings, for those who don't know, it's set in a fantasy setting, but culturally it's kind of it's mostly Japanese inspired, but it has elements of Chinese and Korean culture, especially in regards to the mythology and like how magic works and stuff like that. And when I was learning how to RP in that game, I was told, like, the way you speak and what you say is very, very important, because you can say a humongous insult, like a direct slap in the face, should get you killed insult to a lord. But if you say it in the correct way, he can't do anything about it, because he could think they just insulted me, but others could look at that, oh, that was such a lovely compliment. And I was like, can you give me an example? And the guy who was teaching me the game was like, okay, I am about to tell a lord that his sister gave me a blowjob last night and she was very good at it, without telling him that his sister gave me a blowjob. And I was like, what? And he was like, he was like, my lord, I have to compliment your sister on her most excellent flute playing. She entertained me with some of her artistry last night, and I cannot believe how skilled she is. And I was like, oh my god, you literally just said his sister sucked you off and he can't do anything about it.
That's fucking incredible. Oh my goodness. That's so
Yeah.
fucking good.
Also, Hyena, I will let you know that I had a Mantis Clan Shugenja in that campaign who, during one combat, I had to peek around a wall to cast a spell at an enemy, and after I cast the spell, I got shot at. Because the only part of me they could see was my head, I took an arrow to the eye and lived.
Oh,
two
dear.
sessions later, I was behind like a villager's cart and once again had to peek around the cart to cast a spell. I got seen. I took an arrow to the other eye and lived.
You gotta stop peeking.
Yeah, well, basically, my Mantis Clan Shugenja then had to go to the Phoenix Clan, who are basically like the super wizards of the setting, and had to go under tutelage through them to learn void magic because they're the only ones who know how to do it. Otherwise, it's like, fire, earth, water, air, like typical kind of stuff. And basically the Phoenix Clan taught my Shugenja to see without sight by teaching him void magic, and then he became this void magic badass that basically the only people who were better at void magic than him were Phoenix Clan members, and they were all like, that one right there should have been born to our clan because he would have been so much better. He's amazing, but he could have been so much better if he was one of us.
Okay, I'm writing down L5R as a new topic.
Legend of the Five Rings is phenomenal. I love that setting. I haven't been involved with it for years, but there's even a card game for it, and it has like a living world aspect where
I know that Hyena is very into the card game, or at least has a very, very big collection.
Yeah, the card game, at least, I don't know if they still do this, I hope they still do this, was a living world setting where like literally the outcomes of like
tournaments would like change the interrelations of the factions.
Yes, and also even change the storyline of the world, and they would change not just the card game storyline, it would change the tabletop role-playing game storyline. So like if Crab Clan had a horrible loss against the demons of the Shadowlands, and a lot of Crab Clan died and the demons took over a whole bunch of territory, yes, that affects the card game because a demon player won the tournament against a Crab player. But now in the next book that they come out with for the role-playing game, or the next edition, if the timing is right, it might be like, like they change the story to be like, the Unicorn Clan almost doesn't exist anymore because their lands were overrun by demons because the Crab Clan suffered horrible losses. And now you have to...
element.
Right, now you have to role-play around that living world, which, it could be like maybe the next tournament, a bunch of Unicorn and like Crane Clan players push the demons back. Like maybe the final showdown at the next major tournament is a Crane Clan player beats the shit out of a demon player, and then they take that and go like, the Crane Clan came to the rescue of the Unicorn and Crab Clans and beat the fuck out of the demons and pushed them back beyond the wall.
That's so rad. I would love to see more publishers incorporate stuff like that. I'm officially wrangling you and or Hyena into a Legend of the Five Rings special interest Sunday. It's official.
I mean, I am down to
Maybe
I am
we'll
down
have
to
our
assist.
first ever double guest.
Yeah, because like frankly, I have been out of the loop on what's been going on in L5R for many years, so Hyena probably knows way more than I, especially if they actively play the card game. But I am down to definitely talk about it. Like I'm not gonna say like L5R, screw that. Like hell no, I'll
All right. I'm drafting you both. But in the meantime, though, Necrons, huh? Apparently we're gonna be on their robots, right?
Yes.
So we're gonna be on robots for a minute. Let's go.
Actually, before I get into Necrons,
yes.
Let me hit the restroom real quick.
Oh, good. Yes. If we want to take a quick break, I can run some preliminary ads and buy us a little extra time before the next break.
Sure, if you want to. Like, I mean, it won't take me but like a minute or two. But yeah, if you want to do it just while we're pausing, just to get it out of the way. Like,
yeah,
sure.
I'll run a quick couple of minutes of ads to buy
Sounds
us some
good.
extra time.
Okay.
Cool. BRB, guys. so back. The cats are happy. I am happy. Oblivion is still in the restroom, but that's okay.
Nope, I'm back.
Oh,
I've just been chilling. Been chilling.
He's back. Everyone's back. We have bought ourselves less ads. That means we'll probably run through, if there is another ad break, it'll be a super short one. So we'll probably run through it. But we'll see. We'll see when we get there.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Necrons.
Yes, Necrons. Okay. So the Necrons originally started out as a race called the Necron Tier. And originally the universe of 40K way back, like this is even way before 30K was a thing. So this is like tens of thousands of millions of years ago. Most sentient life in the galaxy was created by a race known as the Old Ones. They actually created the Eldari, the space elves, and eventually also created what was a race known as the Krorks, Krorks, that eventually kind of devolved in a way into the orcs. But for the most part, their main thing was the Eldari. And the Old Ones did not call themselves gods or divinities or whatever, but in terms of what they could do and their power and everything, they were essentially gods. Like they could create sentient life via like genetic manipulation and you know, science and stuff. It just, to people who didn't understand things, it was very much a, you know, it's a magic thing, kind of like the Asgardians in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They can do things that we as Earthlings look at and go, "That's magic," but to them they're like, "No, it's just science."
That's just a computer, idiot.
Yeah, it's basically a matter of like, no, it's not magic. You just don't know how it works. It's science. Like we have science behind it. Like we know how it works. You don't have to know how it works.
That's a good kind of old god. That's just that's a flavor I enjoy.
Agreed. But basically, the Old Ones created the Eldari to like be servants, not in like in a slavery way, but just more like, this is a race that we have created, and they will help us do what we want to do. And the Eldari did do things to help them a lot. But eventually, the Old Ones came upon a race that they did not create. It was a sentient race that had evolved on its own. They were called the Necron Tier, and they lived horrible existences. They were a very technologically advanced race. They were scientifically smart and everything like that. The problem was the star that was their sun. The radiation it put out basically meant that most Necron Tier lived to like 30 or 40 years old because they would basically be riddled with tumors and cancer.
That's a bad lot in life.
Yeah, so their culture was very much death obsessed because death was basically part of everyone's life from a very young age onward. And everyone grew up knowing, like, if you live to 30, fucking congrats. You're not going to make it to 40, probably. And they literally made what they refer to as, like, tomb complexes, where they'd make underground complexes because it was the only way to stay safe from their sun.
Right. You would have to spend more time underground. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yes, and eventually the Necron Tier, I don't remember if it's the Old Ones found them or the Necron Tier happened to notice them and like reached out via communication, and basically we're like, look, our existence is shit, we suffer so much, like, can you please help us? And the Old Ones went, no.
Yeah.
And the reason wasn't because the Old Ones are malicious or anything like that, but it's because of the way Necron Tier culture was. They were like, we do not want something like that to flourish. Because they were trying to basically treat the galaxy as their garden. And if you're next to like your favorite rose bush and all of a sudden you notice like a weed, you're not going to go like, oh, how lovely, a new plant. No. You can continue growing, sweet little weed. No, you're going to kill it.
Unless you're like me and you love dandelions. And
to
you
be
want
fair,
your yard to be terrible, but like normal people don't do that.
To be fair, I know most people consider dandelions a weed, but I believe scientifically they are not classed as a weed. because the fact that dandelions actually have a decent amount of nutrition in them, and you can actually make things like dandelion. Yeah, you can make things like dandelion tea. And actually, believe it or not, if you have this goes for chat, because I'm sure you already know this, Connie, but this goes for chat. If you have bunnies, like wild bunnies that live, either in your yard, like under a tree or something, or nearby, that you happen to see them frequently, leave dandelions for them. They fucking love dandelions, and it's actually very nutritious for them to have dandelions.
Yes. And if you can harvest or purchase dandelion greens, they're very, very bitter, but if you blanch them and put some lemon on them, they're a yummy salad.
I did not know that. I knew you could eat them. I just didn't realize that they made for a good salad.
Yes, they're yummy. And also they're pretty. I love dandelions.
Also, to be fair, little children get to have fun with dandelions, because if they're in the puff stage, the kids get to make a wish.
Yeah.
So
go.
yeah, exactly. Like you got to blow all the little seeds off in one go, and then your wish will come true. Anyway, so the old one said, "Nah, we're not going to help you." This, of course, made the Necron tier super bitter, because they were like, "What the fuck?"
Bitter like dandelion greens.
Yes, yeah, they were like these godlike beings who have created life and have all this advanced technology and everything could help us. Like, they literally could change our star for us, or change our physiology for us, so the star no longer gives us cancer. And they said no. Okay, well, fuck you. And eventually the Necrons discovered a non-divine being that they were called the Catan. It's the letter C apostrophe T-A-N. And the Catan were originally just like these random little, basically animalistic intelligences. Like they had some intelligence, but they were definitely not like capable of speech or anything like that. And these are Catan after the Necrons got to them. But
I don't think that's
basically
gonna show me pre.
No, it won't, because like pre, the only thing might be some conceptual artwork. But basically, the Necrons found the Catan, and what the Catan did is they would just drift through space, and when they got near a star, they would eat a little bit of that star. That was their sustenance, was stars.
Yummy.
And they didn't like eat the whole star. Like, they didn't doom whole solar systems to a frozen death. They would just eat a little bit of that star, and when they were full, they'd move on. And then eventually they'd find another star, and then they'd eat a little bit of that star. The Necrons found one of these Catan and basically captured it and made what they called a necrodermis, which those of you who are scientifically inclined will know that sounds like, epidermis is your skin. So this is necrodermis, so this is death skin, basically. But the necrodermis was basically a living metal that the Necrons could command to go into a certain shape. So they would give them these humanoid forms, as you saw with those pictures of the Catan that Kami brought up. And those beings basically became the Necrons' gods.
Ooh.
And that picture on the rightmost from Bell of Lost Souls, from left to right, that is the Nightbringer, which is basically the Necron god of death. The Void Dragon in the middle with all the electricity. And the Deceiver, who was a trickster god. The Void Dragon, I believe, was a god of technology or something. I can't remember exactly. The Nightbringer and Deceiver models are very, very old. They have been literally around for about 20 years or so. The Void Dragon is more recent, as of, like, I would say somewhere between 2018 to 2021, somewhere in there. I can't remember exactly, but it's a recent model.
That is quite recent in the scope of Warhammer.
Yeah, because the Nightbringer and Deceiver models came out when I was new to Warhammer. I started in like 2000, I believe. Then the Nightbringer and Deceiver came out in like 2001, 2002. So they're over 20 years old at this point.
Wow.
But basically, they found their first Catan. They gave it the Necrodermis, and they helped give it intelligence, at which point that Catan helped them find other Catan, and they did the same thing. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, to the point that the Catan started actually surpassing the Necrons in knowledge, and eventually were like, hey, look, you guys, you're really pissed. The old one said no, right? You came to us. You found us. You came to us, and we've been doing what we could for you. What if we had a way to fix your problem?
Can they eat the cancer causing parts of the sun?
Oh, it's worse than that.
Oh no. Oh, I went for the common sense solution. I forgot this was Warhammer, where everything's got to be fucked up.
Yep. So the Catan, yes. The Catan came up with basically a process that they called biotransference.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah. They gave the Necrontyr some technology to make biotransference happen. What is biotransference? Biotransference is taking their shitty, cancer-ridden Necrontyr bodies and giving them new, powerful, regenerative robot bodies.
Oh no.
Unfortunately,
we're off to a terrible start.
Unfortunately, the Catan neglected to mention one minor side effect of biotransference. It takes your soul.
Oh,
why does it take your soul? Because the Catan realized, you know what tastes really fucking good? You know what's better than stars?
Is it souls?
Sentient beings' souls.
Yeah, okay, it's souls.
And so the Catan basically created biotransference as a way to be like, well, these fucking idiots worship us. Why don't we just eat them all? But, like, not kill them. And biotransference was not a voluntary procedure. Yes, there were plenty of Necrontyr who were like, sign me up, sounds great.
It's better than cancer.
But there were also plenty of Necrontyr who were like, I don't like the look of this, I don't want to do it. And they were dragged kicking and screaming, men, women, children, old people, all of them.
Oh, this is why I wrote down Cybermen in my notes.
Yeah, they were dragged kicking and screaming to the biotransference machines, and they were all forced to become Necrons. The thing is, the majority of the Necron race...
This is so Slaanesh coded.
No, absolutely not. This is not Slaanesh coded. This is this is just straight up misery and pain. Most of the Necron race, as they started calling themselves after the biotransference was completed, were either mindless or near mindless. Like, they could do basic procedures themselves. Like, if you told them, guard this door, they will guard that door. If they get shot at, they will shoot back. But outside of direct orders, complex problem solving, complex tactics, thinking ahead, critical thinking, no, did not exist. The general Necrontyr populace became what are called Necron warriors. They are the most basic of robots. With a higher Necron commanding them, they are capable of doing complex things, but on their own, they will do things like, oh, the enemy's ahead of us. Let us march toward them and keep shooting. Or like, oh, I have been shot. Let me shoot in the direction that shot came from. Meanwhile, if it's something like, oh, well, we need to pop that bunker because the enemy's in there holding the line, and if we don't pop that bunker, they're just going to shoot us from all these other angles. That not capable of processing that. They'll just be like, I'm being shot at from that bunker. I should shoot back.
Sure. Just that's the way computers think. So
yeah. They have no personality. They're rudimentary, basic protocols.
Just running on a standard algorithm.
Right. The more elite Necron soldiers are called the Immortals. They are capable of a little bit of independent thought. They still don't really have personalities of their own, but they are more capable of operating on their own. Past that, you will have things like Lich Guard or Triarch Praetorians who, while subservient, may have their own personalities and are capable of very advanced tactics and thought, and in certain situations can even be used to command lesser Necrons because they have the intelligence to do so.
That's pretty cool.
Beyond that, the Lich Guard and Triarch Praetorians are really, really cool. I love the Lich Guard models. They're so fucking cool.
It's so mandatory for me to be able to bring up images for specifically like the Warhammer stuff, because these models are dope.
Beyond like the Praetorians and the Lich Guard, will be what you would call the royal court Necrons, which will be things like cryptechs, who are essentially they're scientists and like they're repair people and they're inventors and stuff like that. And there are different kinds of cryptechs who specialize in different things. Like there are chronomancer cryptechs who specialize in technology that alters or manipulates time. There are
That's a Kunari.
Yeah, that's a generic cryptech right there, the guy with the scarab thing. There are chronomancers, there are psychomancers who basically specialize in technology that fucks with the minds of living beings. But yeah, they recently added multiple kinds of cryptechs. Traditionally, it was just like, this is a cryptech. What does he do? He builds and maintains the machines and fixes Necrons. Like, that's what he did. Now we have generic cryptechs who build and maintain machines. We have the chronomancers. We have the psychomancers.
Wait,
and each one has
Chronomancers is in with time?
Yeah, there are cryptechs that are basically chronomancers that they deal with technology that specifically manipulates or fucks with time.
That's cool.
If anyone in chat is interested in Necrons, even just from like a lore standpoint, not even playing the game, there is a novel called The Infinite and the Divine that features two of the Necrons' most prominent named characters, Trazyn the Infinite and Orican the Divine. Those two are a whole different topic all on their own, but that novel is like, I literally almost bought a Necron army because of that book.
Wow, that's a ringing endorsement. I will say that
that book
one
was
of the
phenomenal.
questions I'm saving is from Hyena about some of your favorite authors or books. And I might actually take that like partially offline and see if you are willing to put together a reading list for people who are interested.
Absolutely.
And then people don't have to like remember or be here or write it down. They can just reference of like some documentation that I make.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like I could go into that right now, but it would be a fair few different novels.
That's exactly why I figured I'd save it towards the end of the stream. I figured that's a rabbit hole just waiting to be unlocked.
Yeah. Before I go deeper into the Necrons, because we're about to get into a whole like, how do the Necrons fuck everything up for everyone? Let me grab some food real quick, because apparently food is done with the process of the cookings. So let me grab that real quick.
Oh, so smart.
So this is a moment for chat. If you happen to have any questions, thoughts, concerns, curiosities,
anything that you would like to know, you can guide this interview. I've got plenty of questions to ask, but I want to prioritize the stuff that you guys want to know if I can. But I'm perfectly happy to be along for the ride, and I suspect if I know anything about my chat, you're also happy to be along for the ride. just learned a thing or two. That's certainly my like whole approach to life. People who know stuff, teach me that stuff, please. I'm so proud of myself for remembering to eat before I started streaming. I never do that, but I did it. I'm so in my vibes right now. Bet. Yes, good. I want people to be able to tune in to these segments and just bop, you know? Just sort of hang out, have a good time. Hear someone who loves what they're talking about, just yap. I know that for me as a viewer of streams, I love the yap. I just love to hear people talk about stuff that means a lot to them. So being able to enable that in a slightly focused but still pretty freeform sort of way is the vibe for me. I've been lurking mostly, but I've enjoyed this. I'm so glad you're having a nice time, and absolutely never feel bad for lurking. I am a serial lurker, so I will never get mad at anyone for lurking. I think the lurkers are carrying my streams in a very real way. So I love lurkers. Cereal lurker? Yeah, I'm a Cinnamon Toast Crunch lurker. Let's go. I'm sorry if you hear like loud squeaking. I just bought my dog some new toys that have like a very loud squeaker in them, and she has just retrieved one of them from the toy box and is alternately squeaking. It's got a squeaker and a crinkle in it, so she's alternately squeaking and crinkling. Golden grams for me? Ooh, I don't know. Not sure I want you in my chat. That's not true. Golden grams are fine. They're just not my number one choice. I like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I like Life cereal, especially Cinnamon Life. That's yummy. Apparently I'm a cinnamon liker. Granola. I like granola. I like Raisin Bran. Raisin Bran's pretty good. Not a lot of other cereals I eat that much of. I'm not a big cereal eater. Can't get rid of me now. I already like you. My heart would break. Oh no. Oh no. I must be in a terrible position. You're right though. Like, you're right. I can't get rid of you. I can't. It would be awful. I'm honestly just kind of not like a big breakfast eater, but that I don't have the sort of like mental blueprint to think of cereal as a non-breakfast meal. So if I don't eat it for breakfast, which I'm not doing because I don't eat breakfast, I'm just not eating it. It's that easy. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is great though. Fuck, I want Cinnamon Toast. I don't have any cereal. Like, I have oats and that's it. Because I do like make oatmeal or do overnight oats sometimes. I keep trying to, like, I'll every once in a while I'll be like, I should be an adult who eats breakfast. And then I like make all these plans for breakfast I'm gonna eat. And then I don't do it. I eat breakfast cereal as a snack right out of the bag like chips. I mean, that's totally valid. I just don't have that set up in my brain as a thing that I can or should do. I did go. I was on a real bagel kick for a couple of months recently. Like, I had a bagel almost every morning, and I was getting into some like fancy bagel activity. That was fun, and I think it might have passed, or maybe I just stopped remembering to buy bagels. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember what happened. I know that I stopped eating bagels as much, but I was on a hardcore bagel kick. Bagels are good. Cream cheese is good. Fancy bagels are good. Like, I had sort of like a poor man's lox kind of situation, which is like a bagel and like a salmon cream cheese and sliced tomato and dill and this like garlic salt that I really like. Oh, and a little bit of the juice from a jar of pickled jalapenos. That's not traditional, but I didn't have capers, and I was like, this could be fun. And I was right. It was fun. It was delicious.
That sounds delicious.
Really hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
I was listening a bit while you were eating, or while I was eating, and Hyena, I too will also sometimes just get a box of cereal and eat that shit out the bag.
I need to get in the habit of doing that. Eating any kind of regular meal actually would be like an improvement to my fortunes. But I ate dinner. Okay. I ate dinner before we streamed.
Nice. What'd you have?
I had leftover pasta.
Nice. Pasta's always good.
It was yummy. And I had waffles this morning because I was in a fancy mood.
Ooh, fancy.
Like real waffles, not frozen waffles.
Ooh, even better.
Yeah, like out of a waffle maker.
Hell yeah.
Right, eating would improve us. See, yeah, you saw the pun. You saw it.
Now the question is, would being eaten improve anyone?
It would definitely improve Deckhand. I think a couple of rounds of digestion would strip some of the grime and nastiness off him. I don't think he's still here, but like, I'll talk shit. I'll talk shit behind his back. That's fine. He can watch the VOD and find out.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
I think
Okay,
he's impervious to stomach acid. It would just polish him.
Oh God, what is he? That one SCP that won't die, that reptile one?
643. Do I have that right? The crocodile fella.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one.
Sorry, I do go to SCP.
I do enjoy SCP lore. It's fun.
I may, in fact, have someone gonna talk about SCP on this very program.
Ooh, when? Do you have a date yet?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Not yet, sorry.
Because if I can, I will definitely tune into that one. I love
Hell
SCP
yeah.
stuff.
I
It's
think
awesome.
I think it's gonna be a good time.
Okay, so back to what I was talking about. Necrons.
Necrons.
After the biotransference process was complete, the Catan basically decided, hey, you know what, Necrons? Let's go wage a war against the old ones because they were mean to you.
Yeah, they were.
They were, but the Catan also wanted all of this power for themselves.
Oh, sure, absolutely. There's ulterior motives here.
So they start what became known as the War in Heaven, wherein the Old Ones and the Eldari fought the Catan and the Necrons. And this was a war that went on for millennia. Like, I'm talking generations upon generations. This war was going on. And part of what made this bad is that prior to the War in Heaven, the Warp was actually basically the afterlife, and it was peaceful. And the Eldar actually had a form of immortality in a way, in that when an Eldar died, their spirit would go into the Warp, but eventually it would reincarnate, and they would retain those memories and everything. So essentially, it would just be like new body, new life experiences, etc. But you're still you. The War in Heaven, because the afterlife, the Warp, is a realm of emotions. Basically a galactic scale war that went on for centuries or millennia, obviously flooded the Warp with all sorts of feel-badsies emotions. You know, hate, anger, pain, despair, sorrow, all sorts of things like that. And, well, congratulations. The Chaos Gods were born. Granted, I will say Khorne, which was the first Chaos God to be born.
Cornflakes.
Yes. He was born, he's humanity's fault. Because essentially Khorne was, in a way, born of the first murder, which, guess what? The Eldari didn't kill each other. You know who did? The stupid monkeys living on Earth.
Yeah, those dumb shit apes do be loving to throw rocks.
Mm-hmm. And as a quick aside, there was actually a demon that was created out of the first murder named Draknien.
Oh.
And Draknien was actually bound into a sword by the Emperor near the end of the Horus Heresy, because Draknien was assaulting Earth along with a demonic legion, and the Emperor had to fight Draknien and almost died.
Oh, that's the sword that Abaddon holds.
Yes, it is.
I looked up the art and I was like, I've seen this shit before.
Yeah.
So the sword is Draknien.
Mm-hmm. It is the demon Draknien, the demon born of the first murder.
That's so cool.
And Abaddon can literally cleave fortress gates in half with that sword.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just made that connection.
Yeah, and the way that Draknien was bound into a sword is basically during their battle between the Emperor and Draknien, the Emperor bound Draknien into a sword and then looked at his most beloved, most trusted custodian, like the custodian that was actually the Emperor's friend. Like, the Emperor had very few friends. He might be friendly to someone, but they were not his friend, because how do you become friends with someone who is basically a divinity? And how is that person supposed to relate to you as knowing yep, you're immortal, one day you'll die and you'll grow old or whatever, or you don't have the ability to comprehend what it's like to think about plans 20,000 years in the future when I do. How are you supposed to relate to that?
It's tough.
And basically, as the Emperor was badly wounded by Draknien, he basically took this sword, stabbed his friend through the chest with it. And as he did so, he actually imparted to his friend all of his plans, all of his dreams, and he was the first person who knew exactly what the Emperor wanted, what the Emperor planned. And he did this to basically be like kind of like I'm sorry. Here's what I wanted to do. Here's what you would have helped me do.
Oh.
And then after passing that on to his custodian friend, he issued him one last command and said, "Run."
That's a good command.
And that custodian took that command and ran off into the webway as far as he could. And then in other novels, basically when Abaddon finds Draknien, he finds it on a planet, and it is impaled through a corpse in golden armor.
What? Oh my god, they're like bound together through fate.
Basically that custodian ran as far as he could, ran through the webway, eventually somehow popped out of the webway on a planet in the middle of fucking nowhere. And keep in mind, while doing this, he is struggling against Draknien itself, because Draknien wanted to possess him.
Mm.
So he ran as far as he could through the webway. We don't know how long or how far. He popped out onto some planet in the middle of nowhere. And only then did he allow himself to die, knowing that in dying, Draknien could not possess him, and therefore Draknien was on this planet in the middle of fucking nowhere.
That's so cool. Oh my god. The self-sacrifice of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you love to see it. That's good lore. That's tasty.
Yes, Hyena. I forget what his name actually was, but yeah, Captain Runaway is the general term for that character. He does have a name, I just don't remember what it is. But and when I say he was friends with the Emperor, he was friendly enough with the Emperor to the point that they would actually occasionally exchange jokes. And really the only person the Emperor ever joked with, really, was Malkador, who was like his right-hand man, but who had also been his friend for thousands of years.
Oh my goodness.
So to have this custodian who was maybe centuries old compared to millennia old be so trusted and cared for by the Emperor that they were joking with each other sometimes, in the story where the Emperor does this, it is put through very clearly that it really, really broke the Emperor from an emotional standpoint to have to do that to someone he actually loved.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah. Anyway, back on track. So because of the war in heaven, the afterlife went from a peaceful, tranquil place where people could, either they would die and stay there, or they'd die and reincarnate, in the case of the Eldari and whatever, to it became the hellscape that it now is. It is full of demons of all these horrific emotions. It's full of demons of anger and hate and pain and suffering and misery and sorrow and all this kind of shit. And through that, the other Chaos Gods were born. Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. Slaanesh came later. But, yeah, basically...
So I have to thank the Necrons for Papa?
In a way.
Nice.
Granted, the Chaos Gods would have been born eventually anyway.
Sure, they're very connected to, primal... I don't know, just truths of living beings.
Yeah. The fact that you call it the primal truth is kind of funny because during the Horus Heresy, when the Chaos cults were first starting to appear amongst the Space Marines and servants of the Imperium, the Emperor's version of the way he wanted things, he called it the Imperial Truth, where it was about science and progress and invention and making humanity the best. And
accidentally the lore.
Well, here's you even more accidentally the lore, because what did the Chaos people call it when they were trying to get people to accept their version of things?
Please tell me it was the primal truth.
It wasn't the Imperial Truth. It was the primordial truth.
Let's go. Okay, Calamity the Genius. Who? I don't know her.
Calamity Dio.
Calamity Dio.
Henya's adorable.
Incredible. I mean, that's just the sign of well-written lore that I can interpret how it's gonna be named just based on the thing that it is.
Right. But yeah, so because of this war with the Necrons, the warp went from a tranquil place and a peaceful place to absolutely fucking shit and a hellscape. And the old ones eventually had to resort to the fact, because they were losing, they had to resort to creating a new race, the Krorks, and they were a race that was created purely to fight. They loved to fight. They existed to fight. Every time a Krork succeeded in a fight, like if it lived through a fight, it would become bigger and stronger. And much like the current orcs of 40k, they had things like mech boys who just had an instinctive knowledge on how to build machines. They had pain boys who had an instinctive knowledge of medicine, or at least what the orcs consider medicine.
Which is probably a pretty fucked up thing. I don't think I want to know what orcs consider medicine. Well, actually, it might be awesome. Like, they might actually think that band-aids are magical.
The orcs are essentially sentient fungus. So they can do things like their main big bad character, Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka, was literally decapitated once, and his pain doc found his head, found his body, put his body into like a mech suit kind of thing, and then sewed his head back onto his neck, and oh, look at that, Gazgul lives again, even though he should have been dead. Yep. Welcome to orcs.
I love orcs. They're so stupid.
Yep.
They're so stupid. They'll win every time.
Yeah, honestly, orcs don't consider a retreat as a retreat. They don't consider that losing. It just means they're going to go get more of the lads so they can continue having a really good time fighting you.
Wait, we didn't bring enough for the teams. We'll be back to play the game in a sec.
Basically. So the main difference between the orcs and the Krorks is the Krorks had access to far more advanced technology, because there was a particular caste of orc that has since gone extinct.
Oh.
Called Brain Boy. Yeah, as far as the orcs consider it in their oral history, since obviously they don't write anything down, there used to be a class of orc called the Brain Boys. These were their tacticians, their scientists, their inventors.
Oh, that's very Reddit day trader coded.
Yeah.
Derogatory.
Yeah. The Brain Boys were the ones who led the orcs, commanded their armies, invented their technology. Orcs used to have like power armor and like really advanced weaponry and shit, to the point that they were able to go toe to toe with the Necrons. And when the old ones unleashed the Krorks on the Necrons, the Krorks were kicking the shit out of them.
Go off.
Especially because even with the Brain Boys in charge, they were literally a race designed by the old ones to fight. These were not a race that had skills, and some of those skills were fighting. This was a race that was created. We need help to win this war. We're going to make a race of beings to help us win this war.
Their only thing is fight.
Yeah, it's why the orcs of 40k, all they give a shit about is fighting, because it's literally how they were made. And what ended up happening is the old ones, depending on what piece of lore you're reading, are either all extinct or there's like one left, but he was broken into fragments that I believe are called like black suns or black orbs, something like that. They're really fucking creepy. Basically, imagine an old one who is so hateful and bitter towards the galaxy because, like, you killed all my people, including me, and for that, you must die.
Oh, my.
And that's not just focused on the Necrons. That hatred is focused on, like, anything.
Wow.
Yeah, let me, hold on, 40k, black, fears... Here we go. They're called the Umbra. The Umbra are an intelligent, non-humanoid alien species of the galaxy that is intensely hostile to other forms of life and have represented a threat to the Imperium of Man on numerous occasions. Very little is currently understood about this hostile and enigmatic species of Xenos. An Umbra appears to be a black sphere to the naked eye, but it possesses the capacity to manipulate shadows as weapons. The Umbra were known to be related in some way to the Warp and were often sighted near starships' warp drives. With an ability to manipulate the shadows, the Umbra display a direct aversion to light. Experiments performed by Magos biologist Charlie Darvis demonstrated that containment within an area lacking any shadows was sufficient to euthanize the creatures. One theory put forward by the calculus logi Burr is that the physical form of the Umbra is but a small reflection of the whole creature, with the rest existing in another dimension, most likely the warp. This could help account for the creature's ability to manipulate and control shadows. Upon the captured Umbra's death, both Magos Darvis and an accompanying Inquisitor experienced, quote, intense cranial pain, a flickering succession of mental images broadcast by the creature, including a humanoid figure splintering apart, the image of a warp storm, and deep space, and the single word, linger, end quote. That seems to denote that the Umbra possess some form of psychic ability, even if it is extremely limited. A questionable text penned by self-confessed heretic speaks of a, quote, war in the heavens between star devils and old gods, end quote. That's likely a reference to the Catan and the Old Ones and their war in heaven millions of Terran years ago. After all the old gods were killed, one survived and hid within the warp. Then she was, quote, born in the long year's brain, wow, end quote. And the born in the long year's brain, meaning the Eldar, because they have elven ears, end quote. And the chaos god Slanesh, quote, chops him 1,000,000 times and kicks the shards out into the cold. To linger, she says to linger like always, end quote. An incredible account despite its lack of credibility or comprehensibility. These descriptions could be considered consistent with the visions experienced by Magos Darvis. This would suggest that the Umbra are a fragment of a greater entity, perhaps one of the Catan or some other unknown warp entity. Noting that the Umbra are often found attached to warp engines or in areas suspected of being entrances to the Eldari webway may denote an attempt to return to the warp. Perhaps these stories relate to the battle between Slanesh and Khorne over the fallen Eldari war god Cain, as Eldari myth claims he was split into 1,000 pieces which were scattered across the galaxy. Oh. As ever, all the information available about the Umbra is mere speculation. In their spherical form, these beings are poisoned by the light, their only known vulnerability.
Oh my goodness. What I want to know is whether Games Workshop is a fan of Doctor Who or whether the Doctor Who writers are a fan of 40K. Because that's the Vashta Nerada with some like minor inversions.
Depending on when the Vashta Nerada were introduced into the show, because I like my first time running into them was during the "Hey, who turned off the lights?"
Yeah, that's actually their only appearance in canon.
Okay, they may have been influenced by 40K because the Umbra are a very niche piece of lore. It's not a very commonly known piece of 40K lore. But I obviously with Doctor Who having technically been around since the 60s.
Yeah, what counts as canon for Doctor Who is a little wobbly, but that one's actually pretty easy to determine.
Yeah, I always love that Vashta Nerada episode.
It's so good. I actually have parts of it tattooed on my body.
Nice. But yeah, wobbly, so
yes, correct, Haida, correct.
Here's what happened with the War in Heaven. Technically, the old ones lost because they all died, or the very last of them became what is now the Umbra. The Eldari triumphed in the sense that the Necrons basically... the Necrons used to be ruled by what... you know how I mentioned earlier Triarch Praetorians?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a Triarch denotes a form of government that is ruled by 3 individuals, which is what originally the Necron government was. It was ruled by one. The only one of them who is left is known as the Silent King, but he had 2 compatriots that also ruled the entire Necron race with him. And they were the ones who agreed to biotransference, knowing full well that the Catan were like, this is not a partial thing. We're not asking for volunteers. Like, volunteers are great.
Doc Ock vibes.
Yeah. Yeah, the Silent King's a really cool model. He's also a recent model.
I like it.
So the Silent King and his 2 compatriots, who I believe died during the War in Heaven, but may have been after, during the War in Heaven, the Necrons realized, basically the Silent King and the other Triarchs realized, what the fuck did we do?
Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet.
And they realized that like the Catan lied to them, and they realized that like, yeah, sure, they have these immortal machine bodies and everything, but they like most of their race no longer can think or feel or exist. Like they're basically machines. They might as well not be people. And there's also
great.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that they realized, what did we do to our people? We literally fed our souls to these fucking things so that they could become more powerful. Especially because during the War in Heaven, what ended up happening is because the Catan were starting to have an issue finding souls to feed on because like the war was not going in their favor. They started eating each other.
Huh?
It's why there's only a handful of named Catan left, because most of the rest of the Necron quote-unquote pantheon ate each other.
Oh, we're gonna have a theme in my questions tonight. I didn't realize that.
That's okay.
There's a lot of cannibalism in this world, huh?
Oh yeah. So what ended up happening is the Necrons were like, okay, we're gonna lose this fucking war. The Catan are starting to eat each other. We've also realized what the fuck they did to us. And because the Triarchs actually had direct control over all Necrons via protocols installed in their machine brains, where basically they were literally not capable of disobeying a Triarch. Like, literally, if the Triarch said, I want all of you to kill yourselves.
They just
even
would do it.
Yeah, even the ones who were intelligent and still had personalities and were capable of leadership, like Necron overlords and things, and cryptex and things like that, they'd be like, Triarch said so, gotta do it. The Silent King and the other Triarchs basically said, okay, guys, you know what? Kill the Catan. So most of the Catan that did not eat each other were either hunted down and destroyed by the Necrons, or the Necrons were like, you know what we could do? We caught this stupid son of a bitch. What are we going to do with him? We're going to break him into a whole bunch of different like little shards of himself that are weaker, but all still conscious of the fact that they used to be part of a greater whole. And we're either going to use them as chained weapons of war, like a beast of burden, or we're going to lock them in what's called a Tesseract Vault, because you know what? That'll power a whole bunch of our machinery.
Oh my. So they harvested Sun Eater fragments to make their machines go.
They basically turned on and killed their own gods, and the ones they didn't kill, they broke apart and turned into slaves.
That's so fucking sick.
Mm-hmm. It's really cool. So any of the Catan that you actually play on the tabletop game are not like the entirety of the Void Dragon or Nightbringer or Deceiver. You're playing
little fragments, little battery guys.
The unit names are actually Shard of the Nightbringer, Shard of the Deceiver, Shard of the Void Dragon.
And do they have different stats depending on what they're a shard of?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. The named ones do different things.
That's really neat.
There are unnamed ones that you can get out of building a Tesseract Vault as a monolith that just become a shard of a Catan. Like, it's just a generic piece of a Catan. But after they did this, the Silent King was like, okay, we're going to lose this war, but you know what? We live forever now because of biotransference. So I'm going to order all Necrons to retreat to their various tomb worlds and go into stasis, and we're going to program this stasis to last 65 million years. And because I fucked up and let the Catan do this to us, I'm going to remain awake, and I'm going to go chill in the void between galaxies and just watch our galaxy and see what happens as basically punishment for me doing this to my people.
Oh my god.
So for 65 million years, the Silent King was awake and conscious and watching the goings-on in the galaxy. He saw the fall of the Eldari Empire. He saw the rise of humanity for the first time. He saw the rise of humanity the second time. He saw the Horus Heresy.
So the Necrons are among the most ancient beings in this world, then.
They are the oldest technically living. They are the oldest sentient creatures in 40K.
What about the old ones?
Outside of what has become the Umbra, they're all dead. Yeah, the
That's
old ones
known
all
for certain.
Yes, the old ones all died during the war in heaven. The Umbra
Okay.
might be fragments of the last old one, but we don't know.
I would like them to come back. I think that would be a fun twist.
It would
or
be
like
cool.
one survived.
I doubt they will do that, though, purely because of the fact that the old ones also exist in Age of Sigmar and Warhammer Fantasy. In Warhammer Fantasy, the old ones created the Lizardmen, now known as the Seraphon, on the world that was in Warhammer Fantasy, and also supposedly created the elves. I don't think they created humans. I think humans and dwarves just kind of popped into existence like on their own via evolution or whatever.
Yeah, just normal biology for once.
Yeah, and then in Age of Sigmar, the old ones are much like they are to Warhammer 40k. They were a race of divine beings that nobody knows what happened to them in Age of Sigmar. Like, they have these Slan Star priests who are basically adherents of the old ones, who were directly made by the old ones during Warhammer Fantasy, who has carried over into Age of Sigmar. But we don't know from the Warhammer Fantasy aspect and Age of Sigmar aspect, are they dead or what? Because I believe all the lore about them just says that eventually they had to leave. Like, they weren't chased off, they weren't being harassed, they had to leave. I know some people who think that all of the Warhammer universes are in one setting, is that maybe the old ones left Warhammer Fantasy because of the war in heaven, and we're like, hey, look, we've been tending to this world and making life here and stuff, but shit's going down, we gotta go.
Yeah.
And then they never came back because they all died.
That stands to reason about as much as anything else.
Mm-hmm. But we don't know if that's the case or not. Yeah, in terms of 40k, the old ones are all dead, except maybe the Umbra might be the last little pieces of the last old one.
Could you put enough Umbra together to make an old one, possibly?
I don't know.
That's a cool question to think about.
It is. Especially if the theories about the Umbra appearing near warp drives and Eldari webways, if the reason they're doing that is because they want to get back into the warp. With the way 40k works with warp entities and everything, it is quite possible that if those are fragments of an old one, they are trying to get back into the warp so they can reform into a singular old one.
Yeah, absolutely. The god consciousness behind them wants to get all their body back.
Mm-hmm. It is quite possible.
That would be so cool.
But yeah, so the Necrons went to sleep for 65 million years. Of course, during this time, the Eldari Empire came and went. Slaanesh was created.
Are Necrons canonically limited in number if they are what is the process for making a new Necron, if such a process exists?
It does not.
Okay, so like if hypothetically if you could kill them all, they would be extinct forever.
Yes.
Okay.
And which is why it is considered to the Necron tier, or to the Necrons, a great loss anytime a tomb world is destroyed.
Sure, that is population that will never ever come back.
Right, and granted, there were billions of Necrons at the time they went to sleep. Like, there are planets all across the galaxy that have hidden Necron tomb worlds that, because of how long it's been, they've all become like overgrown or buried in dirt or whatever. It's like nobody knows they fucking exist until one day, like, a planet that has human colonists on it is suddenly like, oh god, where did these robots come from? It's like, well, because you started mining into the earth, the tomb world woke up and we're like, there's intruders, we have to go kill them. Which has been a increasing problem in the Imperium. It used to just be like, if the Imperium happened on the tomb world, maybe the tomb world would wake up, it would turn into a fight. But because we're hitting the end of the Silent King's sleep cycle that he programmed into everybody, more and more tomb worlds are starting to actually wake up on their own. Because those tomb worlds are basically run by AIs that eventually start being like, oh, it's time. Start waking up all the... Yeah, and it goes like, wake up some of the leadership, start waking up general troops and everything, send out scout creature, like send out scout robots to check the planet to make sure that there's no, like, lesser races, because that is what the Necrons view everyone else as. They're all lesser races.
Sure. They on that god robot kind of psychology.
Yeah. And the Silent King, as of recent lore, like when his model came out, the Silent King was like, okay, it's time, and left the void between galaxies and came back to our galaxy and was all like, my people, I have returned. However, a decision I have made is that it is wrong for me to have complete control over you. I've removed the protocols that force you to obey me. So yes, there are a bunch of Necron dynasties. Think of it kind of like a kingdom of Necrons as a dynasty, much like ancient Egypt had dynasties, you know. Many of those dynasties still swear fealty to the Silent King because they're like, hey, you've been our leader for this long, like why change now? Like you like, yeah, sure, you've made mistakes, but we were all tricked by the Catan, like surprise. Sure. But there is a very popular amongst the Necrons, obviously, Necron leader named Imhotep the Stormlord. And he does have his own model, but Imhotep is basically leading a civil war against the Silent King, being all like, you're weak, you're pathetic, you fucked up and did this to our race. You want to take biotransference away from us because the Silent King has actively been looking for a way to reverse the process. He wants to find out how to make the Necrons mortal again. And many Necrons also want that. Imhotep is like, why the fuck would we do that? We're stronger and better this way. Why would you take that away from us?
I like that they all very clearly look like they're sort of built on the same schematics.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Also, I had no idea that Warhammer had a crossover with Magic. But it looks like there's a ton of these.
Yeah, there's a bunch of decks that came out a couple of years ago, I think. Maybe a year ago.
I
year
played
or two.
Magic probably like nearly a decade ago, so I've been out of the loop.
They actually even have like decks for Fallout now.
That's wild. No,
yeah.
I used to be a very hardcore Magic player, and then my very, very, very shitty ex-friend who was storing all of my cards and decks because he had a lot of room and I had no room and an untrustworthy roommate, sold all my shit out from under me. And I didn't even get any of the money.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was fucked up. So I just never played again.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's bullshit.
It was terrible.
Yeah, I imagine. But yeah, so the Necrons are now a threat to the 41st millennium again. However, there are some Necrons, including Trazyn the Infinite, who I mentioned earlier, who have actively done things like either work alongside humanity or have done things to be like, look, you're still scum and you're still lesser than I am, but chaos bad, so I will help you.
Just this once, the enemy of my enemy.
Yeah. There is actually, even in canon lore, the Silent King actually met with Dante, the chapter master of the Blood Angels, who is one of the original Space Marine legions. So like that chapter's been around for over 10,000 years at this point. And he basically, because he witnessed what happened during the Horus Heresy, just, you know, by watching in his little void space or whatever, he actually had a great respect and appreciation of the Blood Angels Primarch Sanguinius, who died during the heresy. And so he asked to meet with Commander Dante, and Dante was like, this is fucking weird, but also, I guess. He didn't realize who he was meeting with. He was just told he was meeting with the Silent King, and he didn't know, like, was that just a Necron overlord or what? Like, who the fuck is the Silent King? And he shows up, and the Silent King is actually wearing a death mask made in the image of Sanguinius, which was it's a cultural thing for certain members of the Blood Angels to wear a death mask in that nature as a way to honor their Primarch.
Oh, that's cool.
And initially Dante is furious because he thinks that this alien is making fun of him or like dishonoring his Primarch, and he's like, who the fuck do you think you are, wearing my dead Primarch's face? And the Silent King was like, whoa, hold up. Look, I wasn't trying to make you mad. I witnessed what your Primarch did during the heresy, and I respected him a great deal. He was a great warrior and a great leader. Seeing that you guys wear his face as part of your regalia, I made this and I'm wearing this as a way to honor him. And all of a sudden Dante's like, oh shit. And we're suddenly like, okay, like I'm not super happy about it, but I'm not angry anymore because I see you're trying to show a sign of respect, which I will appreciate. And there was actually a point in time where the Blood Angels and the Necrons worked together. They had been fighting each other on a planet, and the Tyranids showed up, who, if you've played StarCraft, are basically like the Zerg, or if you've played Halo, they're kind of similar to the Flood. And basically, the Necrons and Blood Angels...
scary in big numbers.
Yeah. And the Necrons and Blood Angels were like, look, okay, we'll deal with our shit later. This is a threat to both of us, so let's kill that first.
Mm-hmm.
And they stopped the Tyranids. They wiped out their little Hive Fleet tendril. And basically what ended up happening is, and granted, I hate this piece of lore because it's just so poorly written, but basically what ended up happening was the Blood Angels were like, yo, dude, I'm tired. I'm probably just going to leave. Are you good with that? And the Necrons are like, yeah, we're going to go back the fuck to sleep. Like, see you later, man.
Oh, wow. There's a ton of Tyranid models, huh?
Yeah, the Tyranids. They're a horde army.
Yeah. Wow. They're all really neat. They got that living insect flavor that I like a lot.
Yeah.
Well, all insects are alive, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I get you.
Insect. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. All right.
Are you good with that? If I just,
Yeah,
go take
absolutely.
Kind of. That's where
yeah.
we were.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, the Necrons have some of the most advanced technology in the galaxy. Their basic weaponry is called a Gauss rifle. It's something that most Necron warriors carry, which are their basic troopers. The Gauss rifle is a little horrific in the sense that it doesn't hit you with a bullet. It doesn't zap you with lightning. It hits you with an energy beam that deatomizes you. So, like, say, for example, you get shot in the upper arm by a Gauss beam briefly. Like, instead of contacting you for multiple seconds, it just, like, hits you in the arm and, like, a quick little psst.
You don't got an arm no more, huh?
Yeah, basically, your arm is going to fall off from below the connection point, and you won't even, like, bleed out or anything because there's nothing to bleed, because the chunk that your arm was attached to has been deatomized. So now you will have a stump that is partially deatomized, at which point that part might bleed. At the very least, it will cause extreme agony, because imagine feeling your body fall apart atom by atom.
Yeah, that sounds horribly unpleasant.
Yeah. There is actually a trailer for Warhammer 9th Edition that shows you, in the beginning of it, what happens to someone who gets shot by a Gauss rifle. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. This trailer came out in 2020. You don't have to watch like the whole thing, obviously. I just want you to see what the Gauss rifle effect looks like.
It says there's only a finite number of atoms in your body to hurt. Fair.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Fair.
Like, I cannot argue with that logic.
I gotta do a little quick sound shuffle here. That one on, that one off.
In the darkness between the stars,
Tommy, am I
the
turning
weak
you on or off?
and the faithless find no deliverance. We are raised to believe that the God Emperor watches over us all.
That's fucking incredible.
And so we are charged to cleanse the mutant, the heretic, the alien.
Well, you're all aliens from one another. That's
we must
Dumbledore.
not falter. We are his sword. We are his wrath. Even in the face of death,
hello.
we shall not submit.
Yeah, that is a Scorpec destroyer. That crap stick.
Suffering is our prayer. is our armor. In battle, he offers us redemption. And for those who prove worthy, the Emperor sends forth his angels.
Holy shit.
And there's the space.
Our Imperium is besieged.
Those are Necron Scarabs.
Across 1,000 worlds, we fight for our survival. Those that would tear humanity down are legion. Our forces are few.
I can
Our
fight
enemies
bugs.
many. There is no
Intergalactic
respite.
raid.
There is no mercy. And in our darkest hour, a spiteful universe awakens forgotten evils to break us. The galaxy burns, yet still we stand, the last bulwark against the terror. And while we draw breath, we will fight. For in
This is
this
a very
new
good trailer.
dark age,
And that's the
there
Scorpec
is
Lord.
only war.
What about the hammer? Oh, that's
hammer?
very cool.
Yeah, let me actually see. I can't remember if we have. We do have a trailer for 10th edition 40K. I might as well show you that one while I'm here.
Yeah.
There's that.
Stomp his tongue.
Victory.
Oh, I don't like him.
That is what the
That's
preachers
Rabute
cry
Gullivan.
from the spires of their temples. What
He's the,
commanders tell
primer
the
for Ultra
soldiers
Boost,
in
the
their
current regions of
service?
the Imperium.
The Indomitus Crusade meets with triumph after triumph. Day by day we tear Imperium Nihilus from the Despoiler's grip. And though we are beset on all sides, with each battle we drive back the mutant, the heretic, the
Tyranid
alien.
High Fleet.
Tyranid.
As I speak these words, our forces engage the remnants of Leviathan. Reclaiming lost worlds, atoning for old shames. A crusade to cleanse the stars. Taking the fight to the enemy. We routed the Tyranids at Baal. We broke their high fleet. Soon, their foulness will be but a memory. That is what the preachers say. Belief will not save us. Lies will not protect us. But it is our hope that will damn us.
I'm Team Tyranid, honestly. I just think they're
There. Also, technically the only neutral faction.
Let's
They'll eat
go.
Like, they're not good or evil. They just exist. They don't do anything in a malicious way.
Just little guys.
In the spires and the slums. Our people sing of victory. Victory as the galaxy burns. Victory as the Imperium rots around us. Victory as humanity rages against the dying of the light. Victory.
That's very extra, but I like it.
Yeah, that trailer's really really good because it's basically like Gulliman saying like all the propaganda says that we're winning, we're pushing chaos back, we're pushing the aliens back, we're taking back the Imperium from everything, and it's him basically admitting like we're fucked.
Yeah, we're absolutely, utterly boned.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And that's where we're at with 40K right now, is that the galaxy is besieged and Gulliman is doing his best to try to rule the Imperium, but the Imperium is split in half by a giant warp storm that literally cut the galaxy in half, called the Cicatrix Maledictum, or the Great Rift.
Okay, well, I'm putting that on the list of follow-up questions.
Yeah, basically Gulliman has direct control over half the Imperium that is not fucked by the Cicatrix Maledictum, and the other half are in what people are calling Imperium Nihilus, or the Dark Imperium, because while yes, there are bastions of order there are still people loyal to the Imperium, etc., forces fighting to protect that half of the galaxy. For the most part, that half of the galaxy is overrun by chaos and aliens. Dante of the Blood Angels actually was named the regent of Imperium Nihilus by Gulliman. Basically, Gulliman's like, look, I can't be here constantly to help you. You're in charge of all forces in the Dark Imperium. You have full command. You order people to do what you want, where they go, who they fight, all you. And part of the reason for that is because Gulliman actually was very close with Sanguinius, Dante's Primarch, back in the day, but also because Dante, outside of Space Marines that are in Dreadnoughts or Gulliman himself, Dante is the oldest living Space Marine.
Oh, wow.
He is over 1,500 years old.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the only other Space Marine character that's named that's like not a Primarch that is older than Dante is a Space Wolf Dreadnought called Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who is 10,000 years old, but he's also being mechanically kept alive by being in his Dreadnought sarcophagus, and he's not active.
Like the Emperor.
Kind of, and also he's not active all the time. Like,
right.
He is brought out in extreme moments of battle to either give advice or to help lead. but the Space Wolves also do have a tradition where basically once every 100 years they wake Bjorn up to essentially do story time, where they want to hear like stories of the Great Crusade, stories of like, because Bjorn met the Emperor, like he fought on battlefields with the Emperor. He met their he was one of Leman Russ's, the Space Wolf Primarchs. He was one of Leman Russ's bodyguards for a while, and Bjorn was actually when Leman Russ went off on some quest that supposedly the Emperor psychically sent him after the heresy. Russ was partying with all the Space Wolves and everything, and him and his bodyguard were there partying as well. And all of a sudden, Russ kind of like stops and stares off into space for a little bit. And like his bodyguard are like, "Are you okay? Like, what's going on? What's wrong?" And he goes, "I need to leave." He basically says, "I've been given a quest by the Emperor. Like, I have a mission to complete." And his bodyguards start to stand up with him, including Bjorn, and Russ points at Bjorn and goes, "Not you. You stay here. You're in command of the chapter now. I need to go." So Bjorn not only is 10,000 years old and has met like their legendary heroes and everything, he was also the first person in command of the Space Wolves after Russ left.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
So they wait
from jump, really.
I mean, imagine starting off as a basic Marine and you get promoted up the ranks to being the bodyguard for the leader of your Space Marine Legion. And then when he has to go off and do a special mission, he says, "Guess what? I'm not going to be back for I don't know how long. You're in charge now."
And then that's just, a couple thousand years.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
We're coming up on an ad break here, and I think I am going to take a quick break because I got to pee something fierce. But we'll be back in just about 5 minutes and pick up right where we left off, if that's okay.
Yeah, I can also answer Hyena's question when you get back, because that one's a quick answer.
Absolutely. If you already have it, I grabbed it just in case it gets lost, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because that one's a quick one to answer, so that one I can answer easily.
Fantastic. Then we will get right into that just on the other side of this ad break.
Sounds good.
So yeah. We're so back. I had a quick snack, so I'm refreshed and ready to go. Thank you for the head pats, deckhand. I assume they're for me. I don't know who else they'd be for, other than Oblivion. I don't know if he's open to head pats or not. I think he deserves head pats, but you know, boundaries and stuff, they're important. Dang, my Pokemon are kind of popping off today, huh? I'm in here just playing Pokemon in my own chat while my bestie yaps to me about Warhammer, which is fucking fascinating. Oh my god. Every time I'm like, Warhammer, what is there to talk about, really? And every time I'm like, wait, no, this is amazing. This is good stuff. It's got really great lore. I'm impressed. I tried to run some bonus ads while I was snacking. I hope they worked. Buy us a little extra ad-free time. But also I had to pee real bad, so I was a little distracted. So, you know, we'll see. No one caught it. Rude. Oblivion is gone. He wandered away. My guest has escaped. Quick, throw Pokeballs at him. That would be cool. I wish I could actually just like capture my friends in Pokeballs and be like,
I return.
Oblivion, I choose you. Hang out with me. Hello.
Oblivion used Lore Dump. It's super effective.
It is super effective.
Enemy Pokemon went to sleep.
You invented a whole content, like genre of content that I do on the channel because it's just good. It's actually super effective.
That is fair. Wow,
So-
Hyena's trying to Poke catch me. Rude. Also, the fact that the bot just like didn't even register that it's not a Pokemon name. It's just like, oops, it already escaped.
Nope, they're gone. You can't.
Okay. So let me think. Where do we leave off? Oh, right. That one question, because it was going to be a real quick answer.
Mm-hmm.
To my knowledge, the named characters, I'm assuming the mobile game you're talking about is Tacticus. I have not played too much of that game. I should play it more, to be honest. It's just like an idle thing on my breaks at work and shit. But to my knowledge, at least based off of the two Eldari names that you have listed, I do not recognize them. I believe they were invented for Tacticus itself. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that GW will not use their names in canon lore at some point or another, especially with the Eldari book being one of the first 3 books for 2025 for 40k rules. Yeah, it's supposed to be the Imperial Guard, the Eldari, and then the Imperial Knights. So there is every chance that even if they don't get like special rules, like I doubt they're going to give rules for those particular Eldar, but there is every chance that maybe they will get mentioned in like a lore tidbit or something.
That's very fun.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, they actually announced just recently on the Warhammer community page an upcoming Eldar hero that we will be coming basically in 2025, presumably with the Eldari book. I will send you the image so that you can show it if you want to. And then there's also that image of the model that they revealed.
Perfect. Wow.
Oh, Jason, last time I was on yapping about Warhammer, we went for like 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, it was a long stream, and I think it's going to be a long stream again. And I think this is officially like part 2 of many.
Yes.
No, these special interest Sunday streams very much tend to go long. I am not eager to cut my guests off, so I always prepare for a long stream, and they're usually really interesting. So it is very common to have these go pretty long. So it's no shade to anyone if you can't stick around for the entire time. I will be perfectly content just sitting here getting learned some stuff. And anyone who wants to come in or out is more than welcome to do that.
Hyena. You can fit so much
So
yap in this
much
baby.
yap in this baby. Yeah.
Not wrong. But yeah, that model that I sent you, that is Fuegan, who is one of the Eldar Phoenix Lords. He is the Phoenix Lord of the Fire Dragon Aspect Warriors. Their main thing is they're like anti-tank / anti-heavy armor infantry, because they have weapons. I believe in their case they're called fusion blasters. But they basically send like a hyper concentrated beam of heat, usually in their case via like fusion reaction, that like say you shot it at the bulkhead of like a spaceship door, like you know, you're trying to get to the what the hell do they call the command area of a ship? The bridge. Brain farted there. Like say you're trying to get to the bridge.
Deckhanded Rich the Tanuki is your good deed of the day.
Nice. But say you're trying to get to the bridge and they've sealed the bulkhead doors, a fusion blaster would be something that could like melt those doors, or at least like help you cut a hole in them. For example, kind of similar to how in like Star Wars Phantom Menace, when Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are using their lightsabers to cut a hole in a bridge door to like cut through the bulkhead. Think of that, except it's a gun that if you point at the bulkhead door, it will just start melting the door.
Ah! That's amazing.
Yeah, those guns are meant to like melt tanks and shit and be like a way for an infantry, like a basic infantry soldier. Well, I shouldn't say basic. Aspect warriors are very elite. But for an infantry soldier to do things like, ooh, look, big tank, I'm going to make it blow up. How are you going to make it blow up? I'm going to shoot the engine until it melts and explodes.
That's a good way.
Yeah. Next interest episode, Why the Acolyte Sucks. Oh, I'm not even going to touch that. I haven't watched that show. I heard it was universally... I heard it was panned, and I heard that's... I have heard, granted, I have not taken time to confirm it because I personally don't care. I have heard that some of the reason it was panned was due to quote-unquote, you know, like woke liberal ruining Star Wars, and that some of it was just that, like, no, it was a really poorly written show. It has nothing to do with woke this or woke that, and it was just a badly written show.
I have heard that a no small number... I have not watched them, so I cannot, like, offer a personal opinion, but I have heard that many of the, like, Disney Plus TV specials are just really pretty poorly written, poorly filmed, poorly shot, just bad.
I have heard that as well. I did hear, like, I've heard from some people Boba Fett was good, and other people told me it was garbage. Mandalorian season 1 was very good. Season 2 was okay. Wasn't as good as 1. I heard season 3 was really bad. And I granted, from what I understand, I heard season 3 was bad because of the sudden huge change in direction they had from the story that was all of season 1 and most of season 2. They just suddenly were like, well, now we're gonna do this. It's like, but that's not what I expected out of this show anymore. And then I heard that there was one show that was supposed to be really good and it had like nothing to do with Jedi or anything like that. Was it called, like Andor or something like that?
Oh, I've heard Andor is actually one of the really good ones.
Yeah,
like,
I
the
have,
only good one, maybe.
Yeah, I have heard that outside of like if you're looking for shows with Jedi and shit like that, like Andor doesn't really have that, but that it was really, really good. I haven't watched. I think I got to watch like the first 3 or 4 episodes, and I was enjoying it. I was like, okay, this one is actually like entertaining. I want to see where these characters go, and maybe I'm not like super invested in them, but I want to see where this goes. And then I got distracted by other things. Obi-Wan, I did watch, I think, the first 5 episodes of that, and it was very good, although a lot of it had me going like, what the fuck? They're changing so much of the story, like they're portraying it well, like that, like in terms of the acting and the writing, it was very good, but in terms of the like, you know, hey, here's a thing that never really existed until now, was a lot of like, huh?
Sometimes you just gotta make shit up.
Yeah. And yeah, Deckhand, like I was getting that feeling from Andor a little bit, that it was a little bit of like background / prequel for Rogue One, which Rogue
To be
One
fair,
was
I thought Rogue One was really good.
Rogue One was a fantastic Star Wars movie. The problem is there was no like tension or anything because I know how that fucking story ends. I've seen the original Star Wars movies. Many
Yeah.
Bothan spies died to get us this information. First off, we never see a fucking Bothan spy in Rogue One. Second off, I'm well aware that everyone who got the Death Star information to the Alliance died.
Yeah.
So I know there's no reason.
In the series.
Yeah, so I knew there was no reason to give a shit about any of these characters, even if they were acted very well, written very well. I'm like, well, they're all gonna fucking die, so I don't really care. I'm never gonna see any of them again.
I do think though that it knew that we knew how it ended and handled made it really interesting for the short time that we got to spend there.
Yeah, like Deckhand says, it was a good action movie. Like, will I recommend it as a Star Wars movie? Absolutely, it is a good Star Wars movie, a really good Star Wars movie. But did I feel like as engrossed as I did with, say, Mandalorian season 1 or the original Star Wars trilogy? Like, absolutely not.
That's fair.
And the main reason was just because I knew all of these people somehow are going to die.
But I liked the robot. I forget what he was called. But I liked him.
Oh, Hyena, was it Bothan spies died for the second Death Star? I thought it was the first one. If so, like, forgive me. I'm while I know some Star Wars lore, I am not I am not as well versed as I am with 40K. So it may very well have been for the second Death Star, in which case, fair, okay. But either way, like, they always it stuck in my head that, like, oh, these guys are getting the Death Star plans. They're all dead.
Yeah, I'll admit that I am not like the biggest Star Wars fan overall, so I also can't correct anyone at all. Like, if you tell me something, I just assume you probably know more than me.
Yeah. But anyway, back to 40K stuff.
Back to
drama,
40K stuff.
more drama in space, but in the galaxy not very far away because it's our galaxy.
It's right now, right here.
Right here, right now.
Incredible. Yes.
I
believe we were mid-Necron.
Yes. So yeah, the Necrons are kind of in a bit of a resurgence. They're popping up in clusters all around the Imperium as various dynasties awake, because while the Necrons were a unified people under the Silent King, there were also all of these Necron dynasties, and every dynasty was basically its own little kingdom. Like, think of it kind of like the United States. We have a federal government that, yes, everyone underneath the federal government has to listen to what the federal government says, but each state is also able to make its own decisions in regards to, are we going to allow this? Are we going to allow that? What's the fine for speeding? What's the fine for robbing a store? You know, what's the fine for having marijuana on you? That's basically the Necron dynasties, is like each one is its own little kingdom, and each one has its own like lords and overlords and their various royal courts who rule over that dynasty. And sometimes the Necron dynasties, if they pop up next to each other, maybe they used to be allies back in the day. So they're like, hey buddy, what's up? Good to see you. Nice to see you awake. Maybe they were bitter rivals. So it turns into like, we're not supposed to fight each other, so I'm not going to fight you unless you fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. You stay on your side of the lawn. You understand me? And then it turns into like, what do you mean I stay on my side of the lawn? You came onto my side of the lawn. Fuck you.
This was always my lawn, you freak.
Yeah. The other thing with the Necrons is the Necrons maybe suffered a little bit of detrimental side effects during their nap time.
Oh.
In the case of some tomb worlds were destroyed for various reasons. Sometimes it was war, sometimes it was other alien races, usually humanity, like digging into it and like maybe accidentally destroying the tomb world. Other times it could have just been like a cataclysmic thing, like maybe an asteroid hit the planet, the whole planet fucking blew up, you know, like shit happens. But some of the tomb worlds, like I said, while the Necrons were sleeping, the tomb worlds were operated, like the tomb complex was operated by an AI that was basically meant to, you know, keep everything running, maintain status quo, monitor the sleeping subjects to make sure nobody like had any sort of weird issues. And it had little robot minions that were meant to help do that. And sometimes this AI would become damaged or corrupted, and not chaos corrupted, but just like, you know, data corruption kind of thing. And maybe that would make the AI say, let's overload the power reactors of all of the sleeping Necrons. Or it might be like, hey, let's wake them all up. Well, why? Because
I said so.
Yeah, either that or it would perceive a threat that wasn't actually there because it was glitching out because 65 million years. And it would just be like, oh, time to wake everyone up. And they'd wake up, like, say, 30 million years in and be like, why the fuck am I awake? And then maybe the tomb complex couldn't let them go to sleep again. Like, maybe it was broken to the point that they couldn't go into stasis. Now imagine sitting around and waiting with nothing to do for 30 million years.
Oh, I'd go crazy. I have too much ADHD.
Yeah, a lot of the Necron leadership, even the ones who didn't wake up early or whatever, a lot of them woke up and were either some kind of mentally unhinged or just like legit straight up insane. To the point where there actually is a named Necron Lord who is so insane, he thinks he's flesh and blood. He thinks his warriors are still flesh and blood, and he adheres rigidly to the Necron Code of War, because they actually had a code of honor that, like, you do certain things when you're engaged with an enemy. There's certain behaviors you do or don't do, up to and including the point where, like, he will try to negotiate with an enemy leader. Like, before battle begins, he will invite the enemy leader to come dine with him. At which point there will be a table that is loaded up with food, like actual edible food. And this Necron Overlord is so insane, thinking he's eating this stuff. Meanwhile, all he's doing is like mashing it against his metal face because he doesn't have a mouth to. Yeah. Or he'll like chew it and it'll just like fall through his ribcage because he doesn't have an actual body. But it's like, it's actual food. Like, it is safe for the other commander to eat. And he will treat them with respect. You know, there will be no harm laid upon them, etc. And they will actually try to negotiate terms of battle and negotiate, like, look, I don't want to kill you if I don't have to. Like, I'd rather not. If you surrender, like, I promise, everyone will be well treated. I won't harm anybody. I won't like burn your cities or anything. You just need to surrender. Like, I honestly would rather not fight.
You know,
of course,
fair.
of course, yeah, of course, with the Imperium, this tends to not go well.
No.
Because they're massively xenophobic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks he is flesh and blood, and sometimes he even hallucinates that the armies he's fighting are other flesh and blood Necron tier armies. So he doesn't even know who the fuck he's fighting. He thinks he's fighting other Necron tier and thinks he's still a Necron tier. He doesn't realize that, no, my dude, you're fighting Eldar, or you're fighting humans, or like whatever.
Holy shit.
Yeah. He's actually a very tragic character because there are moments where he does have lucidity and he does realize what he is.
Oh no. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is he has a moment of lucidity, realizes what's going on, realizes what he is, what he's been doing. And then his brain just kind of breaks all over again and retreats into itself, and the delusions are back.
Oh no.
And the sad thing is that his bodyguard is also a named character who will sometimes run things for him and will like speak on his behalf. And he is well aware that his master is absolutely fucking insane. But he does his best to serve his master, and he will like correct him if need be, or like if he has to endure delusions and be like, oh yes, sir, like you look most hardy today or whatever. He'll go through with that.
Oh, that's so awful.
The only other Necron that really stayed awake for the entirety of the sleep time was Trazyn the Infinite. Trazyn is a very interesting character. He's honestly probably my favorite Necron. I would even say in terms of 40k characters, he's right behind Fabius Bile for me.
Ooh.
Trazyn, amongst other Necrons, is known as a thief and a plunderer. Because Trazyn's love is history, and before biotransference, when he was still a Necron tier, he actually was a historian. And he was an archaeologist, a historian, an archivist. And what he has done with his 65 million years is he uses Necron technology to capture either rare artifacts or animals or people or even moments in time. And he captures them and puts them in basically a grand museum. And certain areas of that museum do things like, oh, this planet was about to explode and it had a very unique form of animal life on there. And I captured a male and a female of the species and have frozen them in stasis so that this way they can still be appreciated. Their planet has blew up like thousands of years ago, millions of years ago, but at least they're not technically extinct. Like someone can still appreciate these interesting animals. Or he'll do things like capture famous people. When the human world of Cadia fell, which was a huge thing for the Imperium, that was a huge loss, was losing Cadia. The leader of the Cadian Imperial Guard was a guy named Ursarkar E. Creed. And
That's
he was he was a long-standing 40K character. Like, he'd been around for decades. Many memes were made in the community about him, such as like, because Creed had a reputation of like pulling technical genius bullshit out of his ass at the last minute and thwarting people who have been around for like thousands of years and should be his superior in every way. There were memes made that like, if Creed was playing chess against Tzeentch, he would pull some sort of weird chess move bullshit out of his ass at the last second and beat Tzeentch in a game of chess. Mind you, Tzeentch is like the god of fate and change and magic.
That's all. That's like outfiddling the devil kind of vibes.
Yeah, basically that's but supposedly, as far as the Imperium, not Chuck Norris hyena, because there were no memes of like, Creed could kick a planet so hard that it would spin in the other direction. Like, they didn't have jokes like that. It was more like, Tzeentch and Creed could play a game of chess, and all of a sudden at the last second, Creed could just say, checkmate. And Tzeentch would just go, Creed! Because there was no way around it.
Incredible.
And he was just a normal human. Like, he wasn't a space marine or anything. He was just a guy.
He was just some fucking guy.
Yeah. And supposedly when Cadia blew up, as far as everyone was concerned, because no one got any word from Creed or saw him or found him, Ursarkar E. Creed died defending Cadia to the last. Incorrect. Trazyn was at Cadia. He was trying to help the humans stop chaos, like helping them understand some Necron technology on the planet that would have helped them. And Trazyn noticed how unique and special Creed was. So, Creed is frozen in stasis in Trazyn's museum. Because Trazyn was like, I can't let someone as unique as him just die. What a waste. I'll add him to the collection. Trazyn even actually has like moments of battle frozen in time. He actually has, there was a huge incident during the Horus Heresy where the Ultramarines and Wordbearers were fighting over a planet called Calth. And it was a brutal war. Very, very brutal. He actually has a group of Ultramarines and Wordbearers frozen in stasis. Mind you, they are still conscious. It's just their consciousness processes things at a much slower rate, but they are still very much aware. But he has these Ultramarines and Wordbearers like frozen in time, like in the middle of their fight. And what he will do is, like, if at any point, like, say the stasis field around one of the Marines fails and that Marine like tries to break out or like starts killing the enemy side or whatever, Trazyn will first off kill the one that broke out or recapture it if he can. If he can't recapture it, he will kill it. And then he will go to painstaking lengths to replace everything that was damaged and place it exactly so as best as he can. And Trazyn actually used a bunch of his collection on Cadia when he was trying to help humanity stop chaos. He took a bunch of like Imperial Guardsmen from thousands of years ago. He took Space Marines from thousands of years ago, whatever shit that he had in his collection. And he was just all like, oh crap, the Chaos guys are here. I'm not done showing them how to use this machine yet. Guardsmen,
that's definitely a
Space
formula
Marine
for tragedy.
Yeah, like he would basically unleash these enemies, and either they would start fighting them just because they were like, oh crap, traitor Marines, better fight them. Or he would have mind shackle scarabs in them so that like they would just fight because he told them to. Like there was no, oh my god, where are we? What happened? How did we get here? It was just all like, gotta fight these guys.
Yikes.
But Trazen's very interesting because he is crazy, but in his own unique way, because he's been awake for 65 million years. He did not go nap time. Trazen actually has a Krork in his collection, like the last known Krork to exist.
Orc Zoo. Orc Zoo.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but yeah, he's still an archivist and a historian, very much so. And he goes around and he observes things, he catalogs things. He like, if need be, he will collect samples of things, and sometimes those samples are literally just artifacts from cultures. And he actually has a little bit of appreciation for humanity. He still thinks they're lesser than Necrons. Don't get me wrong. But he has an appreciation for humanity's culture because of the fact that he's looking at it as a historian, as an archaeologist, as an archivist. Like he's like, this culture's nothing compared to ours, but it is fascinating that they do such and such and such and such.
That's kind of rad. Do the modern orcs have a relationship, like in myth or anything else, to the Krorks?
They have myths, like stories passed down orally for millennia at this point, millions of years possibly, that there used to be brain boys, aka their leaders, that like they're the ones who call them brain boys. I'm sure they were actually called something else.
Oh, sure,
like
they had like a normal ass name by someone who could spell.
Right, yeah. But there are legends amongst the orcs that there used to be a leadership caste called the Brain Boys. I don't know if they call them a leadership caste or just like, they might say something like, there used to be orcs that could think real big, and like, something like that would be the Brain Boys. But otherwise, to my knowledge, the orcs do not ever know of the Krorks existing. They just know that they used to be the biggest and the best, and they are still the biggest and the best. They're just different now. The other interesting thing with the orcs is that during the Great Crusade, when humanity and like the Emperor was expanding outward and everything with the Primarchs and the Space Marine legions, the world that got conquered, that ended up with Horus being named War Master after it, was a world called Ulanor. That used to be the center of a massive orc empire, and the Imperium broke it up there, and it was like a really, really rough battle. And that's why it was such a momentous occasion, to the point that they had like a big parade celebration, like not like a parade with floats like the Macy's Day Parade, but like a military parade, right? Because multiple Space Marine legions were there, shit tons of the Imperial army. The Emperor himself was even there for that, for the war on Ulanor.
Wow.
And literally they called in the Mechanicum to like level a whole section of the planet just so that it was big enough to have their big parade field. Like they literally like had the Mechanicum come in and like bulldoze mountain ranges. Like they literally told them to make the planet as flat as possible, and the Mechanicums were like, we calculate we can make the planet this flat. Cool, do it. All right. And they just bulldozed mountain ranges for anything that was in the way. Mountains,
just to
rocks,
make a better parade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're not good people.
All they care about is worship of the machine, and this was a way for them to show, like, look how cool the machine is. We can fucking bulldoze mountain ranges.
It's so fucked up.
Yeah. To be fair, they also viewed the Emperor as the Omnissiah, which is their god. So, like, essentially, their god said, "Hey, can you like bulldoze these mountain ranges and shit? Like, we need to make a really nice parade." And God, yes, my lord.
Touch grass.
Yeah.
If you haven't already bulldozed it.
Yeah, they bulldozed the grass. There's no grass to touch. It's all been bulldozed. But unbeknownst, like, eventually the location of Ulanor was lost. Because, and eventually the Mechanica refound it, but because they knew the Imperium would not like it if they just took the planet, because apparently it had like some resources and stuff on it. They were like, the Imperium's not going to like us taking this planet. Mind you, this is like well after the heresy and everything. the Mechanicus renamed the planet Armageddon, and because it's like a shitty like desert world, you know, like living outside of one of the massive hive cities is like almost impossible, basically. Something that the Mechanicus did not know when they renamed it Armageddon, and something that the Imperium really didn't know when they broke up that Orc Empire, that wasn't just the center of an Orc Empire. That's their homeworld.
Oh no!
Yeah, and while the Orcs may not remember that it's their homeworld, there is some sort of instinct driving them to go back there. And Gazgul, the Uber Orc that I mentioned earlier, he is on it. He led one campaign. It was the Third War for Armageddon to take back that planet. He got pushed back, and supposedly he wants to do it again and then go after like the Imperium as a whole. And the reason that he wants to go for Armageddon, like consciously, he thinks it's just because he got beat there once and he wants to rectify that. He doesn't want to be known as the guy who lost fighting on Armageddon. From an Orc instinct level, he is trying to reclaim his race's home planet.
Yeah.
Not that he knows that.
No, but it's a sympathetic goal all the same.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, I guess if there are any specific questions about Necrons, we can keep talking Necron stuff. Otherwise, I know you have questions.
I do, but before we get to that, I had something written down about Necron virus. That's all I had written down.
Oh, yeah, I didn't really touch on that. I should have. So one of the issues with the Necron sleepy time, outside of some of their leadership being various degrees of insane, is there's a couple of wee bit of computer viruses they've contracted. One of them is known as the Flare virus.
Flare, like take your skin off?
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, they Necrons that are infected with the Flare virus, first off, somehow gain the ability to go into their own little pocket dimension that's where they live and hang out.
Oh, that's also like an SCP. That
A little
also
bit.
flees you.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So the thing with the flares, as they are called, they will have their hands replaced with basically like, imagine if Edward Scissorhands, instead of having scissors for fingers, was just really long fucking knives.
Ah!
Yeah. They have their hands replaced like that by a Cryptek, or it's possible they also actually like grow their hands like that. We don't know. But the flares hang out in their little pocket dimension, and it does seem that if other Necrons that aren't infected with the Flare virus are near them, that there is a chance that tomb world will become infected with the Flare virus. And they all kind of go crazy. And what
so
the
it
Flare...
spreads just like on real computers.
Yeah. The Flares are basically considered like pariahs by most of the Necron society, or at best they are like either fodder or like hired mercenaries, because sometimes you can reach out to them to contact them and be like, hey,
I got
you want to get up,
want you to play.
Yeah, basically. Because what happens with the Flares is it seems like some part of their madness is them trying to become flesh and blood again. Because what they will do, they don't just like take your skin as a trophy, like they will carve the skins off.
Oh, they wear it, don't they?
They will drape it over themselves in some sort of weird-ass semblance of trying to look like they have skin. They will also eat the bodies of their kills as if they are ravenously hungry, even though they cannot
eat!
Yeah, they will literally rip out and shove gobbets of flesh like through their mouths, and they just fall out of their ribcage. But they act like they are ravenously hungry and starving and are devouring their kills.
How have we arrived at cannibalism like 3 times today?
Technically, it's not cannibalism because they're not eating their own kind.
But they think they are.
No, they don't think they're eating other Necrons. They just want to be flesh and blood again. They're eating, humans or Eldar or orcs or whatever in an attempt to like cram enough flesh and skins on themselves to not be machines anymore, because they're crazy.
What the fuck are you doing? Yeah. That's actually the saddest thing about the Necrons so far, actually, though. They just want to be guys again. They want to be normal. They want to be people.
At least some of them.
But in the worst, most sickening way.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
there are
awful.
there are some Necrons, like Trazyn actually, has looked into ways to reverse biotransference, like not by eating people, but by like, figuring out the science behind it and seeing if it can be reversed. There are some Necron cryptechs who have done research into it and tried to see like, well, could we take a Necron consciousness and shove it in a human body so that we have a flesh body again? And every time they've tried that, it has failed. It's basically the Necron consciousness is just not compatible with a human physiology, so it tends to kill the human, quite painfully, in fact.
Oh.
Yeah.
No one can have nice things in this world.
New. Basically. But there is another virus that affects the Necrons, and this one, in my opinion, is far, far worse.
What do you mean worse?
It's called the Destroyer virus.
Well, it's got a worse name.
It is also known to some of the Necrons as the Destroyer cults. Because not that they worship a particular god or anything, there's no religion behind it, but there is fanaticism. Necron destroyers have multiple forms. You saw some of them during that 9th edition trailer with the Skorpek that chased the Sister of Battle, and then the Skorpek Lord right at the end. Those are
Skorpek Lord would.
Yeah, those are Skorpek destroyers and a Skorpek destroyer lord. And then there's also Ophidian destroyers and Locust destroyers. Locust destroyers basically are Necrons who go to their cryptech and have them replace their legs with like an anti-grav hover platform and have one of their arms replaced with a really big fucking gun.
Hoverboard cannoneers.
In a way. There's also a character unit called a Hexmark destroyer, which is basically I think they're like 4 or 6 legged, like kind of a bug-legged Necron who has 6 arms and each arm ends in a pistol.
Sharpshooter.
Yeah, kind of. But the Ophidian destroyers have some of their bodies replaced with obviously they still look robotic, but kind of like a serpentine style body, and then really nasty like stabby claws. And Ophidian destroyers can like phase in and out of reality, so they can do things like phase into the floor, go through the bottom of the floor, and then they pop out, phase back into reality, so now they're physical, and then they stab the shit out of you. Or they'll do things like, you're shooting at them and they will phase and you can't shoot them because your shots just go right through them, and as they get close to you or as you run out of ammo, they're
quite cool.
Yeah, Ophidian destroyers are really cool.
They're like snake robot ghosts.
Yeah. The spelling is different, but Ophidians is, I believe, a word for snakes, hence why they look kind of snaky.
Oh, like in like Ophiuchus and stuff. Yes. Yeah. That makes sense. I didn't connect it, but yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, it's Ophidian spelled O-P-H-I instead of Y,
Mm-hmm.
D-I-A-N, and it's literally a zoology term. A reptile of the group Ophidia, a snake.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so there's all of the destroyer cults basically exist. For some reason, something went wrong with their programming, or they were infected with some kind of virus or something, where the only thing they care about is killing all life. They want to exterminate all life down to the microorganisms on a planet. They want to scourge a planet bare.
So do they not consider themselves life?
No, they're not living, they're machines.
Well, yes, I know that, and you know that, but it doesn't seem like all Necrons know that.
In the case of the destroyers, they know they are not living. They want to kill all life.
Does that include other Necrons who think that they are living? Or does the destroyer's reality like supersede?
Honestly, I don't know. That might depend on the destroyers and how crazy they are. Like some of them might just be like, "You fucking idiot, you're not alive.
You're a robot, you moron."
Yeah, others might be like, "You think you're alive? Well, I better
you
fucking
currently
kill you,
have
then."
a computer virus, so like get real.
Yeah. But like there's actually a point in the Infinite and the Divine where Trazyn leaves 100 destroyers on a planet that, because granted he was waiting for time to pass for him to do something, because Trazyn like literally will wait thousands of years if he has to for a thing to be in like just the right condition. But he was also like, I'm gonna leave these destroyers on this planet and see what happens. And he dropped them like in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a fucking jungle or some shit. 100 years later, he comes back, and the entire jungle that he dropped them in, yeah, it's fucking gone. And they've been slowly working their way across the planet, because they like, yes, first they kill all the animals, then they kill all the plants, then they start carefully making sure every microorganism and insect and everything is dead. So imagine it. Imagine
like
if
all life.
Yeah, imagine if I told you vacuum the carpet, but instead of you just making sure there's no dirt on the carpet, you make sure that there is not a single fucking dust mite anywhere on that carpet.
Okay, I don't have a vacuum that good.
But imagine if you did.
That would be fucked up.
And that's Necron destroyers.
That's fucked up.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No. You know what? Like the flayers are much more yucky, but the destroyers are much more scary.
Yeah. Especially because the destroyers have themselves modified like that. Like that Scorpec you saw. At some point, he got infected with the destroyer virus, and this can happen even to like a mindless Necron, like a regular warrior. They will suddenly have the capacity to go to a Cryptek and be like, I want you to change my body. I need to be able to kill. And the Crypteks are like, okay. And they do it, and they give them like, they either give them like the hoverboard body or the snake body or the little like insecty buggy body or whatever, and give them the weapons they need. And certain tomb worlds will actually keep destroyer cult infected Necrons around because they're like, these guys are fucking great shock troops. Why wouldn't I use these? Other times they're like, oh, you're sick, you're diseased, you're fucking wrong, you're fucked up. Get out. Get out. Get the fuck away from my people. Get out before you make other people sick. Get out. And they'll do the same thing to the flayers too. The flayers sometimes will leave on their own and go in their little pocket dimension. But if they don't, the tomb world is usually like, you're sick, you're infected. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. We don't want you here. Go away. Leave. Never come back.
But consider, just as an argument, right? Like I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
The Scorpex look really dope.
They do. The Scorpec are really cool looking.
That's my only argument. I just think they're really neat.
They are. The Scorpec are really, really cool looking. I love the Ophidian destroyers most, though. Out of the 3 destroyer types, those are my favorite.
They're just cool. Like my number one takeaway from that trailer was like the big guy at the end. What was that?
That was a Scorpec destroyer lord.
I like it.
Yeah, a Scorpec Destroyer Lord is basically, imagine a regular Necron Lord, so a guy who is in charge of a tomb world or part of a tomb world if he's not like the full overlord. Oops, he got infected by the Destroyer virus.
So he's like a planet mayor who got evil.
Yeah, basically. He would basically be one who would go to the other destroyer infected Necrons nearby, whether they're from his own tomb world or not, and be all like, I'm in charge of you, and they'd be like, yep, you're in charge.
But yeah, you're bigger and stronger and scarier and meaner.
Yeah, let me there, I just sent you a picture of a Locust heavy destroyer, so that's the hoverboard kind of destroyer.
Oh, they got no feet. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they like big gun.
Oh my goodness, that is a really big gun. Let me grab this in the right browser. My stream browser has my face on it when I open a new tab, and it just makes me happy.
That's fun.
No feet. That's a really big gun. That's a huge gun. This is
it's a really big gun.
Tab image though. Every time I open a tab, I'm like, that's me. What else do I have written down as questions? I'm reasonably sure one of these is like, even I know that one's cannibalism. So let's like keep the cannibalism train rolling, I guess. I have written down gene seed organs for Space Marines dash Remembrancer.
Oh, okay.
And I have parentheses cannibalism. That's what I got. I'm not even 100% sure where all of these questions came from. They're just ones that I've sort of accumulated. Like if I saw something that I was like, that seems intriguing, I'll save it to ask Oblivion about. Ah!
Fair.
I'm an idiot sandwich. Deckhand, that's not nice.
Tasty sandwich.
Nah.
Also, I like how, you know, him float.
Him float.
Someone needs to paint up a Locust Destroyer as Pennywise.
He do float down here.
Yeah. Beep, beep, Richie. We all float down here. Pew, pew.
That could be a really fun, I don't know if there's like a Warhammer abridged kind of series, you know, in the old style.
Oh.
Oh no, did I put my foot in it?
There is a whole ass rabbit hole I could go down about that. There is a series. It is currently no longer actively being worked on, but they worked on it for years, and it is fucking hysterical.
I know. I mean, it does seem ripe for like the abridged style.
Yeah, it's not quite an abridged thing. It's more of just like some guys decided to make a comedy series that initially started talking about actual Warhammer lore, but then also kind of branched off into their own like, but what if kind of storylines where they just made some changes that like turned into hilarious fucking comedic situations.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was called "If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device." Since the Emperor
can't
talk, yeah. Since the Emperor can't talk, basically,
he can't. He's just he's hypothetically just a collection of body parts.
Yeah, they basically the series starts with a tech priest having successfully installed a text-to-speech device into the Emperor. So all of the other characters in the show are voice acted by people. The Emperor is voice acted by a text-to-speech voice. So you know, like if someone tries typing "What the fuck are you doing?" and they type "fuck" like f f f f f f f you, he'll be like what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah, it's really funny. But yeah, before I get, I'm not gonna go there because like if you want to watch that series, you should watch it. It's fantastic. You can even watch it in the Discord. It'd be amazing. I'm sorry, what was the question? I know we talked about the Space Marine seed and something about cannibalism.
And I wrote down Remembrancer parentheses cannibalism.
I'm not sure why you would have cannibalism next to Remembrancer. Remembrancer is one of my favorite 40K lore channels, so I may have recommended him to you, or if you got YouTube or something.
That might have been something that I got like I got my wires crossed.
Either that or maybe found on YouTube like just because.
Also possible. I did do some research.
Yeah, doesn't necessarily mean I talk about you. May have, he is one of my favorite YouTube lore channels for 40K. There's a couple of others that I very much enjoy, but Remembrancer is one of the best in my opinion. I'm having echoing.
Oh, I don't hear any echoing. That's weird. Let me pop the stream open.
If I'll restart Discord or something.
I never watch my own streams.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll start yapping.
Yeah, yap away for a sec. Oh wait, yeah, you got mad robot voice.
Ooh.
Yikes. Oh, that's quite bad. Yeah, maybe yeah, take a sec to restart. I'm going to run a quick ad. am back. I'm gonna give Oblivion a call and hope that all is well on his end.
Hello? Am I still robot?
Hello, welcome back. I closed the window with the fucking stream because I'm an idiot. So hopefully someone will tell me, but I'll tell myself in a second. We're good? Okay. Hell yeah. Discord just needed a little break. That's okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So we were talking about seed genes for Space Marines.
Yes.
Hello, Shadow. Yes, late night stream. Yes, we started a little later than usual, and these special interest Sunday streams tend to go pretty long. So we'll be here, I suspect, a while. Honestly, until probably I get tired enough that I'm like, okay, I gotta tap out. Because I don't think we'll run out of stuff to talk about.
No, we won't. Anyway, the cannibalism thing, I don't know why that was tied to remembrance, or maybe like if you found him on your own when doing research, maybe you found a particular video that talked about somebody eating their own kind or something, which is quite possible. We've already covered multiple cannibalistic topics in 40K, so it's completely and entirely feasible that that's how you found him.
That is definitely possible.
Or like, for all I know, I told you about him and was like, oh yeah, you need to watch such and such video about like blah 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 eating the blah blah blah. Like,
I definitely didn't take great notes last time. I'm doing much better this time.
That's good. Also, I'm doing good, X-Ray. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm also doing good. Good to see you, Shadow.
Okay. So, Space Marine Gene Seed. Space Marines, during their creation process, which takes about 10 years, by the way, to go from recruit to full Marine, well, not even full Marine, to go from recruit to scout, which is basically the bare minimum where they will actually let you take to the field and start learning on hand, like outside of training arenas and shit. So yeah, every time a Space Marine dies, not only can that be decades or centuries of battle experience lost in a single warrior, it will take, at minimum, 10 years to replace that guy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But the Space Marines are transhuman, meaning that, or some people would call post-human. Regardless, they are above humanity. They have been genetically designed to be better than anything a normal human could ever hope to be. At least in terms of like physicality and battle effectiveness, in terms of like emotional depth and things like that. That depends on the culture of the Space Marine chapter, to be honest, in my opinion.
Thank you for paying your taxes, Shadow. Enriching the Tanuki is your good deed of the day.
I should do that real quick. Hold on.
Oh God.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. There. I've done it.
Thank you for paying your taxes, Oblivion. Enriching the Tanuki is your good deed of the day.
Streamer Senpai noticed me, chat.
Yeah, I should hope so. Good Lord, imagine.
But yeah, throughout the process of a Space Marine's induction into whether we're talking Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, like into a Legion, or like 40K, like post Heresy onward, a chapter, which I can go into what the difference between those is in a little bit. It's not too huge of a thing in this regard, in terms of this topic. They would start off first just being a normal human child. I believe the age range is they have to be male, at least according to current GW lore. There is a chance that may be changing soon, because the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's bodyguards, were originally for some time talking about the Adeptus Custodes being male only, and as of the last few months, Games Workshop first off had a lore tidbit where a custodian was referred to as she/her pronouns, and then first off GW came out and was like, no, we never straight up said the custodians were all men. The custodians have always been men or women. And then they also created I mean, there's plenty of military in this Shadow.
There's a lot of military vibes, especially now that we're getting back into like the Imperium and the Space Marines.
Yeah, it's a tabletop miniatures war game, but it also has like video games, novels, all sorts of stuff. Games Workshop even actually produces some little TV shows and movies on their streaming platform Warhammer Plus, which is like $5 a month. Which can also get you access to lore videos, painting guides, shows, battle reports if you want to see how some of the games are played. Although, frankly, I wouldn't recommend watching the battle reports on Warhammer Plus. They tend to be heavily edited, and you can see sometimes that they're kind of truncated, or it seems like maybe they're flubbing roles in like favor of like, well, we want this outcome. We want this outcome, so this guy's shooting attack just happens to be really, really good right when he needs it to be really,
just make
really
the
good.
Story super compelling.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
I think the stories can be perfectly compelling with honest gameplay.
Yes, I would agree. Honestly, narrative gameplay is my favorite kind of gameplay. I don't do like tournament competitive like meta chasing shit. I play what I play because I either like the unit or I like the models, or I'm like, I have a cool story involving these models, so I play them all the time. I actually have a pair of Land Raider tanks, which are like Space Marine big heavy transport tanks, for my Loyalist Space Marines. One of them is a regular Land Raider, or what's called a Godhammer pattern Land Raider, where it has a bunch of anti-tank weaponry on it, like on sponsons, like on the sides. And then the other one is what's called a Land Raider Crusader, which is an anti-infantry one. It can carry more troops inside of it than the Godhammer pattern. But instead of having a bunch of anti-tank weaponry, it has a bunch of anti-infantry weaponry on it.
Oh.
And because basically when the original Land Raider Crusader kit came out in the year 2000, I went to Gen Con, which is a big gaming convention, not just like Warhammer, but like D&D. Yeah. When Gen Con was still in Milwaukee, because I'm in Wisconsin, in 2000, I got dropped off at Gen Con, like just by myself. My dad dropped me off there and was, picked a time for him to come get me and all that shit. I paid for my own convention badge and all that stuff. And yes, Hyena, you're not wrong. But Games Workshop, that was the year that the Land Raider Crusader was released, and the first place in the world that they were selling it was at Gen Con. Like, it was not available on their website. You couldn't get it from independent retailers. They released it early at Gen Con.
That's so exciting.
I was the first person to buy a Crusader at Gen Con.
Let's fucking go. That's so great.
I still have that Crusader, although over the years some parts have gone missing just because of moving multiple times and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to try and track down just the metal parts, because it was a plastic and metal hybrid kit where like most of the tank was plastic, but some of the turret guns and stuff were metal. And they don't make it like that anymore. They have a separate plastic kit. So I was like, well, it might be cheaper just to get the metal parts and to fix it. I found a place that was actually selling a still sealed in box, like shrink wrapped and everything, one of those old Crusader kits, and not necessarily from the year 2000, because they did sell that kit for some years, but it was still sealed brand new in box, and it was actually cheaper than buying a brand new Land Raider Crusader from Games Workshop, and buying just the metal parts was about half the cost of buying the whole fucking tank.
Whoa, that's a huge difference.
It's because they're out of print. Those metal parts are out of print. There's only so many left in the world. And I was just like, well, fuck it. I might, because if I buy the kit that's like sealed in the box, first off, I get my replacement metal parts so I can fix my first Land Raider. Second off, I can build the other Land Raider in there as a Godhammer pattern Land Raider. So I'm basically getting a whole ass fucking tank plus being able to fix my existing one. So I did that. And I decided that from a lore standpoint, I would always have to field those two tanks together, because they're machine spirits, which is a thing for the Imperium's technology, not just Space Marines, but just they're kind of AI without being AI, because the Imperium says AI bad. Like, AI to them is not artificial intelligence, it's abominable intelligence, because there was a point in humanity's history where AI almost killed a bunch of humanity, so it's bad now. But machine spirits, depending on the machine, have varying degrees of personality, temperament, intelligence. They maybe can't speak, but there are times where, like, say a tank that has served with a Space Marine chapter for 6,000 years, that tank is known to be very temperamental unless a specific thing is done before it is taken into battle, at which point will be very agreeable. But none of the other tanks of that type ever do that. It's only this one. Yeah, that's totally not the tank gaining some unique intelligence. That's nope. That's not what that is. Not what that. So I decided that these two land raiders always have to be fielded together because one
they'll
of them
act up if they don't.
Yeah, because one of them was used, like some spare parts from one were used to help repair another and get it functioning again so it could continue fighting. And now if you ever field one of them without the other, the tank becomes the most cantankerous, disagreeable piece of shit. And from a tactical standpoint, they're like, look, we don't need both of these right now, but we need them to actually, like, not be shitty with us.
We need them to both work.
Yeah. So yeah, basically I made a lore thing that says, like, those two tanks are always to be fielded together because they are sister tanks, and their machine spirits get very upset if one of them is taken and not the other.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So, like, that's fun shit that I like doing with my army. Granted, no shame to people who prefer the competitive scene and prefer the meta chasing. Like, you know what? If that's where they get their joy,
sure,
cool.
There's room for all types.
Yeah, it's their hobby, as long as they don't force that method of joy onto other people. Like, if they tried to play me and were like, hey man, I'm here to practice for a tournament, and I go like, I'm just here for a casual game,
okay.
dude.
I'm not role play my tanks that are in love.
Right. Like I'm just gonna role play my lesba tanks. But you know, like if someone says like, oh yeah, I'm here to practice for a tournament, like I brought my list for this tournament coming up next week, I'm gonna be like,
okay.
I'm gonna be like, I'm not the guy you want to play, my dude. Like, I'm not a tournament player. You'll fucking steamroll me, and that's not practice for you, and it's also not fun for me. Like, you're trying to get better and make sure your list works. I get that. I'm not the guy to help you figure that out.
I am really invested in a make-believe love story between my war machines, and I don't care if I win.
Damn right.
I love that. I think that's I will never play the game, but if I did, that's how I would play. Why do I feel like Kami's just standing? I assure you that I am sitting like a little gremlin. I have neither of my feet are touching the floor right now. I'm like chin on hands, just listening to my boy talk.
Sorry, someone just sent me a funny DM. Okay. So Space Marine Gene Seed, basically a recruit. Initially during the Great Crusade.
Oh, you're right. I gotta get small. Here.
I mean, I don't care. Like, I mean, I'm a little like chibi PNG guy. Like, you don't need to match my height. Like, you've got a full on 2D VTuber model. I've just got like I've just got a dude whose mouth opens when he lights up. Like,
I got fucking feet. I got feet.
You got feet?
Don't sniffer! No sniffer! Hey! Keep it appropriate. Go back down. You were conspiring. Wait, yeah. We're whispering.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. That's fair. We're conspiring.
To each other.
Yeah, please. Someone clip that, please.
No, do not clip the sniffer. Oh God, it's done. It's done. They know the bot commands. It's over.
Are you sure it worked? Because usually the bot like pops up a thing like, you know, blah 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 made a clip. Or does yours not do that?
My bot is very quiet about clips. If they work, it's quiet.
Okay, cool.
So I'll find out. I'll find out after stream if it worked. I will go clip it myself if it didn't work.
Yeah. I mean, if need be, I can clip it. Chat, make a note. It's a little bit before the 4 hour and 30-minute mark.
Here.
You don't have to do it right now.
I'm just setting a marker. Yeah, my bot doesn't talk to me if the marker works, so I think
that's interesting. That's cool.
Does that mean you use them because short Tanuki? No, I'm very tall. I'm very tall. I'm actually like 12 feet tall. That's a normal height for a Reckin,
for a second. Yeah, for a second, I thought you were talking about like your real life height. Like you were saying, like you in real life are really tall, and then you were like, "I'm 12 feet tall," and I was like, "Oh."
I'm
like
so tall.
I was like, pretty sure Kami's not 12 feet tall, like in real life.
You don't know. You don't know me.
I mean, that is a pretty awesomely big Tanuki. Not gonna
Maybe
lie.
I was just a great basketball player, and then I retired and became a guy on the internet. You don't know.
That's true.
That's not true, because the tallest female basketball player, which I would have been if I was playing basketball in a past life, is Margaret Dudek, who was 7'3", I want to say.
Oh damn! Wow, that's a really tall lady.
I'm pulling that stat out of my ass, but I think it's probably accurate. Look, we all got special interests. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mine is tall women.
I can't blame you.
Yeah.
Legs for days.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Also, to be fair, like I'm a thigh guy, so like legs for days equals even more thigh. It's like a 2-in-1. Yep, exactly like that. Thigh pillows, best pillows.
Thigh pillows, best pillows. Absolutely true.
Anyway, so yeah, Space Marines basically, the recruitment age is usually between 8 to 14 years old. Boys only, at least, again, at the moment. There's a chance GW may be changing canon. They have had a character named Belisarius Call, who is like a super genius and created like the new kind of Space Marines called the Primaris Marines. He did I believe there has actually been a canon moment, either in a novel or like a codex or something, where he basically straight up says to Gulliman, like, I think I figured out why it doesn't work on women, meaning like, I can make it work on women so we can get more Space Marines. I mean, I showed you the lady custodian last time we did this.
Yes,
I sent you pictures of her, and you got all sorts of flustered looking at her.
I like women.
I mean,
They're
to be
so
fair,
pretty.
I don't blame you, because like muscle mommy, sorry, muscle
Oh my
mommy,
God,
sorry, muscle mommy, sorry. Yeah, 9 foot tall muscle mommy, sorry. 9 foot tall muscle mommy, sorry. Like, crush me between your thighs for the Emperor. But
I was
what?
just simping for muscle mummies on a stream like earlier this very week. So yeah, I'm there with you.
That's funny. Let me think. So yeah. First off, their training would start with like physical training. Oblivion's step on me?
Ah!
I've never had anyone ask me to give them steppies. That's a new one for me. I'm usually the one asking for steppies. I'm confused.
Oh my God, how is my chat the degen one?
I don't know how to respond to a request for steppies. Technically, my model has no feet. I cannot currently give steppies.
Just, like, get a stomp going. Good God, what is happening? Where have we gone? Where have we gone? Ah, no. Jesus.
Chad, I'm gonna let you know right now. If y'all think you're degens, there's a streamer I mod for. My nickname in her community and some of her friends' communities is Booty Cushion.
Ah!
It started as a running joke of like, she sits down all the time, she needs a nice comfy booty cushion, and I volunteer, and then the name just stuck.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. I know the kind of people you hang out with. I am a say-so by comparison.
Yeah.
And yet my chat is bringing the degen tonight.
Yeah. Like literally, not just in her stream, but in some of her friend streams, I can be like, hi, Chad, how's everyone doing tonight? And they'll be like, oh, hi, Booty Cushion. Yeah, they don't even call me by my name. They're just, hi, Booty Cushion.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I just roll with it at this point. Like, I've literally told the streamer I mod for, like, if I get to meet you at a convention, like, for the bit, like, purely for the bit.
Go dress
do you
as
want
a
me
chair.
to? No, like, do you want me to bring, like, a pillow, and I will get on my hands and knees. You can put the pillow on my back and sit on me. just so that you can say that you actually used me as a booty cushion.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Can you lick the whole? No. I am not your fucking pop rocks or your pop ring, whatever the fuck. You can give me don't you hey, those are not blueberry flavored.
Tastes like Pop Rocks.
All right, that's it. Next time we do this, I'm spraying my horns with that stuff that makes stuff taste bad for pets, so they don't chew on it.
Oh, I've gotten that stuff in my mouth so many times.
I got that stuff in my mouth once. Oh my god, it was awful.
It's really bad.
You know what's really bad, actually? I've been biting my nails since I was in like first grade, right?
Oh,
so
bad.
it's you know,
You do not want to see my nails right now.
My nails are horrible, but I tried using that like, it's not nail polish, but like the stuff that like tastes kind of like that you put on your nails to make you stop biting your nails, because every time you start biting your nails, you're like,
I learned to like it.
Yeah, for me, I didn't like it, but it stopped having an effect. Like for a while, it was like, let me bite my nail. Oh god, that tastes like crap. Let me bite my nail. Oh, that tastes like crap. And then eventually, just like, yeah, this tastes forever. I'm gonna keep doing it.
It's fine now. Actually, it's not enough to stop me.
Mm-hmm.
I will make myself bleed, and you cannot stop me.
Nail polish is yummy. No.
Nail polish is not yummy. I have nail polish on right now, but it's only on like the bottom, like half of my fingernails because I chewed off all the top half. But I did eat a lot of nail polish in so doing.
Honestly, reasons why I don't do nail polish. Like, I would love to do nail polish, but I know I will tear that shit off, so I don't. Like for years, I've been like, I'd really like to like do some colors on my nails and stuff, but I'm like, I'll like chew that shit off in 15 minutes. So like, there's no point.
See, you gotta just lean into like the like grunge punk vibe. That's what I do. Like, that's already my style. That's my VTuber style. I am the same person outside of this raccoon that I am in it. So like my signature look is heavily fucked up black nail polish. Other colors too, but
Fair.
More often black than anything else.
Can you munch? Jason, what is? Are you okay, my dude?
On the blue part of my hair? No. Oh wait, of whose hair? Of no one's hair.
Mine.
No hair eating.
Yeah, don't eat my
Only
hair.
I can eat. How?
Yeah. Also,
it's
to
gross.
be fair,
It's bad. Tastes like hairspray.
Yeah. How do you think it stays in place like that? Like, I use.
Yeah,
product.
I should have known before I bit.
It's not going to taste very good. Also, to be fair, the only creatures that have been allowed to eat my hair have been the guinea pigs I've had in the past, who like sometimes would like literally just be like, hair, yum, 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 and all of a sudden I would just feel this tugging on my, I would just feel this tugging on my hair and be like, and be like, what's pulling on my hair? And I'm all like, no, give me that.
I had one cat also who used to wake me up in the mornings by, she would just like grab a piece of my hair in her mouth and then yank with her whole body.
That's adorable. Like, annoying for the person having it done to them, but
annoying, but also really cute.
Yeah, that's really cute that she's like, wake up, wake up, wake up. Like, meanwhile, like for the person having it done to them is like, fuck you, cat.
Go away. It's 6 a.m.
You're in my back pocket. What if I don't have back pockets?
No pants.
I mean, I'm not on camera. I don't give a shit about pants.
This is the secret. No VTuber you've ever met is wearing pants.
Oh, trust me. Even when I used to stream and I wasn't a VTuber, there were no pants. There were no pants. There were no pants because if I was getting up, I hit my BRB screen first, so my camera turned off, so you couldn't see shit.
You don't know. You don't know what's fucking happening over here. It could be anything.
Also to be fair, like, I hate wearing pants. I hate wearing socks. So like, if I can get away with not wearing those, like, I'll wear like, boxers. Obviously, like, I'm not just gonna walk around with nothing on down there.
No, I'm all about that barefoot life. I want the grippers should not be contained.
Yeah, like I don't have a foot thing. I know you don't either.
No.
But like at the same time, I just like, if I don't have to wear shoes or socks, I don't.
Oh, I used to be, especially when I was younger, was like a lot of the people in the neighborhood where I grew up called me Tarzan because I was clothed to the minimum amount that anyone would let me get away with, and sometimes slightly less. But I was definitely 100% of the time barefoot. Always. Like, grippers fully out. No shoes, no socks, not even sandals, none of that. I've lost the fucking plot of Warhammer. We just sort of like went.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sea jeans.
I'm not a dinosaur.
Are
I mean,
you
I'm
a
old, but
dinosaur?
I'm not a dinosaur. Anyway, so yeah, Space Marines, when they're first inducted as they're called, I believe they're called aspirants. Usually, some chapters have different names for them, but the general term is aspirants because they are aspiring to. Yes, Hyena. This is Warhammer Warhammer Booty Cushion from Games Workshop in 2025. But I lost my train of thought. All right. So aspirants are basically, like I said, they're young boys between 8 and 14. And their training usually starts off with just physical training, physical and mental training. They are also screened on from a physical, getting a physical standpoint, a psychic standpoint where librarians of the chapter will psychically scan their minds or possibly try to psychically invade their minds just to make sure they're not harboring any deep, dark, naughty secrets or chaos taint. And
wait, so there's actual literal thought crime?
It's not considered crime if it's rooting out chaos taint, but yes.
Yeah.
The Dark Angels chapters, the Dark Angel chapter and their various successors, they have many successors. Their librarians actually used to be called their librarians actually used to have a unique psychic discipline that was just for them, that gave their librarians special magic powers in the game that nobody else had. And the school of psychic ability was called interomancy, because it was meant to be used for interrogation, to rip information out of people's minds, up to and including to the point that you would basically make the person brain dead if they were resisting you strong enough. If they were compliant and they didn't mind you getting the information, it might cause them some headaches and some discomfort, but otherwise they'd be fine. There wouldn't be any lasting damage. If they tried to fight you on it and you had to literally dig deep and rip that shit out, it would basically be well, if I said I wanted your liver and you said no, we might fight for a bit, but then eventually if I get my hand inside you and pull the liver out, I will get what I want and you're probably gonna die.
Bruh.
Yeah.
That's so fucked up. That's evil. They're like the copyist cops. In
a way. English or Spanish. Native language is English. I un poquito español, but mostly English.
Also, English language chat. Don't forget. I speak a
Yeah,
smattering of other languages, but I want to keep chat primarily English. Whoever moves first is gay. I'm already gay.
Also, to be fair, my model can't move, so Kami's moving, therefore Kami's gay.
Oh no, whatever shall I do?
Wait a minute. Hold up. I need to contact Grums. Am I on a stream that's supporting the gay agenda?
Oh my god, wait, you're talking about Warhammer in proximity to someone this fucking queer? You're gonna get blacklisted! Blacklisted.
Also, actually, in regards to the nail polish talk that we had earlier, another reason that I don't do the nail polish is with the job that I have, the area that it's in would be a great way to have me get questions like, are you some kind of queer?
I grew up in a pretty conservative area and was even before it was super obvious that I'm queer, which it very much is now. I mean, even this model, if you can look at me and be like, I don't know if that thing's straight, you didn't look close enough. But it was always really obvious, and I very much did it on purpose. Like I was like, okay, you can yell at me forever. I don't give a fuck. I'm just, I don't think that your opinion is valuable, so you can't hurt me. So I was, just like the office bully magnet or whatever. And if anyone ever crossed a line, I would go to HR so fast. It was fun.
Yeah, I bet. So yeah, Space Marines. Initially, after the physical examination, the psychic examination, and the physical examination can also go down to the genetic level, where they will take blood or tissue samples, like nothing hyper invasive because they don't want to hurt the potential aspirant. But they will literally go down to the molecular level to be like, okay, are you genetically pure of mutation and other defects, and they're not even looking for defects like, oh, you're prone to cancer or dementia. They don't care about that shit, because if you live to be a Space Marine, that shit won't matter.
Yeah, you're probably not dying of melanoma, are you?
Yeah. Are you okay with that statement that's in chat right now?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mind yourself, Jason. I don't like that.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, traumas you went through are valid, and I'm sorry that happened to you, but we also don't trauma dump in chat.
Thank you. I appreciate your apology. Just be mindful.
Yeah.
We're not we're just checking the predispositions, but also that's not what you're gonna die of.
Yeah. So yeah, they start off with their screenings to make sure an aspirant is worthy, essentially, or pure enough to the and when I say they're looking for genetic purity, I don't mean the master race, nothing like that. It's just a matter of are you free of chaos taint? Yeah. Are you free of mutation and shit like that?
Are you going to be able to be an adequate soldier for our specific ideology?
Right. Aspirants who tend to fail at this stage tend to be executed. They don't just go oh, this 8-year-old has mutations or is prone to mutation. They don't go, well, you can go back to your mommy and daddy. They're just nope, kill him. Past that, it will turn into physical training, any kind of get you in shape kind of training, plus also physical combat. And depending on the chapter, some of the chapters say they take in 100 aspirants and say that 80 make it past the screenings. They will then go, okay, it's time for you guys to pair up and fight each other. By the way, kill each other. If you and they will basically say you're fighting to the death. If you defeat your opponent and fail to kill him, you will both be killed. So they will have literal children, ages 8 to 14, fight each other to the death.
That's terrible.
And that won't necessarily be right away. I'm not saying they go through the screenings and then fight to the death. No. They can have months, weeks or months or even possibly years of physical training to get them in shape and get them fit and get them and before they, depending on how each chapter does things, because every chapter is a little different. It might be weeks, it might be months, it might be years, but eventually they are going to come to the point where it's all hey, yeah, your buddies that you've been hanging out with, yeah, you're pairing up with each other, and whoever you're paired up with, you die or he dies. And if you refuse to kill them, because if you beat the shit out of them and they're still alive and you refuse to kill him, you will both die.
That's the way all the evil hegemonies do it.
The reason they're doing it is because they need the best of the best of the best, and they need people who, even as a normal human, are willing to kill someone that they love because they have to kill them.
Exactly. They need people who will follow orders no matter how unpleasant they find the order to be.
Yeah, and past that point, they will continue getting physical training. They will get routine physical examinations, psychic examinations. The psychic examinations tend to be less invasive as time goes on, just because they've been proving themselves. But it tends to just be like, oh, let me just do like a cursory check of your mind and see, like, first off, where are you psychologically? Where are you emotionally? Do you have any sort of resentful thoughts to the chapter for what we've been putting you through? Things like that. Like, kind of looking for like the seed of sedition in a way, rather than the initial one where it's like, are you tainted already? Do we need to kill you? It's more like, okay, how are you feeling? How are you doing? What are your thoughts like? What are you thinking of the chapter as a whole? What are you thinking of like your process through this? And it's at this point where, depending on the reason for your failure along the process, you may become what's called a chapter serf, where like you're not killed, you're not executed, but you're also not allowed to go back home. So instead, you become someone who you help take care of the Space Marines of the chapter. You do things like you polish or repair their armor, or you help bring them food, or you like tidy their room, or like if they're going to a training session, like you're the one there who like has the towel for them to mop their brow, or if they're like, they might say like, bring me like such and such weapon. I want to train with that next. So you would take the weapon they had, put it away, get the weapon they asked for, and bring it to them. So a little bit like a feudal serf.
Yeah, like much like a page, really.
In a way, because the Space Marines to some degree are kind of like knights, just minus the mounts usually.
Mhm.
But chapter serfs, like, yes, on the one hand, they fail to become a Space Marine. However, a chapter serf is considered a very trusted servant. Like, yes, there are certain things that they are not allowed to see or know about.
But they still
like
work their way much higher, like up the hierarchy than the average guy could ever.
Yeah, well, like think of it like this: if you and I had a super secret club, and we invited some people into. Okay, fine. We have a super secret club, and we invite people into that super secret club, and maybe some of them don't make the cut, like they don't become full members, but like it's not
Hyena
that it's
not actually invited to a Special Interest Sunday, but
that's fine.
She did pass the initial vibe check.
Okay, so no L5R episode for Hyena, sorry, but
I'm just
Hyena
this in reality.
Yeah, but like Hyena might be trusted enough to like maybe we discuss with her what we're planning for future episodes.
So she,
or
as a mod of the channel, she is prepared to like know what to expect for a future Special Interest Sunday and can serve us more productively.
Honestly, you know what? Like a streamer to mod relationship is very much what a chapter serf can be like, because some chapter serfs just do generic tasks. Like, you know what? Your job is to help make the meals for the Space Marines. So maybe you don't interact with individual Marines all the time. Maybe some of them might remember your name. Granted, that's up to the individual Marine. Some chapters are very much like they will refer to all serfs as serf because they don't know what the fuck their name is.
I don't know who a hyena is. They just like a sword icon on the Calamity Tommy channel.
However, every Space Marine would have at least one serf that is assigned to them as their personal serf, because that is the one that is trusted to maintain your war gear for you. Like, you come back from battle, they polish your armor, they will repair your armor, they clean it up, they repaint it before your next battle.
Hyena. She's my most trusted mod. She's the first mod and the most the most active and the most beloved.
Yeah, so and for certain Space Marine chapters, their serfs are beloved. To some Space Marine chapters, it's not just a servant who happens to polish your armor. To them, like, this is my confidant. This is the person I can trust. Not that they can't trust their fellow Marines, but sometimes some Marines, depending on their chapter culture, are very aware of the differences between them and a human. And maybe they don't quite know how to articulate those differences until they become close with a human and can realize, like, oh, you see things this way. Like, I never thought of it that way, because for me that's nothing.
Right. Your psychology and my psychology are very disparate.
Right.
But I can see you and understand your perspective and maybe love you in my own little way.
Yeah. There was actually
Those
a
are
little lore.
valets. Oh no, we both went the
Yeah.
yaoi route. Ah,
Oh,
god
no.
damn it.
Oh no, let me get
That's
the
why
yaoi
that's why
paddle.
Hyena is
God
my
damn
number
it.
one moderator.
I didn't think I was gonna need the yaoi paddle tonight. God damn it.
No, don't put it away.
Um,
Put it away. I do not need a spanking.
Hyena does though.
Maybe.
But yeah, so like chapter serfs are trusted chapter servants. They become part of essentially the staff of the fortress monastery. If you think of Space Marines as an order of warrior monks, consider the chapter serfs as the non-warrior monks. Like these are the monks that do the maintenance, the repair, the upkeep.
Oh.
While the warrior monks are the ones who have to constantly train and be ready to go to battle, the serfs are the monks that like they're not trained for battle. They help those who are.
And probably the ones that are actually trained for the shooty, stabby would fail more often than they currently do, if not for the nuns.
You're right, because like granted, there are some Space Marine chapters where maintaining one's own war gear is considered part of your duty. And maybe even improving on or artistically embellishing that warrior is considered, you are to do this because that is what our warriors do. Others, it may just be like, you don't have to embellish it, but you need to maintain and upkeep your own war gear because you are a warrior of such and such chapter, and that is what our warriors do. In which case, you may still have a personal serf, but that personal serf may be there to like bring you your meals or to help you do things like, my lord, you have 1 hour until your training session in the sparring pits. Not that a Space Marine doesn't have an eidetic memory, but it's good to have that interaction, that human interaction, to have someone who does remind you, even though he knows damn well you don't need reminding. He knows you have a perfect memory and know damn well in 1 hour you're at the sparring pits.
Yeah.
But he is also the one who will help you get clothed for that. Like, you need to put your armor on. Well, guess what? Space Marines can't put their own armor suits on. Usually there's a whole
I've seen how big a Space Marine is, and I've seen how big the armor is. So no, that's just not possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they actually even have a video on Warhammer Plus that shows the armoring of an Astartes.
I'm not paying $5 to see it, but I trust you.
No. Honestly, that one might be free. I think that one was actually one of the rare free videos. I would never ask you to spend $5 to watch a video.
Good, I won't do it. I'm so cheap. I'm destructively frugal. I make all of my own shit for stream, other than my own moderate degree of frugal.
They actually do have a full video of it. And it's free. Granted, it's like a 5-minute video, but it's really cool.
Let's figure out how Space Marines get dressed, huh? I want to see this personally for my own edification. So let me make sure I remember how.
I will let you know, and anyone you see in this video, besides the Space Marine and the Tech Priest, none of those are chapter serfs. Those are Tech Marine servitors. So those are below chapter serfs because they're basically biological automata because they've been lobotomized and basically had most of their brain replaced by a machine, and that machine is designed to do a specific task. In this case, it's to help put armor on a Space Marine.
Okay, well, we're going to follow the fuck up on that, but first let's watch this. I'm going to turn on my desktop audio. I'm going to mute Discord separately.
Yeah,
I'm going to press go on this.
And chat, if you end up getting questions about this video, feel free to ask me after it's done.
Oh my goodness. I really gotta hand it to their video production team. Everything we've watched has been so high quality.
Yeah, their production is amazing. Here comes the Tech Priest. Here comes the servitors and thralls. These are thralls, or possibly chapter serfs, but probably thralls of the Tech Priest. That's a servitor.
I accept accept these
Keep in mind,
burdens.
I like
by
the
way,
little
as the
jellyfish
Imperium
guys.
bleeds.
Those are surface.
I accept these burdens, knowing no fear. I accept these burdens as an angel of the Emperor.
Oh, this is just too over the top. The edgy emo teen is jumping out at every turn.
I sheathe my form in the second skin.
Wait, are they
This
getting
veil of
vacuum
machine
sealed through the
muscle and
nipples?
False nerves.
I will answer that when it's done.
I stand firm against the alien, the mutant, the heretic. I grant no mercy. I give no ground.
This is how I used to get into my LARP costumes. If there's not a scene like this in the Space Marine game that's like a magical girl transformation, I don't want to play it.
With humility I bear the Imperialis. The symbol of loyalty unbroken. With reverence I receive actuation. Awakening the armor spirit. With pride, I wear the symbol of my chapter. And join my brothers in war.
The pure religious overtones of this like military
I am iron.
organization is
I am wrath.
very specific and does work. I see why people are adherents to this like specific area of the lore. It's not to my personal taste necessarily, but I get it. I see the success. Okay, I'm turning you back
Yeah.
on. I'm turning the
Yep.
video off. All right.
Yep, I am back on as well.
That is
Okay. So a lot of the ones that were gathered around the Space Marine in a circle, like the guys that were in the robes, were either tech thralls, meaning they are direct servants to the tech priest, who was the one with like the one milky eye and everything,
Oh, yes.
and all the little mecha tech tentacles. That was a tech priest. He was overseeing the ritual of the armor's activation and ensuring all the correct rites were paid to the armor's machine spirit. Because, like, yes, it's not just tanks and shit that have machine spirits. Like,
It's
they're
like basically anything metal.
and
If
it's basically anything that has programming in it. So their armor has a machine spirit. Their guns have machine spirits.
I truly have to say, I do think that even as someone who largely prefers fantasy to sci-fi, the specific way that Warhammer 40K in particular intersects like religion and technology really hits for me. I think they've created a very good tone.
Yeah, they have a very unique brand of I mean, I don't think they invented this term, but it's the best term I can think of for it. They have a unique brand of techno barbarism, where
Ooh, yes.
they are barbarians with really cool toys and machines, but they don't know how the shit works. Because frankly, the thing with the Imperium, especially the tech priests, so like even the people who worship machines, for the most part, in regards to most of the complicated machines, they know how to make the machine turn on. They know how to keep the machine functioning. But if the machine was to break, they would be like, "Oh," like you could be like, "Hey, tech priest, my armor's broken. Can you fix it?" And and the tech priest would be like, "I mean, maybe. What's wrong with it?"
Possibly.
Yeah,
If I
like
have to rewire it, no. If I can turn it off and back on,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, but it's no vampire, merfolk, elf, Viking riding a megalodon to read the coasts of the Age of Sigmar. Excuse you, that is not what happens in Age of Sigmar.
Wait, no, I'm copying and pasting that as a question because I have several follow-ups because that sounds fucking dope.
Yeah, that comment is in relation to a particular faction of Age of Sigmar called the Ideneth Deepkin, which I can
used
get
to be a
I-
marine biologist, so this is directly up my alley.
Oh, you would love that army because they literally have like sharks, eels, sea turtles. Like one of their biggest monsters is literally like a sea turtle with like fucking guns on the back of it. Not
Let's
like 40.
fucking go.
It's not
sea
like
turtles
40.
can feel their shells. Wait, ouchie.
Here, hold on. Let me. I forget what the fuck the turtle unit is called, so I have to look it up. Age of Sigmar.
Oh, we're all yawning, huh?
That's okay. It happens.
I'll go as long as you want to go. Well, actually, you've outlasted me before.
All right. Here it is. What the fuck is it called? The Echelian Leviathan.
I'm gonna need some degree of spelling on that one.
I just sent you the link for it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's literally a turtle with like some people with chucking spears on the back of it.
Oh, that's cool as hell! Look at that! Chat, look at this! It's like a spiny ass fucking 6-finned turtle. Love that. That's very like insectoid.
They have some shark riders called the Echelian Alloplex. Where's the rest of their, like, they have some lords riding some like weird like sea monster. It doesn't look like it has any sort of like real world equivalent. They have I think it's a wizard called Lotan, Warden of the Soul Ledgers.
Shark Rider!
Lotan is a named character, but he has an octopus friend or some kind of cephalopod.
I fucking specialized in octopuses when I worked as a marine biologist. Holy shit. That's my vibe. That's the whole, that's the brand. I was almost an octopus VTuber.
That's Lotan.
That's so cool.
I love the fact that one of the things the octopus is holding is like he's holding a mace and a fucking knife and helping hold the scroll.
Bestie doesn't even have a weapon. The octopus is doing the combat.
Yep. And then there's a kit that makes two different things. It's just like the mounts are the same, so I'm just going to show you one of them because the only difference is like what weapons the riders seem to have. There's that kit that makes the Echelian Ishlain Guard, and it also makes the Echelian Morsar Guard. The Morsar Guard, the Ishlain look like they're ranged.
Rider!
Yeah, they have eel riders.
Oh, that's so dope.
Oh shit, I didn't know that they had this character. There's a character who has like a swordfish friend.
Please tell me the swordfish has a real sword for a nose.
Unfortunately, no.
Darn.
But it is a serrated nose, so it would definitely hurt.
Yeah, but actual real swordfish, like their noses are actually really quite fragile. when applied to something as dense as human skin. Oh wait,
I'm not
that's a
surprised.
really cool fishy though. And the like hooked I want to call it a trident, but it's more of like a
It
a
looks like
poleaxe almost.
Yeah, it looks like a fisherman's hook they'd used to like haul in like a big prey, like a whale or something like that. Looks like a hook you'd use to get a whale in.
And the same shape on the back, coming out the back of the helm. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Could
those
someone
are the
hypothetically play like an entire army of these dudes? Like if someone did want to like jump into the miniatures game, not that I would.
In Age of Sigmar, yes, they are a faction. They're called the Idoneth Deepkin. These are all from the same faction.
Interesting. Okay, this is a hypothetical piece of information that I am
here,
not personally invested in.
You say that now. That right there, I just sent you a link to the Spearhead Idoneth Deepkin. It's basically a starter box. It comes.
We're about
with
to see a price tag that I'm not gonna be fucking happy to see, huh?
Honestly, the price tag's not that bad for Spearhead, because literally there is a game mode called Spearhead.
It's not that good. It's not that good.
Here's the thing, though. Think of it this way, like to you that seems like it's a little expensive. However, how many people do you know that will drop $90 on the special edition of a video game that doesn't give them anything physical?
A lot of people, but I'm not one of them.
Right, but I'm saying it's all a matter of like what you think is worth it. Like, so,
yes,
like you
changes value.
Right, like you might look at someone who pays like say someone paid $120 for like special edition of Baldur's Gate 3, and like to you you're like $120 for a fucking video game? Are you
I haven't even
nuts?
bought the normal version of Baldur's Gate 3 because it's too expensive and I'm a cheap ass bastard.
Right, but like you would be like $120 for a video game? Are you fucking nuts?
No, that's
but
crazy.
You know what?
That's bananas.
Yeah, at the same time though, if it's something they know they want and they know they're gonna have fun with, that $120 to them is worth it.
According to their own ethics for spending. Oh wait, shit. I think we just rolled into my ads.
I mean, we're talking about buying shit rather than lore, so like it doesn't really matter.
Ah, there it is. Yes.
I will also show you there's 3 Idoneth heroes that I'm going to show you that are like they're like big heroes.
I got so like this is the closest anyone has ever come to making me play this goddamn game.
I wish I earned commission.
If you can figure out a way to earn commission, I'm not buying anytime soon. Oh shit, with that like water cloak? Wait, oh damn.
Right. Yeah, there's 2 I don't know what the difference is in terms of what they do, but there's 2 different kinds. Looks like they have different they have different base decorations and a slightly different water cloak, but otherwise I'm guessing they're built out of the same kit. I don't know the deep I don't know the Deepkin too well, to be honest. And then this last link I'm sending you is like literally like their big boss man. Like this is their like supreme leader.
My keyboard is oh, it's like a demonic seahorse.
Yep, and then his kit also, if you don't want the like supreme leader guy, his kit also makes like a generic but probably not as powerful version of him, but it still has the same mount. It's just basically the rider is different.
I'm gonna have to open a fucking new browser window because I don't want to close any of these tabs. These are so fucking cool.
I mean, honestly, all you have to do is at the top of the like if you scroll up. I'm like watching your streams. If you just go to Age of Sigmar at the top there, you click on that and then go to Shop by Alliance.
Where am I not seeing Age of Sigmar?
If you look at the Warhammer logo, you see new and exclusive gifts, Warhammer 40,000, Age of Sigmar. Yeah. Click on that and then click on Order. Like it says Shop by Alliance, you click on Order.
Oh, and then found them in a Deepkin.
Yep.
Based.
Yep.
Cool.
Idoneth Deep, and that will show you their entire model range, everything that's Idoneth Deepkin, including their piece of faction terrain, which is like a shipwreck thing. I don't know what it does, but it's a cool looking shipwreck. It would be a really cool piece of like fish tank terrain.
Quietly bookmarking this page for a hypothetical other person. Okay, we've basically run through the ads, but I actually do need a quick break, so I'm going to run a second set so we have a little extra time, if that's okay with you.
Go for it.
Excellent.
Yeah, go for it.
Then chat, if you have not already taken your bio break to get a drink, get a snack, pee on something, preferably deckhand, preferably not Oblivion, do what you gotta do. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Very quick break. All right, we're so back. I have my drink refreshed. I have peed. Everything is good. We can yap forever. Forever. Or at least until the next ad break.
Yap for the Emperor.
Yap for the Emperor.
Brother, we must yap for the Emperor.
I heard you put your hand in front of your mouth for that. That's amazing.
You're welcome.
It worked. Water's so tasty.
Okay, so let's see. I may have some details fuzzy, but what little I know about the Deepkin is that they used to be the elves in the old world, but then something. You're like half right, Hyena. You're partially correct on that. The Deepkin basically, when the old world, the original fantasy world, exploded. Obviously, many people died. Millions of people died of various races. The millions of elves who died, well, Slanesh, both in 40k, who loves Eldari souls best, and in the old world, who loved Elven souls best, even though the elves did not create Slanesh in the old world. Because here's a fun fact for you that's going to be a little bit of a mindfuck. The 40k and old world universes are separate. However, due to various lore, the Chaos Gods exist in multiple universes at the same time, and because the warp does not follow linear time, the moment an entity exists in the warp, it has always existed. Therefore, Slanesh may not have been born until 40k happened in a completely different universe, but because Slanesh was then born and now exists in several universes at once, Slanesh now exists in the old world.
That's cool. So does that mean that the warp straddles the universes-ish?
Yes, basically. In Old World, they didn't call it the Warp. And in Age of Sigmar, they don't call it the Warp. It's called the Realm of Chaos, because it's where chaos is from. But yeah, basically, there are slight lore differences with each god. Like certain things may or may not have happened, or the god may or may not exhibit certain personality traits. But for the most part, it's basically same gods, different universe, because they exist in multiple universes at the same time. Which is why, like I said, because the Eldari in the 40k universe caused Slanesh to come into being, Slanesh exists in the old world. Because technically, now that Slanesh exists in the warp, that means Slanesh has always existed. Even though the elves in the old world did not do what the Eldari did, and like they didn't murder fuck Slanesh into existence like the Eldari did in 40k. It's just, oh, well, Slanesh exists in the warp, therefore Slanesh has always existed.
That's so great.
And the opposite can take place, where like if there is an entity that exists in the warp and then for whatever reason it is determined that that entity no longer exists because like another chaos god has killed it, for example, or it has been nullified by non-belief. Now that the fact that that entity no longer exists in the warp, that entity has never existed.
Oh, right. That's a double-edged sword. Cuts both ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you die in the warp, you die in real life. But basically, like more so.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
That's cool. So where do the Deepkin come from precisely then?
Jason, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that.
It's an apt and accurate compliment.
Yeah. Also, if you do go to sleep, Jason, if you fall asleep, whether you mean to or not, I hope you have a good rest. Sleep well and wake up refreshed in the morning.
That was so real in my earphones, dude. Chat, you have no idea.
Hey, Kami.
Stop.
You're a wonderful little Tanuki.
Oblivion, I'm gonna bite your hair again. I'm gonna bite your hair again.
What if I like that?
You know what?
It's not a punishment.
I don't have an argument for that.
Honestly, literally, if I had a better mic, I would totally do ASMR stuff where just like I'm like just talking to people Like not like the ear rubby stuff and the book tapping and all that. Just like you want someone to
the
like
nice,
just like talk
directly in your ear kind of stuff.
Yeah, like literally I would just be like, like, hi chat, thanks for coming by. I
That
know a
sounds
bunch of
like
you are
we
gonna go
should
to
all
sleep.
fundraise for an ASMR mic for Oblivion. Is what I heard.
No, first and foremost, I need a new PC before
Yeah, you
anything
do.
else.
You need it. You need a computer beyond all other things.
How do I do this streamer suggests these streamers? That, if I recall, is in your creator dashboard
Yes,
somewhere.
in your creator dashboard, there's a little thing that's like, if I'm offline, then what do I do? And there's a little like tick box you can check to say like recommend other streamers, and then you can set, I think it's up to 10 streamers that will get recommended, and it will prioritize anyone who's currently live.
I wish they would bring back hosting. I miss hosting.
I miss hosting. I wasn't even a streamer when hosting existed, but I was a viewer, and I would love to be able to host people.
I used to do that for my friends all the time. If it was because I used to be on a schedule for my streaming because I had a scheduled job at that time where like I had set days off, so I knew like what days and times I was able to do streams. Compared to now where it's like retail, where basically my schedule would be kind of a crapshoot unless I specifically told my boss like, hey, I can't work on this day and this day specifically. And I doubt he would accommodate that just because it would make things too hard for him to schedule everyone else. But I could probably ask him for like, hey, like Sundays, no go. And if he asks why, I could probably bullshit him and be like, religious reasons. You know? But anyway, yeah, I used to like on my off days, like if one of my friends was live, I would pop in. I'd be like, "Oh shit, so and so is live," and I'd pop in their stream and I'd be like, "Hey bud, how's it going?" And then I would fucking open up another window to go to my I would go to my channel. Exactly. Like I would just host them while I was like doing other shit or playing game. Even if I was lurking and like didn't talk in their chat, I'm like, "Oh, I'm playing games with friends." "Oh, but my friend Steve is live." "Okay, well, let me /host Steve." You know, like I miss being able to do that as just a way to be like, I can't raid you because I'm not live.
Yeah,
but I do want to promote your
I
channel.
can't directly bring my viewers to you, but this is the next best thing. Also, I believe Jason, in you and your content, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is, kinda.
Yeah. Also, Jason, I appreciate you setting me as one of your like auto host people. You don't have to do that for me, just because, like I said, I haven't streamed since 2021. Obviously, do it for Kami because Kami actually streams, but
hypothetically, allegedly, I stream.
I mean, you stream sometimes.
I do stream sometimes.
I know due to your life circumstances, like you can't really do like a set schedule. Like I'm gonna do every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Like I know you can't do that. I'm so
fucking sick. I want to have schedules for you guys. I just can't do it.
And that's okay.
I'll get there. I'll get there someday. I was there for a while. I'll get there again.
Yeah. Yeah, eventually when you're able and ready, and that's the important part, is that like you are physically and emotionally able, and if right now you're not, that's okay, because nobody wants you to be streaming a bunch and then like fucking hate it, because at that point, what's the point?
Chat is always so encouraging. Like every time I'm like, I'm so sorry guys, I know I said I was going to stream today, but I can't, I'm really sick, and they're like, shut the fuck up, idiot, don't stream if you don't feel good.
That was how my community was too. Like there were literally days where like I would tell people like, you know, like I'd hit up my Discord and or like, you know, as I was ending stream, like, hey guys, I'll be live again tomorrow at such and such time. Like I'll see you guys then. We're gonna keep playing this game. It's really fun. I'll see you then. Bye. And then like because of shit that happened, either life shit or work shit or just my general mental health, I ended up having to like, you know, put social media posts out, ping the Discord, whatever, and be like, hey guys, I'm sorry. I know I said I was gonna stream tonight. It's not going to happen tonight. I will try to do it like if I wasn't already scheduled for the next day, I'd be like, I will try to do a makeup stream tomorrow, just because I know you guys want to see me play the thing, and I know you guys want to hang out. So like, I will try to do a makeup stream, but like, no promises. I will do my best. We'll see how I feel after work, and blah 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 blah. You know, like that kind of shit. And there were days, like I mean, literally, what made me stop streaming was I was burnt the fuck out from overdoing it just due to COVID, because during lockdowns it was my only income, so it was unreliable income, because I was also one of those people who got stuck like calling unemployment every day and not being able to fucking get through. On top of that, even outside of the income, because like streaming was a hobby for me, so trying to rely on it for income, like I wasn't set up for that. I
No,
wasn't
absolutely not. And that
um
can get you into burnout territory so
a-
fast.
and it did, not because I was trying to like grind for money, but because I was like, my community's in a really scary time right now. They need somewhere to
Sure.
go where they can just like come
They
hang
need
out.
me to bring the good vibes into their lives.
Yeah, and that was basically it. I went from doing like 3 to 4 days a week to doing 6 days a week.
Oh my god.
And like the way I streamed, most of my streams were like 4 to 5 hours.
That's so
But-
much.
Right. The thing was, on average, my streams were 4 to 5 hours.
Oh no, that means that you were doing some that were 4 and some that were 8.
There were multiple instances where, one, because I was trying, as a secondary objective, I was trying to grind for money just because income, because I have car payments, I have car insurance. Like,
Sure,
I
we all have
got
expenses.
yeah, I got bills that gotta get paid. But also, like, there were days that I was just having such a good time that I'm like, all right, I'm gonna stream Sea of Thieves today, or I'm gonna stream Dead by Daylight, or whatever. And all of a sudden, like 13 hours in, someone would pop in my chat and be like, oh my god, you're still live? And I'd be like, what do you mean? I've only been live for like, oh god, I've been live for 13 hours.
Oh no. Oh no, my whole day was here.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah, and once I started grinding for the whole, like, my community needs a place to come and hang out, the average 4 or 5 hours turned into more like an average of 6 to 8,
Oh no, that's a
with
lot.
with the occasional 12 plus. And the thing is, for me, like, 12 plus hour streams were not foreign to me, but they were usually for special occasions.
Sure,
Like,
that's for like a
le-
subathon or a charity stream or
I mean, for me, my charity streams would go like a whole month. Like, I would literally do charity stream fundraising. I'd be like, hey guys, the entire, like, it's late April. Guess what? We're fundraising for St. Jude until the end of May.
By the way, keep your eyes out on this channel for something in January.
Ooh, okay. But what would happen is, like, I suddenly started averaging like 6 to 8 hour streams, but like 12-hour streams for me were usually like, oh, my birthday stream is coming up. I'm gonna ask off work. I'm gonna do a birthday stream. It's gonna be a 12-hour stream. I'm gonna start at like 6 a.m. or whatever, and I'm gonna end at 6 p.m. or I'm gonna start at 10 a.m. and I'm gonna end at 10 p.m.
mm-hmm.
So like 12-hour streams were not unknown to me, because I would do that for like anniversary streams, birthday streams, or like even if it was like, like maybe a particular charity I was interested in was like, hey, this weekend, content creators, you want to fundraise for us? Okay,
Yes,
sure.
I
Maybe.
do.
Yeah, and I would be like, okay, I can't do Friday and Sunday, but I can do Saturday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stream 12 hours on Saturday for this
Sure.
charity.
But those were occasional special streams.
Right. And those were also usually planned at minimum a month ahead of time, where I'd be advertising to my community, hey guys, don't forget, next month I'm doing this 12-hour stream.
It's a big thing.
Right. But all of a sudden, between going from 4 to 5 hours on average to 6 to 8, with frequent 12 hours that usually were accidental. Like, there were a couple of on purpose ones, but most of them just ended up being all like, like, hey chat, I really appreciate you guys being here. And then someone coming and be like, holy fuck, dude, you're still live? What do you mean? I've only been live for, I've been live for 13 hours.
That's so much longer.
And like, to be fair, like, if I'm having so much fun playing a game,
Sure.
whether that's
a
whether
good
that's like
vibe. Once.
Yeah, that's a great vibe, that like, I'm having such a good time playing such and such game, or playing with such and such friends, that I think we've been playing for maybe 6 hours, and turns out it's 13. That's a great thing. On the other hand, when it happens multiple times, that's not good.
No, doing it on accident is sort of, in general, not good, especially if it's a habit.
I will say Sea of Thieves was the worst game for me for that, because there'd be times where like me and friends would just get around, like, we'd just be fucking around doing voyages and having good times, maybe having some PvP here and there. But for the most part, it was just fuck around and have good times. And all of a sudden, like, one of my friends would be like, all right, dude, like, we've been doing this for like 8 hours, my guy. Like, I need to log out.
And you're like, what?
Well, no, my brain wouldn't register the fact that they just said we've been doing this for 8 hours, and they'd be like, "All right, chat, does anyone want to sub in for so and so?" Like that. We're gonna sell first, just because they worked for all this loot. But does anyone want to join in? And like someone in chat would be like, "Oh yeah, I'd like to play with you for a couple hours." All right, man, cool. We'll get you on the ship. And
oh, you can keep that cycle going basically forever if you have an international audience.
Yeah, and unfortunately for me, I did. Like there was I can't. His name started with a K. I can't remember his full username anymore.
K-san.
But no, but not K. God, if K-san watched my stream, I'd be so fucking mortified at this point in my life.
You'd absolutely shit an entire brick. I don't think we're not talking about Warhammer at all, but I'm having a really good time. I just love chatting with other creators.
We'll get to Warhammer in a second. Yeah,
I'm not
like,
going to bed anytime soon.
Honestly, like, this is something I do with Warhammer models, where like if I'm building or painting the same kind of model over and over and over again, like say Skaven clan rats, where it's a horde army, so I'm building dozens of clan rats or painting dozens of clan rats. Sometimes I need to be like, all right, you know what? Enough fucking clan rats. I'm gonna build and paint a tank. Why? Because it's different than a fucking clan rat.
Because I don't have to look at another rat for fucking an hour.
Right. So we'll consider this the palette cleanser. We'll get back to 40k in a second. We'll also get back to the Ideneth Deepkin because you wanted to know where they came from. Do not eat the gems in my head. I need those.
Wait, do they do something? What happens if I eat them? What if I just like scoot your head into my mouth? Oh, you're on top of me. That doesn't work very well. I prioritized your model over mine, apparently, when I set up the scene.
Kami.
What?
If you scoot my head over your mouth, are you giving me head?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Look, you asked the question. I don't have another answer to give you.
Am I incorrect in recalling that you were either engaged or married?
It's not relevant.
Excuse me?
Look,
you're giving a random streamer a head? Like, do you not need to consult your significant other in regards to this?
I just really don't. No!
Why do I feel like that's not correct? I'm not comfortable. Don't numb my stones. Get off of my stones.
Eat the rock. Eat the rock. Nom. Tastes like blueberry.
Wow. Rude. Anyway, but yeah, honestly, the game that the random 12+ hour streams happened with mostly was honestly Sea of Thieves. That game at the time, that game was a lot of fun with friends, to the point where it was one of those games where you didn't realize how long you were playing until you were like, until shit happened, like someone coming in and being like, "Oh my God, you're still live? You were live when I woke up to go to work this morning."
And now then you're going to bed and you're still here playing Sea of fucking Thieves.
Yeah, and then it would turn into like, wait, what do you mean? What time do you go to work? 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. Eastern. Oh.
No.
And like sometimes I'd be like, well, chat, fuck it, I'm having a good time. Other times I'd be like, are you guys okay with me wanting to sell because I want to go to sleep? Because like the thought would hit me of like, I've been live for 13 hours. I should go the fuck to sleep. I have to work tomorrow. You know?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm glad that I wasn't streaming during the pandemic. I had like a bit of a meltdown during the pandemic myself, but I feel like I was in a slightly unusual position. I think it's just like relative to the two extremes that existed, at least in the US, at the time, where I was employed and I was expected to be working my like regular job every day, but I wasn't in a what do we call them? Like I didn't work at like a grocery store or a hospital. I wasn't like a frontline worker.
You weren't in like a high risk environment.
Yeah, like I worked on my little computer at my house.
Oh, okay. So you were in a position that was considered essential, so you weren't laid off, but it was a work from home
Yes.
thing because it's like we
I
don't want you in cubicles next to other people because if one of you
Mhm.
gets sick, you're all gonna get fucking sick.
Precisely. I work in tech, but I worked in tech that supported an essential industry. Like the banks specifically at that time. So
Oh, okay.
I did not work in a bank, but I worked to support the people who did work in banks from a
Gotcha.
technical perspective,
Okay,
which
that
means
makes
that like
sense.
my workload like quadrupled.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I was working a billion hours a day, and then I was like waking up with stress dreams in the middle of the night about work, and like the only thing that would soothe me was getting out of bed and going to my little fucking laptop and working some more at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. So I was working a lot, but also I was scary addicted to Animal Crossing New Horizons because, you know, it was at the time like March, April of 2020. And we all were. So I was spending like somehow the same amount of time as I spent on work in that fucking game. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I happen to have the Animal Crossing New Horizons Switch because basically when the first stimmy check rolled out, the first stimulus check rolled out, I was at the point where I was working for a temp agency who couldn't find me work, so they were like, "Well, your options are either to go on unemployment or you can come to our office and like sit around. And if we happen to have light duty stuff for you to do, like
so you
prepping,
went in,
prep."
you sat around, you brought your Switch.
It was basically like because I was still getting paid at that point, and I was like, okay, lockdowns are gonna happen. Like this shit ain't gonna last forever. Like I'm gonna need something to do. I'd never played an Animal Crossing's game in my life, but it looked really cute. Like I hadn't, but it looked really cute. I was also seeing all the memes at the time that because Doom Eternal was coming out.
Oh yeah! Oh my god,
yeah.
the Animal Crossing Doom memes! I forgot.
Right. Where like
it was
you-
like
you'd see-
Isabelle
like-
in Doom.
Yeah, it was like Isabel would get like picked up by Doom Guy, and he was like holding her, looking at her like, "What the fuck do I do with this?" And she would be like, "Rip and tear," and he would be like, "Until it is done," and put her on his shoulder.
Or that whole thing.
And the really cute thing about those memes, the thing that I loved most about those memes, is that literally, if you looked on like social media or Reddit or whatever, you saw members of the Animal Crossing community excited for Doom people that
And
Doom
members
Eternal was
of the
coming
Doom
out.
community excited for the Animal Crossing guys.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and like two completely different genres
the camaraderie.
Yeah, two completely different genres of games who were all like, "Hey, bro, I hope you have fun with your fucking game," and then like, "Hey, man, thanks for that. You have fun with your game."
A fellow gamer.
Yeah, so Animal Crossing's New Horizons was my first Animal Crossing game ever, and I played the shit out of that game. Some of it was on stream, some of it was off. Stitches was my favorite villager. I adored him. He was adorable. I wanted to hug him and kiss him and tell him that he was the sweetest little bean
Stitches
ever.
is a good bean. I was a hardcore villager hunter in New Horizons. I'm an OG Animal Crossing fan. I started with the original game, actually.
Oh wow.
But then I became like a diehard, like I had all the time in the world. So I hunted my perfect village in New Horizons.
I did that a little bit. Like there were some villagers that I rejected just because I'm like, dude, he's gonna piss off this other villager that I really like. I can tell he's gonna piss this person off. So fuck you. You don't get to come to my island.
Incredible. I did so much island hopping. So like I would either be like I would find the villager I wanted if I hunted long enough, or I would just turn it into a scorpion island or a tarantula island, depending on this went on a long time. The seasons did change.
I'm not gonna lie. Once I started unlocking some of the cosmetics for like adding things to your island, like not like houses, like not house stuff, but like stuff to decorate the island itself. The geography on my island had like one little raised area that was way up in the center north.
It was just for catching tarantulas, wasn't it?
No, I built a dark altar. I I literally built like there was like a Stonehenge kind of cairn thing. There was a stone altar that had like a bloody handprint on it, and there were like some blood spatter assets that I found on like the user made like asset shit that you could get for Animal Crossing. And so like I literally made a dark sacrificial altar, and I basically was just like, yeah, all the villagers that disappear, this is where they go.
That's so dark, dude.
Like it was literally like a midsummer thing of just all like yeah we told you that villager moved away, but they didn't really move away. We kind of killed them.
God, we ate their soul.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I literally got that because I was like, okay, Animal Crossing seems like a cute game. People seem really excited for it. This seems like it'll be something that occupies me for a while during lockdowns, because I like at that point Wisconsin wasn't like fully locked down, but we could tell it was coming. Or at least, well, people who were intelligent
should
could tell
have
it was
been
coming.
coming if anyone was acting normally at minimum.
It was basically early March. Our lockdowns happened literally on St. Patrick's Day that year.
Whoa.
So,
okay.
yeah, like March 17th is when the Wisconsin lockdowns went into effect. Yeah, so I got a Switch thinking like, okay, Animal Crossing will keep me occupied for a while, and it did. But once I got to the point where the only thing left I could do outside of like try to get rarer villagers into my town was like do the whole rearranging the island thing. I'm not a builder person.
Same.
Like I like to create relationships with characters and stuff, which is what attracted me to Animal Crossing to begin with. But if you're like, okay, you've got your relationships with the villagers, it's time to rearrange your village to be the most optimal thing. I'm gonna no.
The point at which I personally burned out of New Horizons is also like midway through terraforming my island. I had this great plan set out, and then actually enacting it destroyed me.
Yeah, and then I got Pokemon Sword
to
try that out.
I also got Pokemon Shield during the pandemic and had a bad time.
You know what? I'm sorry, I got Shield. It wasn't Sword, it was Shield. But because I hadn't played a Pokemon game since Pokemon Yellow, like with Pikachu, where it was basically like you were Ash Ketchum, basically, because you had like a little Pikachu that would follow you around.
Okay, friendship ended.
What?
I'm a Pokemon guy.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I didn't stop liking Pokemon. I just didn't play the game. So,
okay,
like,
I can respect that actually.
I'm
gonna start sending you ROMs in Discord, and it's gonna be so annoying.
I mean, I missed so many generations of Pokemon that, like, literally my chat got to watch me geek out when I would find cute Pokemon. Like, the first time I ran into a Stuffle.
Gen 7, that's my gen. That's one of my two gens.
The first time I ran into a Stuffle, like, my chat literally got to watch me go, what is this? It's like a little fucking teddy bear.
That's a guy that will literally hug you to death.
Yeah, I'm aware. But, like,
you're beware.
Yeah. I'm aware of that now, but at the time I was just like, oh my god, this Stuffle is so cute. What is this? I was like, what is this thing? It's like a little teddy bear. What's its name? Oh my god, it's called Stuffle. It's a plushie. Oh my god, I need it. And I captured it, and it was just like I was flipping out at a lot of the cute. Yeah, I was flipping out at a lot of the cute Pokemon. Like, there were so many cute Pokemon that, like, some of them. Granted, some of them were like a little stupid looking. I'm like, okay, like I'm not gonna lie, like Pokemon like Sudowoodo, they're fucking dumb.
Rude.
Like, they're cute. Don't get me wrong. Their art design is cute. It's just they're also dumb.
Rude.
I've also seen that I don't know what gen it's from, but there's a Pokemon that it looks like a trash bag. Like, it looks like
Trubbish? Do not talk shit about Trubbish in my own fucking stream. Like, that's also Gen 7, and shut the fuck up.
Like, to me, it's cute looking. At the same time, I'm also like, wow, the guys at Nintendo really ran out of ideas.
No, they didn't. That's deeply tied to the ecology of a tourist-laden island ecology.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. See, like if there's an actual reason for that Pokemon to exist,
It
because it's from like
is.
if it's from like a specific island and it's like a
Yes,
heavy tour. Oh,
it's from the Pokemon equivalent of like Hawaii and Pokemon like Trubbish and Garbodor and Alolan, Grimer, and Muk clean up after the tourists.
okay, that's cute.
It
Like
is.
all I know about Alolan Pokemon is that like they're variant. A lot of them are variants on existing Pokemon. That sometimes it's just a color change, but other times it's like also some physical changes.
Yes,
I
but
don't.
they also
I
have strong ecological lore behind them.
like if I remember correctly, there was like an Alolan Vulpix or something that looked like
Yes,
it was
it's
an.
ice.
It,
It's
Mhm.
relevant. It's native to Mount Lilakani, something like that. A mountain, an ice mountain. Yes.
Okay, because I remember seeing that it was like white with like blue tips instead of the usual like pale orange
Mhm.
with red tips or white tips. And then someone told me like, yeah, it's an ice type Vulpix, and I was like, it's a what?
It's an ice
Because
type Vulpix.
yeah, because like in my head, all I could think is like, what the fuck do you mean it's ice type Vulpix? Vulpix is a fire type, and then they were like, no, the Alolans are different. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool that they have like an ecological difference where like it's not just like a physical color difference. It's literally just like
Yeah,
sometimes
it's
some
very
sometimes it's a
ecological.
type
Like a lot of
difference.
Pokemon were introduced to the Alola Island chain as sort of an invasive species, and some of them remained invasive, like Alolan Raticate or Alolan Meowth, which became like hyper specialized predators on the island chain. But some, like Vulpix, adapted to specific regions of the islands and found themselves an unoccupied niche in that ecology.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I'm sorry. I am
I
the biggest Alola stan. I love Gen 7 so much.
I actually need to I need to get Pokemon Arceus because I was watching a friend of mine stream it, and like I was like, this is interesting. Like this seems really different. And she was like, it's a lot different from most Pokemon games, like
Mm.
mechanically and story wise. And I was like, tell me a little about the story. And she told me a little bit about the story, and I was like, shit, I might have to get Arceus then. Like that sounds like it would be really fun to play just because it's different and like not quite the same.
Yeah. One of
Um,
my I got distracted earlier, but one of my favorite things that I did in the entire year 2020 was wait, is this gonna dox me? No. It's at best gonna 50% dox me. I don't think it's gonna even do that. But I ran a haunted house in Animal Crossing New Horizons.
that's
Uh,
adorable.
And the fee for admission to my haunted house was, and this will anchor this event in a specific time period, was if you donated to a bail fund, you got in. If you didn't,
Huh.
you didn't get in. Like the admission fee was basically a donation amount in any dollar value to any reputable bail fund. And so we raised, I think it was around $600 or $700 over the course of a couple months. And then I
Okay.
took that and I gathered it up into one donation and I brought it to my employer. And I was like, hey, we have charity matching, right? And they were like, yeah, we got charity matching. And I was like, okay, I donated $700 to insert bail fund here.
Mm-hmm.
Will you match that? And they went, yeah, okay. So it ended up being like $1,400 donated.
Nice.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. We put a lot of work into that too.
Let me hit the restroom real quick, and then I will answer your Ideneth Deepkin question finally. Not that I'm averse to this conversation, but
No,
like, we
I'm
get
having
super
a great
sidetracked.
time yapping. I'll take a quick break myself and run a quick ad so that we are not interrupted, but we'll get back to it. so back. I should be hiccup free now, I think. I got absolutely punked by hiccups though. Oh my god. I spent that whole break like hiccuping my whole little furry head off. It was bad. Yay no hiccups. Yay no hiccups. I seem to be safe. I made a purchase recently of anti-hiccup straws, which are like special straws that you can like drink water from that help cure your hiccups. And honestly, like I have a lot of hiccup cures in my pocket, but if all else fails, those straws, honestly, they work every time.
So you're telling me you have the thick suck.
Yeah, I got the thick suck. Yeah.
They admitted to chat. They admitted it.
Yeah, no one's awake to clip it though. I'm safe. I am safe.
6 hours 7 minutes, chat. 6 hours 7 minutes.
All right, just for you. I'm not clipping it, but I'll put a marker in just in case.
You don't have to. I'll do it on my own. It's fine. It's fine.
The hiccup straws, though. The takeaway is that the hiccup straws fucking work. Buy them. If you are plagued by hiccups, as I am, buy them. They do their job. The thick suck is functional.
Okay. Good
It gets
to
you
know.
where you need to go.
Gets you where you
Anyways,
need
sea
to go.
jeans.
Yes. So Space Marine Gene Seed. The Gene Seed is one of 19 different organs that gets implanted into Space Marines over the course of their entire aspirant period, with the Gene Seed being the very last thing. I forget exactly everything that they get implanted, but they do get a second heart. They get a third
Time
lung.
Lord.
In a way, they get a third lung, and that lung is meant to allow them to do things like breathe toxic atmospheres or even breathe underwater. They get something, if I recall correctly, it's called a Betcher's gland, that allows their spit to be acidic. So, like, literally, like, as a last-ditch weapon, if you had a Space Marine cornered
So it's
and
like a
had his arm...
headbutt, but scarier.
Yeah, like, literally, if you had a Space Marine captured prisoner, he could just be like, and spit in your face, and now your face melts.
I can do that too.
They have something called the Suss-on membrane, which allows them to go into a deep, like, stasis coma.
That's so
Which can help them survive things like either extreme injuries, if they're like, well, I'm gonna die if I don't go into coma mode, or if they end up in the void, like if they end up like outside of a spacecraft, like in a void battle, like there's a hull breach or something like that. They can use the Suss-on membrane to kind of go into a stasis to avoid being killed by being in open space.
Yawn. Oblivion yawn detected.
Yeah, their blood platelets are altered. I forget what the name of the organ that does it is, but it allows like near instant clotting, up to and including things like oh, your arm got cut off. Yeah, it's okay. It'll be fine in a couple of seconds, and a couple of seconds later, their arm will stop bleeding.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
That could be dangerous to them. Does it? It must affect their clotting more broadly, not just when they suffer like a serious injury.
I mean, yeah, like if you're fighting a Space Marine and you happen to give him like a little cut on his cheek, it'll clot basically almost instantly, because his blood has such hyper advanced clotting mechanisms that it just goes like, oh, we have an injury, it's closed. Like they might have a scab and stuff. Like, I'm not saying it's just going to instantly heal like a vampire. Like, they'll have a scab and it might leave them a scar depending on how deep it is. But like, for a Space Marine, something as facial as cutting their cutting their face, like, is That's nothing. They don't care.
So they would make terrible professional wrestlers because they can't even cut their own head open to bleed for the camera.
Yes.
That's a niche reference. If
Unless you
if
wanted
like
like
that reference, let me know.
Yeah, unless you wanted just one wrestler to get the crown and like not two people wrestle for the crown.
I am pro wrestling pilled, unfortunately. It's one of my worst character traits. But there's 19 of these fucking things? Like, they just got tons of extra, like, biological stuff? Did we lose Oblivion?
No, I'm here.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Okay. I thought you said 19,
Okay.
but I might have for gore.
Okay, so to go to the Deepkin thing,
Oh.
yeah, basically what happened when the world that was the old fantasy world exploded. Because it did literally explode. Obviously the people who lived there, they did a die. Which of course meant that millions of elf souls were suddenly like up for grabs. And Slanesh was like, oh my god, tasty elf souls, my favorite. Yeah, because elf souls were Slanesh's favorite. So it was very much like, oh my god, tasty elf souls, give me. And Slanesh was like, nom 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 nom. To the point that Slanesh became so fucking bloated and overfilled with elf souls that Slanesh basically entered food coma mode. And
That's cool.
Right. And then a few of the old elf heroes who somehow survived the world that was, the old fantasy world that blew up, they found out that they didn't just survive, that they were gods now. So Tyrion and Teclis, who were high elves, one of them was like the epitome of the high elf warrior, the other one was the epitome of the high elf mage. And then Malarion, who is the dark elf supreme ruler, all found that they were now kind of like divinities. And Malarion's mother, Morathy, was kind of a demigod because she like survived the old world, and she was powerful magically, but she wasn't quite a god. Like she wasn't on par with her son Malarion or Tyrion and Teclis. And they all together, the four of them, kind of put together a scheme of like, well, why don't we just pull the elf souls out of Slanesh? And what that turned into is Teclis originally pulled out some elf souls on his own to be like, I can do it, I got this. And those elf souls were like half formed. Like a lot of these elves either didn't have souls or they had like half a soul. And that actually, like, for one, it affected their physical appearance, because if you look at the like Namarti thralls for Idoneth Deepkin, you'll see they have no eyes.
Oh.
Yeah. And the main purpose of these Idoneth Deepkin
Oh shit, they got no eyes.
Yeah, and the main purpose of the Idoneth Deepkin raids on the coasts of other nations is to basically help, like, either appease the Idoneth Deepkin so they don't do like a full-on attack, or it was the way to make them stop the attack if they did attack you. Granted, sometimes they would just like straight up attack, and even if you did offer up a sacrifice, they would just be like, no, fuck you, we need more than that, we're gonna take everybody.
I would like your planet and your souls, please.
Exactly. But yeah, the strain with the INF Deepkin for the Stannis people has been strained for a while, just because of how many of them have been asked for help. So it can be very hard to ask for help when most of the people in the area are just all like, "Nope, I work for over here. Like, I can't help you. Sorry, bro."
I do have a question that I think might be related, but also I do want to just send you to bed if you're EP. We will have other
I'm
opportunities to yap.
I'm getting there. It's just the main thing with the INF Deepkin is basically, I think it was it was Techless. Basically, it was like, "Don't worry, I got some elf souls," and just kind of ripped them out of Slanesh. And like when he put them into new bodies, like he made new bodies for them, he found out that because the souls had been partially digested by Slanesh, they weren't like whole souls, which is why you get things like Namarti thralls that have no eyes, because basically the identity can need to go on raids to capture and kill people,
Or like
not because
Eyeless
they're
Deneth, am I right?
yeah, like it's not a matter of them like being callous or cruel or being like, "Oh well, we're just gonna kill you because how dare you live on the coast." It's literally like, we're gonna kill you because you dying and the strength of your soul means that like either me and one of my brothers or two of my brethren are gonna get the ability to like fully see and like fully be real people.
That's
So
really
like
cool.
yeah, like they take souls, but they don't do it maliciously. Like granted, in a way they do it maliciously, but on the other hand, like they don't do it maliciously because like they don't really have a choice.
Yeah, they're not trying to hurt people for the sake of hurting, but they are still accomplishing that task as a
Yeah,
secondary
basic. hmm
sort of victory.
Yeah, basically, yeah, that's basically it.
Are you okay for another question? Or I do not want to force you to stay up like too far past your bedtime. I know you're a little further forward in time than I am, so I
I
do
can do
not want to
another.
be the person who says you have to stay up late. If you want to go to bed,
Um,
that's okay. We'll table everything for episode 3.
I could do another question or two, like probably one or two more questions, maybe three if some of the questions are like quick.
Okay. I think that possibly related to what we were just talking about, I had
hmm
one of mine that
Okay.
is that I have become aware that there are planets dedicated to the worship of specific chaos gods, and I have been
Yes.
led to possibly believe that some of the planets worshiping Slanesh are particularly interesting.
Okay. I
I
don't really.
had written down, I believe this is probably the name of a planet, but I cannot confirm. Oliensis.
That one I will have to look up. Send me the spelling on that one.
Yes, shall do.
Because
You're gonna get the parentheses with that. I'm just copying it straight out of my notes.
yeah, by all means, that's fine.
I think that's a planet, but honestly, I don't remember where I came by this question.
It is in the 40K lexiconum, so it must be, yeah, it's a Slaneshi demon world. Okay, so basically certain planets that either get conquered by chaos or get enveloped by warp storms, assuming they don't just get, blown the fuck up. Depending on how well a cult captures a planet and what assets they have left, a planet may become basically kind of like a worship focal point, which would attract other like chaos forces aligned with that god as well as their demons. And then if that goes successfully, the world will become so chaos infused it will basically kind of exist in our world and in the warp at the same time, at which point it will become what's called the demon world, where basically the planet's spirit gets demonically possessed.
Whoa.
At which point the demon, the demon world itself, depending on who is in charge of it, like if it's like a demon prince or a greater demon of a particular god, Oh, excuse me. And can set up they can basically set up shop there. At which point they could do things to make it better or easier for their faction of chaos to do things like land there and like chill out, or land there and resupply, or get like, you know, more ammo, more slaves, or what, you know, what have you. The planet that is locked to a specific god, if that planet is like closer to you than the place you were trying to roll in on, and you tried to roll in on a royal tablet, it will basically kind of tell you like, okay, you're like allowed to be here, but you did not buy in for this kind of game. You should leave.
Get gone before you get et.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
That's really cool. I like that
Yeah.
there are. Is there like any kind of scale of how big the universe as it pertains to, let's call it just 40K, is? Like how many planets approximately does that encompass, and over how great a distance?
Real quick, just because I looked up Oliensis, this is actually a demon world that I've heard of before. I just didn't remember the name. Oliensis is a demon world in the Eye of Terror. It's devoted to Slanesh. The entire planet is actually a colossal, morbidly obese man curled into a fetal position.
The
surface-
planet is a guy?
Yep. The surface is home to Slaneshi demons and hedonistic beastmen. Oliensis also serves as a base for noise marines who live inside the planet-sized man's pores.
Holy shit. So like they're like they live in little caves, but the caves are the pores of the guy who is the planet?
Basically, it seems
That's
like that's
fucking
what it is.
dope.
Yeah, that's really fucking cool. I forgot that this was the planet that they were talking about.
I'm so glad. I think that might have been the thing that I first stumbled onto, and I'm so glad I wrote it down. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't know guys could be planets.
Yeah, demon worlds are a little fucking wild because they don't obey the laws of physics. Hence why they can do things like be obese men.
Yeah, I guess. Wow. I want to eat enough curry that I can become a demon planet. That's my new life goal. I don't aim very high in
That's
life,
okay. That's okay.
but I believe in my goals. That's so fucking sick. I was not prepared to find out that that planet was one dude. Do we know who that dude is? Is he important, or is he just like fat as hell? Furious Googling is commencing.
Oh no.
Oh no?
That's how one goes down rabbit holes.
Oh no. If someone who is familiar with Warhammer is saying oh no, then you know it's fucked up. think I'm toast. I gotta turn in, have a good rest of the stream. Sounds like no, I don't think it will be much longer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'm getting pretty
forcibly
tired.
send Oblivion to bed
Yeah,
very
I'm getting
shortly.
I'm getting very tired. I also have to work in the morning.
Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. So we're both
I
gonna
guess
be
I will
sleepy
do like
lads in the morning.
yeah, I will do one last question.
I think that the best question I can bring, I will be sending you one that you can answer at your leisure.
Okay.
From chat earlier, but is the officio assassinorum something you can address in a timely fashion?
Yes.
Okay.
So the Officio Assassinorum is basically the Imperium's branch of, as it sounds like, assassins. And they have existed since before the Horus Heresy. Although I will say some of the Primarchs did not approve of the Officio Assassinorum's existence because they were like, "Oh, that's a dishonorable means of killing people." Blah 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 blah. And the Officio has multiple schools. The basically schools of the Officio Assassinorum. Each one specializes in a certain way of killing people or helping kill people. Like there is a branch of the Officio Assassinorum where like literally their job isn't to kill people. Their job is to get the intel so that you know how to kill the people. Like figuring out where they go, like what are their habits, where do they go, who are they with. If they're an imperial noble who happens to have access to whores, do they have a favorite whore? If they don't have a specific favorite, like who do they usually go to? Like who can you possibly impersonate to get yourself in the bedroom with a senator, etc. Things like that. But they also have like the four primary popular like killy schools are the Eversor school, which basically is imagine if we take like Liam Neeson from Taken, right? So like he's like super trained and very very skilled lately. He can beat the shit out of people, right?
Set of skills.
Yeah. Now imagine if I pumped him full of combat drugs and made it so that all he could think of is like if
yes,
it is
I
not
do have an Adderall prescription.
Yeah, imagine Liam Neeson from Taken being pumped full of combat drugs and told if it has a pulse, kill it. And the fun thing is that while in this combat drug induced frenzy, if someone is to kill, say, the Liam Neeson assassin, the Eversor, he will explode because basically his combat drug dispensers will go, okay, we're going to overload a system with this so that he literally blows up. So the point of an Eversor assassin is you throw him into melee as much as possible. And if he happens to get overpowered and killed, odds are he's gonna blow up and make them pay a little bit more of a price as a final fuck you.
Wow.
Yeah. The next one would be the Vindicare Assassin, which is basically the Uber Sniper Assassin. He has rules that allow him to use a certain number of kind shots in certain conditions. For example, if we have someone who is part of the target who she happens to be pregnant, which normally would mean that we don't fuck with a pregnant woman, like we leave her alone. However, at the same time, she also has a gun in her hand and she has full intention of using that on us. Okay, well now we want to try to incapacitate her as much as possible because we don't want to hurt the baby. It's not the baby's fault.
Sure.
So
that's
like
reasonable.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
now
but,
I think that there's a dark twist.
Yeah. The Calidus assassins can also basically shapeshift. They have what is essentially the 40k version of Polyjuice Potion.
Ah. Oh, so they
Yeah,
can like obtain the identities of other people.
Mm-hmm. Up to and including
I can't believe you got me with a Harry Potter reference. Blech. I gotta puke
sorry.
now.
I'm sorry.
I am a Harry Potter fan, but I hate J.K. Rowling so much.
I'm like here's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, you can enjoy the books, you can enjoy the movies. J.K. Rowling's still a TERF. If you already have the books either in physical format or digital format and you got them before you realized she was a TERF, you know what? It's not like you can refund them at this point. The
I
only
have
thing that
exactly the same opinion, and I can so freely apply it to everyone in the world except myself. I somehow want myself to go back in time 30 years and just somehow know the future. And that's not fair.
right,
That's not fair to me. That's not
it's
a fair standard to apply to Calamity.
you're right. It's not like honestly the only thing you can think of is like if you do happen to have like Hogwarts Legacy, the big console
I was anti JK long before that game came out.
okay
But I do
okay
have like I have some like OG Harry Potter merch in my house.
right, but like
that makes
you've literally
me happy,
you
even though
Yeah.
now sometimes when I look at it, I kind of want to puke.
and the thing is that you had that presumably decades before you knew who she was as a person. Because let's face it, at that time, if you got that shit like 20 years ago or whatever,
I got it like
No,
30 years ago.
yeah, none of us knew.
We didn't know. We just liked the Little Wizard book.
Well, especially also when like she made it clear that like Dumbledore was gay. Like to me, that was like, oh, that's really nice. She like granted like.
She's
It's kind
on
of like
our
a
side, or like mine. Almost all of my merch is around Nymphadora Tonks, who at the time, 30 years ago, was like, I was like, oh, my favorite books and my favorite author believes in my transgender identity, and that was long before she erased it in canon, let alone with her out of canon actions.
Wait, what was Nymphadora Tonks considered trans?
No, but if you are trans and you are an original like Harry Potter fan, you probably saw some of yourself in her characterization. I know I did, and I've spoken to many other people who also did.
I could see that. I could see that.
Her like almost borderline addiction to shapeshifting and her pathological aversion to her own birth name, it hits if you don't know who J.K. Rowling is as a person.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. But so I have like replicas of her wand and stuff. And that wand does mean something to me. It's part of how I got to the identity that I have today. But also it makes me sad at the same time. But I agree overall. Like, I think that you don't have to throw away stuff that you bought 20 years ago just because you disagree with her now. That's not reasonable. But it sucks that we have to do that calculus in our heads. That hurts. Those books were important to a lot of people who the author has since betrayed. I didn't expect to have a Harry Potter rant here at midnight. Sorry. I found it though. Oh shit, I'm tired.
I am too. I'm very tired.
Do you want to go night-night?
I kind of do.
Let's go
Because
night-night.
it's 1 in the morning and I have to be at work at 8:30 because it's inventory day.
Yeah, it's like midnight here, and I have to be at work at also 8:30 in the morning. Also, let's go night-night. I have written down everything that we had not covered that was asked. Or everything that came up for me. If you would like to guide our raid tonight, you have first dibs. I have some folks that I am happy to raid, but you get first choice.
Let me see who I've got live, because I actually do have someone who's doing like a new model debut, like subathon kind of thing. They're on day 12, but like at the same time, like they're doing like a
really
subathon.
Exciting. My guests always get first dibs on raids.
Okay, you know what? They're doing a build on a gun plus, so they're doing like a Gundam model.
Ooh, fun.
Let me let me
Shoot me
send you
the
their.
username in Discord, please.
Let me just make sure that they're.
Oh, I know. That's who I was gonna raid if you didn't suggest.
Oh, I love them. They're amazing. They're adorable.
I agree. They have become a very consistent late night stream, sleepy vibe kind of streamer.
Do you have any designated raid message or anything?
I do. Thank you for the reminder. Usually my mods handle that. So there you go.
Is that okay? Yeah, that's a generic. Okay,
Yes,
just
it
wanted to
has
make
all
sure that
generic emotes, so nothing that you need to be subscribed for.
Okay, I was about to say like is because I know some streamers do like they're
I
like they're like sub only.
Someday I'll probably have a split raid message, but I started out with just a generic one, and I have wanted to keep it. And she
Okay.
just debuted this model like last week, right? I think I was there.
It was like 12 days ago. But yeah, Chad, if you have any other questions for me about Warhammer 40K, either mention it in Kami's Discord or
Yeah,
you know
put it in
like
the server, DM me, do whatever you
yeah.
gotta do. We will be having Oblivion on for probably at least 2 more special interest Sunday specials.
And I am also down to do like off stream like discussions if there's something like hey, I want to know about this topic and it's going to be like a long topic, like sure, I'll come in and shoot the shit. I don't care.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Oblivion, for all your many hours tonight. I'm going to let you get to bed. I'm going to shoot over to my ending screen, make sure I'm all set to go.
I think your raid just went through.
Raid.
So yeah, I was about to say I think your raid timer just ran out.
Yep, it sure did. Good night, chat.